Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku accidentally joined Mikey's chat group? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A simple girl with 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, wide doe-like eyes of a striking color. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 was the kind of student who didn't concern herself too much with the world around her. The less one cares, the less stress one experiences, or so they say. If there was one word to describe her, everyone at school would agree: simple. She wasn't particularly fond of reading textbooks, but enjoyed diving into fan fiction during her free time. Her family was neither poor nor rich, and while her parents were protective, it was in a balanced way. Sometimes she felt pretty just being herself, but insecurities often crept in. She wasn't a fan of the real world, having a mature mind yet a youthful heart. Though she appeared rude on the outside, she was caring within. She frequently checked her phone for no particular reason. As she walked through the hallway with a lollipop in her mouth and her hands in her pockets, people stared at her. When her art teacher called her name, she turned around. The teacher asked her to check a few papers since she was one of the top students. Nodding, she accepted the stack, noticing that the first paper was her own. With a shrug, she noted her score and left the teacher, heading to her classroom to gather her belongings. Upon arriving home, she found it quiet, as her parents were likely out on a date, which she didn't mind. In fact, it felt refreshing to have some peace. It wasn't that she disliked her parents, she simply enjoyed the solitude. After changing out of her uniform and into a white camisole and black sweatpants, she took out a red pen from her backpack and began reviewing her classmates' papers. Suddenly, her phone rang, catching her attention. She wondered if her parents were coming home late. Opening her messages, her eyes widened when she saw a notification from someone named Mikey, who had added her to a group chat. Confusion washed over her. How could this person add her when they had never met? As she processed this unexpected turn of events, she felt a mix of curiosity and apprehension about what was to come. When the name of the group chat appeared on your screen, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, an uneasy feeling washed over you, prompting you to press the leave button and turn your phone off again. Suddenly, your phone rang. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 expressed his frustration, telling Mikey that he shouldn't pressure others. Mikey, undeterred, told 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 to be quiet. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 insisted that Mikey needed to understand. With a sigh, you pressed the leave button once more, only to be interrupted by another ringtone. You opened the chat to find a multitude of members, most of whom you barely knew. You felt overwhelmed and simply typed a message asking them to stop adding you before leaving the chat again. After several attempts, you finally gave up. Frustrated, you slammed your pen on the table and held your phone tightly, ready to confront the situation since the guys clearly didn't understand what no meant. Mikey chimed in, expressing his desire to talk to you. He wanted to get to know you better, but you were hesitant, feeling that such things should be done with consent. Mikey persisted, asking for your name, but you refused to share it. You sighed and set your phone to silent, realizing that even if you left the group, Mikey would likely keep trying to reach you. It was annoying. You returned to grading your classmates' papers until you reached your best friend's, smirking as you noticed she had copied your answers. Once you finished, you stretched and felt your bones crack. Just then, a wave of anxiety hit you as you remembered something important. You checked your phone and saw 3 missed calls from your dad. Panic set in. This was exactly why you usually kept your phone on loud. You called him back, and he picked up on the first ring. You immediately apologized, knowing he would scold you for silencing your phone. He sighed, reminding you how many times he had told you not to do that. Then he dropped the bombshell that he and your mom wouldn't be home that night because they were staying at a hotel. You felt a mix of emotions, knowing they were enjoying their time together while you were left alone. You tried to hide your disappointment, telling him they deserved happiness, even if it meant you would be eating alone that night. After the call ended, you placed your phone on your chest and took a deep breath, staring at the ceiling. You headed to the kitchen, tied your hair back, and began preparing miso soup while playing 𝙤𝙤'𝙨 by Christina Perry, humming along to the melody. 𝙤𝙤'𝙨, ringtone. 𝙤𝙤'_ringtone. 𝙤𝙤'_ringtone. Lowering the power of the stove, you sat on the chair and opened your phone to see the group chat buzzing with messages. Mikey greeted you with a playful tone, calling you a stranger. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 quickly interjected, suggesting that Mikey should stop since you were likely busy. 𝙤𝙦𝗫𝗄𝗫 agreed, while 𝙤𝙤𝙨 and 𝗙𝗤𝙀𝗧𝗏 chimed in with their own comments. Mikey, undeterred, expressed his eagerness to get to know you better. 𝙤𝙤𝙨, feeling overwhelmed, humorously wished for relief from Mikey's antics. Kisaki offered to assist with that, but 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗄𝗫 told him to be quiet. As you typed on your keyboard, waiting for the soup to boil, you wondered what the purpose of the group chat was. Mikey, ever enthusiastic, called you by a nickname that made you cringe. You firmly told him to stop calling you that, but the others found it amusing. Mikey insisted on using the nickname, declaring you his friend. You politely declined, stating you didn't need friends. Mikey, however, was determined to change your mind. He playfully changed your name in the chat to the nickname he had chosen. 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 welcomed you with the new name, and the others followed suit, all while you felt a mix of amusement and annoyance. 𝙤𝙦𝙨 urged the group to ease up on you, and 𝙤𝙤𝙨 suggested not to tease you too much, fearing it might scare you away. Despite your initial discomfort, you felt a strange fondness for the group, especially for two of them. Mikey, still persistent, asked for a picture of you, which made you pause. 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 echoed the request, and you decided to humor them. You agreed to send a picture, but only if Mikey sent one first. 𝙤𝙤𝙨 questioned why they would do that, and Mikey, with a playful tone, expressed his appreciation for your cuteness. You jokingly rejected his compliment, leading to a light-hearted exchange. As the conversation continued, you felt a warmth in your chest, reminiscent of childhood days spent with a dear friend who had passed away. It was a bittersweet memory that lingered in your mind, but you had moved on, focusing on your studies. 𝙤𝙤𝙨 complimented you, and you found it hard to express just how handsome you thought he was. 𝙄𝙩'𝙨, wanting attention, asked for his own compliment, and you acknowledged that he was good-looking too. The playful banter continued, with Mikey and the others teasing each other. 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 questioned the sincerity of their friendship, prompting laughter from the group. After a while, you stood up to plug in your phone charger, feeling a smile on your face. You wrapped a towel around yourself and headed to the shower, feeling content. Once you finished and dried your hair, you checked your phone, surprised by the flood of messages in the group chat. You put on your pajamas and began brushing your hair, reading through the messages with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Mikey was eager to see who would send the next picture, and you couldn't help but chuckle at the chaos of the group. When you briefly went offline, Mikey expressed his concern about you leaving the group, while the others playfully blamed 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 for scaring you away. As the banter continued, you felt a sense of belonging. You returned online, and Mikey excitedly called out to you, while the others fell silent, curious about your next move. The playful energy of the group made you smile, and you realized that perhaps having friends wasn't such a bad idea after all. Soon, 𝙤𝙤𝙨 and the others sent their pictures. You couldn't help but smile at 𝙤𝙤𝙨's photo. He looked adorable, especially with his cat, 𝗥𝗫𝗫. You were aware that 𝙤𝙤𝙨 had a girlfriend named 𝗤𝙩𝙨 𝙯𝙯𝙀. The boys were all good-looking, and while you wouldn't admit it in the chat, you were honest about your admiration for two of them, 𝙤𝙤𝙨 and 𝙤𝙤𝙨. There was only one person left who hadn't sent his picture. Everyone was good-looking, you thought. Mikey thanked you for the compliment, while 𝗙𝗤𝙀𝗧𝗏 seemed indifferent. 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 acknowledged it with confidence, and 𝙤𝙤𝙨 echoed your sentiment. 𝙤𝙤𝙨 agreed, asking 𝙤𝙤𝙨 why he hadn't sent his picture. 𝙤𝙤𝙨 responded that he wasn't foolish enough to share his photo with someone he didn't know. Although his words stung, you decided to let it go and encouraged him to share his picture. 𝙤𝙤𝙨 remained firm, insisting he wouldn't. After some playful back and forth, he finally relented and entered the chat with a photo, leaving everyone curious about who had joined. Last night's conversation with that guy replayed in your mind. While washing dishes, you tried to push the thoughts away, but his words lingered, causing your cheeks to flush. You weren't sure if it was embarrassment or if you were simply smitten by someone through texts. It made your usual defenses feel weaker. Your mother's voice broke your thoughts, and you turned to see her looking at you with concern. She asked if you were sure about going to school, noting that you didn't seem well. You reassured her, kissing her cheek before rushing out the door to say goodbye to your parents. At the train station, you managed to hop on just before it departed. You took a seat next to a guy who had saved it for you. Although you didn't know him, you thanked him, and he simply replied not to mention it. As you rummaged through your bag, a smile crept onto your face. You were about to check your phone when memories of that flirty long-haired guy flooded back, causing your cheeks to flush once more. You realized you had left the group chat. In a flashback, you recalled the chaotic conversation. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 had pointed out that they hadn't asked for Ran's picture, but Ran insisted on sending it anyway, claiming it was for you. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 questioned his motives, and Ran dismissed him, wanting to introduce himself to you. Mikey and 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 exchanged playful banter, with Mikey expressing his disapproval of Ran talking to you. You were curious about why Mikey was so protective. Ran argued that it was your choice, while Mikey insisted he was the admin of the group chat. The tension escalated when Mitsuya mentioned the 𝙤𝙨 brothers, which made your eyes widen. You knew who they were, and it raised questions about their presence in the chat. Ran wanted to be friends with you without the weight of his name, but Mikey remained adamant in his refusal. As the conversation continued, 𝙤𝙩𝙨, Ran's younger brother, joined the chat, adding to the chaos. You felt overwhelmed but intrigued by the unfolding dynamics. Ran asked you a question, and Mikey humorously warned him that your life might depend on it. Ran reassured everyone that his question wouldn't be inappropriate. The chat buzzed with energy, and you found yourself at the center of it all, caught between the playful rivalry of the boys and the unexpected attention from the 𝙤𝙨 brothers. What was going on? This guy had the audacity to say something like that, likely in a group chat. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 was surprised. Mikey announced he was on his way, and Ran asked where he was headed. Mikey replied that he was coming over to confront Ran. Chill, wait a moment. Did they know each other? You tried to change the subject, biting your lip in embarrassment. Of course you would. Mikey confirmed that they knew each other, leaving everyone curious about how long that had been the case. Ran shifted the focus back to you, asking if you were single. You thought to yourself that it was a rather abrupt question. You hoped everyone would forget about that question. Mikey explained that while they fought a lot, they were actually friends, or at least they somehow got along. Ran interjected, claiming they didn't get along, and 𝙤𝙩𝙨 agreed. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 remained silent, observing the exchange. You sighed, standing up from your bed and walking over to turn off the lights before flopping back down. Ran brought up his earlier question again, but Mikey quickly interrupted him. Ran seemed puzzled by Mikey's reaction, and 𝙤𝙩𝙨 teased him, asking if he was jealous. Mikey denied it, confused by the suggestion. Mitsuya and Shifuyu nodded in agreement, and Ran playfully asked why he had brought it up in the first place. Mikey was determined to prevent any further questions about you. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 supported him, warning Ran not to ask you anything more. You were left feeling bewildered, your eyebrows raised in confusion. Then, Ran asked if you wanted to meet up. You already knew the answer to that. Yes, you loved talking to the guys, but that wouldn't convince you to meet them. You still didn't know their real identities, especially those two 𝙤𝙨 brothers. They were literally from a gang. But wait, if the 𝙤𝙨 brothers were from a gang, then what about Mikey? The name Mikey felt oddly familiar. It clicked when you remembered Draken, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, and Mitsuya, the rumored founding members of the gang called 𝙤𝙨, with the invincible Mikey as their leader. Without hesitation, you moved to press the leave button. That was close. You literally didn't have friends at school, and you were starting to get attached to a bunch of gangsters. If your mom knew this, you could only imagine her reaction. You set your phone aside and closed your eyes, hugging your pillow. However, your temptation to drift into a deep slumber was interrupted when your phone rang, signaling an incoming call. Was it Dad? You glanced at the caller ID and saw it was from an unknown number. Since the only contacts you had were your homeroom teacher and your parents, you hesitated before pressing the red button. But the phone rang again. Annoyed, you pressed the accept button and held the phone to your ear, pulling the sheets around you. Hello. I could listen to your voice 24/7 if possible, YN. Blinking at the unrecognizable voice, you pulled the phone away but then placed it back against your ear. Who is this? Who is this? The voice replied teasingly. Who are you? I'll hang up. Oops. Stop right there. Fine, I won't copy you anymore. Judging from your playful attitude, you're that guy Ran, aren't you? Ran? Who is that guy? You felt confused. Huh. I'm just messing with you, YN. That's right, it's me, Ran. First of all, before you ask me any questions, whether they're stupid or not, I want to ask you first, how did you get my number? Silence followed for a few seconds before you heard him inhale. Don't curse. And why? Just don't. Bold of you to assume you can tell me what to do. You do know I got your number without you knowing, right? Your point. Your patience was wearing thin with this guy. Not only did he like teasing you, but it was evident in his voice, and you could already imagine him smirking in front of you. I can get your address right here and now to find you and teach you a lesson about cursing. What? You felt heat rising in your cheeks uncontrollably, and without realizing it, you found yourself biting your upper lip while he chuckled on the other line, making you even more embarrassed. I bet 500 million that you're blushing right now, YN. I am not. I see. That's why you stuttered just now. Shut up. Shoo, don't be too loud now, you might wake the others up. Don't remind me, we're far from the neighborhood. Silence enveloped you both again, and you heard him clear his throat. Your parents. Didn't I just shout earlier? So they're not there? I don't know. I'll take that as a yes. What? You're far from the neighborhood, you're alone in your house. You blinked twice, wondering where he was going with this. Hey YN. Huh. If I were there, do you know what I could do? Your mouth fell open, and your cheeks turned even redder. This guy was such a flirt, and your head felt fuzzy from the heat. What are you? Before you could finish, he cut you off. You and I would be in your bed right now, all alone. He said it in an amused tone. Not wanting to take his teasing anymore, you gritted your teeth and pulled your phone away from your ear. Get lost, Ren. And don't call me again. With that, you pressed the red button. Your sleepiness from a few minutes ago was replaced by a racing heart, and you placed your palm on your chest, biting your lip. Calm down, heart, please. I want to sleep. What you didn't see was that as you drifted off to sleep, Ran texted you again after you cut him off. Alone and eating popcorn, let me finish at least, YN. You snapped out of your reverie when the train stopped. You stood up and stepped outside, dashing toward your school, which was now 10 minutes away. When you arrived at school, you felt thirsty and headed to the closest vending machine. Inserting a coin, you selected the drink you desired. You and I would be in your bed right now, all alone. You felt your cheeks redden again at the memory. Just as you opened your can and were about to take a sip, you heard a commotion from the corner. You turned your gaze to see a group of middle schoolers cornering a blonde girl while she begged them to let her go. To be continued. What a hassle, you thought, rubbing the back of your neck as you downed your drink in one gulp. You focused your aim before throwing the can at the guy, hitting him on the head and causing him to jolt in surprise. Two of the guys turned to look at you while you leaned against the vending machine with your arms crossed. One of them approached, demanding to know who you were. You sighed, feeling exasperated. People should really appreciate that you were trying to help. Sometimes, you felt like you could lose your patience with how foolish humans could be. You raised your head to meet his dark gaze as he shouted for your name, grabbing your uniform. You flinched slightly when a button loosened, but you quickly regained your composure and slapped his hand away while holding your blouse. You retorted that your name didn't matter and questioned why they were ganging up on a girl. He grinned, asking if you even knew who he was, but you slapped his hand away again, insisting he shouldn't touch you. Another guy chimed in, commenting on how feisty you were, which made you cringe. He grabbed your shoulders and pushed you against the wall, causing you to cough. You reminded yourself not to hit people randomly. The guy, Rakaku, twirled a finger in your hair, and you realized he was trying to intimidate you. You stood your ground, recalling your father's advice just as Rakaku leaned in closer. Suddenly, you flinched when his finger brushed your arm. You remembered your father's teachings, and just as Rakaku's lips almost touched yours, you swiftly punched him in the jaw. The other guys were taken aback, unable to process what had just happened. Rakaku fell to the floor, holding his jaw as blood dripped from his nose. He glared at you, and you met his gaze with equal intensity, reminding him that you had told him not to touch you. When he didn't respond, you prepared yourself in the stance your father had taught you. He shouted in anger and charged at you, swinging his fists. You effortlessly dodged his attack, grabbing his arm and delivering a knee to his stomach. You dropped Rakaku to the floor and faced the other boys, hands in your pockets. Warned them that if they wanted to continue, they should step forward so you could deal with them. You advised them not to pick on someone weaker, suggesting they find someone their own size instead. They shook their heads, helping Rakaku up and retreating. Feeling annoyed, you sighed heavily and walked over to the girl who had been the target of their bullying. She was still on her knees, frozen in shock. You extended your hand to her, asking if she was okay, but she didn't respond. When she finally stood up, tears in her eyes, she slapped you hard across the face, leaving you speechless. She yelled that she didn't need your help and ran toward the entrance, leaving you bewildered. You clicked your tongue and rubbed your cheek, feeling frustrated with how things had turned out. As you headed toward the entrance, you spotted your best friend waving at you. She rushed over, placing her hand on your cheek and exclaiming about the mark left by the slap. You insisted it was nothing, but she pressed for details. You hesitated, trying to think of a good excuse, and finally sighed, saying you slapped yourself to face the harsh reality of life. She expressed concern, and you jokingly mentioned you might consider it. School dragged on, and you found yourself staring out the window, resting your chin on your palm. You quietly sang a tune to yourself, relieved when the bell rang, signaling the end of class. As the classroom emptied, you felt a wave of boredom wash over you. You noticed your best friend, Lynette, was missing and wondered where she had gone. You stood up and walked out of the classroom, your mind filled with questions about her whereabouts. Just then, you heard a group of girls giggling nearby. You approached to investigate but stopped when you heard a familiar voice. One of them was recounting a story about you, laughing about how you had fallen for a trick regarding homework. Your heart shattered into tiny pieces upon hearing your best friend's voice. Another girl remarked that it was surprising how the smartest girl in class could also be the most foolish. She speculated that the only reason 𝙄𝗏 held her rank was due to her closeness with the teachers. Another chimed in, suggesting that it was strange for someone like 𝙄𝗏, who always seemed gloomy and alone, to have such high scores. They laughed, dismissing her as a cheater, while some students glanced at 𝙄𝗏 with concern. She clenched her hands into fists, her bangs covering her eyes as she bit her lip until it bled. 𝙄𝗏 thought to herself that she didn't need friends. The less she cared, the less stress she would have. She wondered why she hadn't thought of that sooner. The laughter continued until the girls left the table, freezing when they noticed 𝙄𝗏's state. Lynette reached out, but 𝙄𝗏 shook her hand off aggressively, drawing everyone's attention. Lynette tried to explain, but 𝙄𝗏 turned away and walked off, feeling a mix of anger and hurt. As 𝙄𝗏 walked away, Lynette pleaded for her to listen, but 𝙄𝗏 was too upset to respond. She felt betrayed, thinking about how she had been too nice to Lynette, who clearly didn't understand her at all. When Lynette grabbed her hand to stop her, 𝙄𝗏 suddenly smiled brightly, catching Lynette off guard. 𝙄𝗏 then told her that she hadn't heard anything in the cafeteria, only the sound of snakes hissing at each other. She shrugged Lynette's hand off and walked away, leaving her stunned. 𝙄𝗏 spent the rest of the day avoiding Lynette's calls, listening to loud music through her headphones. When school ended, she packed her things and left the classroom without a word. As she walked down her neighborhood street, a phone call interrupted her music. She glanced at the caller ID, sighed, and answered, unsure if talking to this person would help. The voice on the other end greeted her cheerfully, but 𝙄𝗏 pointed out that it was noon, not morning. The silence that followed made her worry she had been too harsh. When he asked if something was wrong, 𝙄𝗏 was taken aback. He noted that her voice sounded different, which surprised her. Feeling a mix of emotions, she hesitated before asking him if he had ever. But he interrupted her with a cheeky response, causing her frustration to boil over. 𝙄𝗏 shouted at him, feeling her cheeks flush with embarrassment as he laughed on the other end. He seemed to find her anger amusing, and he asked when they could meet. 𝙄𝗏 clarified that wasn't what she meant, and he pressed her for clarification. She sighed heavily, her cheeks still red as she neared her house and saw her parents getting into the car. When she approached them, her mother asked how school was, but 𝙄𝗏 felt skeptical. She inquired where they were going, noticing their downcast expressions. Her mother explained they were going out, and 𝑌𝑁 felt a surge of frustration. She slammed the door, feeling guilty but also hurt that her parents were always out on dates, leaving her alone. As she walked upstairs to her room, her mother called after her, asking her to open the door. 𝑌𝑁 felt overwhelmed, wanting to be alone. Her mother continued to plead, but 𝑌𝑁 wiped away a tear and opened the door slightly. When her mother tried to explain, 𝑌𝑁 interrupted, expressing her frustration about their constant outings. Her mother flinched at the sight of 𝑌𝑁's tears, but 𝑌𝑁 was resolute, insisting she had homework to do. In the background, her father's voice was filled with disappointment, but 𝑌𝑁 didn't care. She was tired of lectures about respect and discipline. When she heard the car engine start, she sighed and wiped her tears, retreating under her sheets. Suddenly, her familiar ringtone broke the silence, pulling her attention back to reality. You opened your messages and, unbeknownst to you, tears began to flow more freely. 𝙤𝙨'𝙨 had added you to the group chat. As you scrolled through the messages, more tears fell, but this time they were not from guilt or disappointment, feelings that had weighed heavily on you for pushing your parents, especially your mother. You knew you owed her an apology later. Yet, you reminded yourself that being a little selfish sometimes was not a crime. With that thought, you accepted their invitation to the group chat, and soon a smile returned to your face. To be continued. Opening her eyes with a hand resting on her chest, she rose from the bed, a warm smile instantly brightening her face. When the boys had asked about her problems the previous night, she chose not to share, not wanting to burden them. Though it was challenging to convince them she was fine, they eventually accepted her words and stopped pressing her about her tough day. She reflected on her bad day but felt grateful for the good night spent talking with them. Pulling the sheets off, she stood up, preparing for what the day would bring. Excitedly, she ran downstairs, tying her hair back as she began to cook breakfast. Waffles sounded perfect at that moment. Opening the fridge, disappointment washed over her when she discovered there were no eggs. With a deep sigh, she settled for instant noodles, waiting for the water to boil. As time seemed to drag on, she smiled and dashed upstairs to grab her phone, thinking she should reach out to her friends. 𝑌𝑁 was online. �₻𝙗's message caught her attention, expressing surprise at her morning face. She greeted him with a cheerful "good morning," to which he replied with skepticism about what was good about it. She reminded him that waking up each day was a gift, to which he jokingly remarked that he would rather not. Qianxzie joined the conversation, offering to help �₻𝙗 in a rather dark manner. Xifu and 𝗬𝗫𝗫 soon appeared online as well. 𝗬𝗫𝗫𝗫 warned Qianxzie to stay away from �₻𝙗, to which Qianxzie retorted, mocking 𝗬𝗬𝗫𝗫𝗫's inability to fight back. The banter continued, with Qianxzie expressing his disdain for 𝗬𝗬𝗫𝗫 and revealing his singular interest in 𝗤𝙩'𝙨 Tachibana. 𝗬𝗬𝗫𝗫 reacted in shock, while Xifu found the exchange amusing. Qianxzie dismissed their teasing, but the playful tension lingered in the chat. 𝑌𝑁 watched the conversation unfold, feeling a mix of amusement and warmth from her friends' interactions. 𝑌𝑁 felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as she interacted with �₻𝙗. He told her to stop, but she playfully asked if he was her dad. �₻𝙗 responded with a warning, urging her not to start anything. 𝑌𝑁 wanted to share something important, but 𝙥𝙀𝙗 dismissed it, suggesting it might be foolish. Qianxzie chimed in, teasing 𝑌𝑁 about her tendency to say silly things. 𝑌𝑁 shot back, asking Qianxzie to be quiet, but he refused. Qianxzie continued to provoke her, claiming to have struck a nerve, while 𝑌𝑁 reminded him of his many rejections from Tachibana-san. Xifu couldn't help but laugh at the banter. 𝗬𝗬𝗫𝗫𝗫 noted that 𝑌𝑁 embodied the saying about girls being made of sarcasm and wine, which made everyone chuckle. Qianxzie, feeling left out, questioned his presence in the group, and 𝑌𝑁 teased him about not having a girlfriend. As the conversation continued, various members of their group logged online, and Baji called out to Qianxzie. Mikey quickly declared that 𝑌𝑁 was off-limits, which led to a playful argument about who had a crush on her. Qianxzie sarcastically claimed to have his own harem, but Kazutora rejected that notion, insisting he didn't admire someone like Qianxzie. The playful teasing continued, with Rindu and Mikey exchanging banter. 𝑌𝑁 felt a flutter in her stomach, enjoying the camaraderie among her friends. She stood up to prepare her noodles, and Mikey reminded her to send a picture. She apologized for forgetting, and 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 insisted she should share it. Mitsuya and Shifuyu supported her, praising her for being an angel. Ran expressed his disappointment at not being included in the angel conversation, but 𝑌𝑁 playfully pointed out his tendency to talk about inappropriate topics. The group continued to joke around, and when Mikey demanded an explanation for Ran's behavior, 𝑌𝑁 felt a chill run down her spine, sensing trouble. She began to explain a strange incident from the previous night involving Ran, who had unexpectedly called her. The group reacted with surprise, and 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 insisted on understanding why Ran often discussed such topics with 𝑌𝑁. As the conversation escalated, 𝑌𝑁 called for Ran to join them, and he humorously responded, teasing her back. The atmosphere was light-hearted, filled with laughter and playful jabs, until Hanma entered the chat, seeking 𝑌𝑁. The tension shifted as she realized she might be in trouble, leaving everyone curious about what would happen next. To be continued. Although she was a girl who didn't care much about relationships, she did have a type, which was quite different from what other students preferred. Some liked bad boys, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at the thought. She mused that if someone liked bad boys, they must want their entire life to be as chaotic as those boys were. In many fanfictions she had read, bad boys always ended up breaking hearts by being unfaithful. She preferred gamer guys, but she knew better than to be fooled by the idea. Dating a gamer meant they would have little time for her, and that would only lead to heartbreak. She heard some boys say they liked girls who didn't get jealous often. But she thought that if such a girl existed, they would likely question her feelings if she didn't show any signs of jealousy. It seemed foolish to her. Another boy claimed he liked girls who weren't annoying. She thought that girls wouldn't be annoying as long as he didn't annoy them first. It was frustrating to her that these boys had such unrealistic expectations. This was the third reason why she struggled to have a normal conversation with her type. She was picky and often judged people too quickly, but she didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings by speaking her mind. Sometimes she reflected on how unfair the world was. She was the type of person who would accept terrible food just to avoid hurting someone's feelings. Yet, some people hurt her feelings without a second thought, and it truly frustrated her. After a deep sigh, she finally arrived at her school's gate. As she prepared to plug her earphones in, she felt a firm grip on her arm pulling her back. She recognized the voice and turned to see a guy with crimson eyes and white hair, his bangs falling over his forehead. Once he released her arm, he shoved his hand into his pockets to retrieve his phone, while the other hand held a cigarette. Who was this guy, and why did his voice sound familiar? She raised an eyebrow, keeping her gaze fixed on him. He noticed her stare and shifted uncomfortably, his crimson eyes meeting her confused ones. He asked if she didn't know him, pointing at himself. She tilted her head, admitting that while she didn't know him, his voice was familiar. He sighed and leaned closer, introducing himself as 𝙤𝙤. She blinked in surprise, still not recognizing him. He clarified his full name, 𝙤𝙤𝗥𝗥𝗘𝗡𝗧𝗟. Silence fell between them, only to be broken moments later as they both felt a vein throbbing in their heads from the tension. He pointed an accusing finger at her, and she mirrored the gesture. They shouted simultaneously, drawing the attention of passing students who began to gossip. She felt a wave of annoyance wash over her at the thought of another rumor starting. Without hesitation, she turned to walk away, but he followed her. She told him to stop, calling him a darn dog. He apologized for what had happened last time, but she was still furious about it. Then she paused, considering the consequences of shouting about their past. If she raised her voice, it could lead to more rumors, and that would be incredibly annoying. With a deep sigh, she turned to face him, pointing her finger at him firmly, telling him not to follow her. He looked different from the last time she saw him. Previously, his ears had been adorned with multiple piercings, and his hair was styled in a way that fit his delinquent persona. Now, his hair was down, and he wore only one earring, which changed his appearance significantly. He pleaded with her to wait, placing a hand on her shoulder, causing her to turn and look at him, noticing he seemed out of breath. She thought he looked weak. He expressed his regret about what had happened before. She sarcastically asked if her punch had brought him back to his senses, adding that if it had, she would forgive him but still wanted him to leave her alone. He didn't let go of her shoulder, instead dragging her away while she protested. They arrived at the back of the gym building, and she crossed her arms, maintaining her distance from him. She demanded he spill the details. He agreed to be direct, but before he could continue, he suddenly knelt on the ground, making her uneasy. She thought that while she wanted an apology, this was a bit much. She wasn't some kind of deity. She urged him to stand up and rubbed his back, feeling a mix of annoyance and sympathy. He then revealed he had a favor to ask. She tilted her head, curious about the favor. He requested her help in tutoring him before the exam, which was in 3 days. He expressed his desire to pass, and she sighed deeply, asking for his reason. He explained that he didn't want to make his mother sad after what had happened last time. She was taken aback, realizing that he had hidden his delinquent status from her. The guilt in his eyes resonated with her, as she too wanted to make her parents proud. Reluctantly, she agreed to help him, noticing his eyes light up with hope. However, she warned him not to expect her to go easy on him, especially with the exam looming so close. You replied with a smirk, and he nodded, expressing his gratitude repeatedly until you both parted ways, heading in the direction of your respective homes. Once you closed your door, you flopped onto your bed. Turning on your phone, you felt a surge of curiosity and decided to ask the guys about their type. Although they were boys, you still wanted to engage in the conversation. It was better than nothing. 𝑌𝑁 is online. There had been a topic that weighed heavily on your mind, one you longed to discuss with your friends. You wanted to ask them about it, and you wished they would ask you too, hoping to quell your curiosity. However, the challenge was that you didn't have many friends at school, and you were quite selective. No one could blame you, especially after being betrayed just 2 days prior. The wall you built to protect yourself from others had only grown stronger. Yet there was something peculiar. Whenever you chatted with your friends online, that wall seemed to weaken and gradually fade away. Back to the topic that had everyone buzzing at school. Yes, you desperately wanted to talk about it with your girlfriends, but 2 things held you back. The question was simple yet profound. What's your type? Mikey called out to you, excitedly greeting you in the evening. Ran chimed in, asking about his own status. Mikey playfully questioned who Ran was calling babe, leading to a light-hearted exchange among the group. They teased each other, with 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 expressing his annoyance at the conversation, while others joined in with their own playful jabs. You bit your lower lip, inhaling deeply as the group continued to banter. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 questioned the group chat's atmosphere, and Ran insisted it was fun. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, however, disagreed, finding it annoying. The playful back and forth continued, with Qianxzie trying to get everyone's attention with a question of his own. Finally, you gathered your courage. You decided to ask the question that had been on your mind. With a deep breath, you typed, "What's your type?" The moment you pressed send, you felt a rush of anxiety, your heart racing in anticipation. A few seconds later, your phone buzzed with responses. Mikey mentioned that he liked people with big eyes, while 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 preferred those who weren't annoying. 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗄 defended Emma, and 𝗪𝗪𝗪 expressed a desire for someone who would find comfort in resting on his lap. Kazutora joked about food preferences, and Mitsuya shared his thoughts on being open to all kinds of eaters. Baji simply wanted someone who loved him in return, while Ran admitted he liked those who would follow his lead. You couldn't help but smile at the lively conversation. Then Smiley turned the question back to you, asking what your type was. The simplicity of the question made your heart race even faster. You felt your cheeks flush as you imagined the person you liked in various outfits. Hesitantly, you began to type, but you hesitated, unsure of how to finish your thought. After a moment, you decided to share your admiration for those who had the courage to wear maid outfits and cat ears. As soon as you hit send, you threw your phone across the bed, overwhelmed by embarrassment. You turned away, covering your eyes, feeling the heat rise in your cheeks. Minutes passed without a response, and you nervously checked your phone, only to see that everyone had read your message. Panic set in as you worried they would find you strange and stop talking to you altogether. Just as you were about to spiral into self-doubt, Your phone pinged with a new message, making your heart race even more. 𝙤𝙩's's response caught you off guard, leaving you feeling even more flustered. You couldn't believe you had shared that part of yourself, and you felt like a tomato, embarrassed and overwhelmed. Hold up. Is that 𝙤𝙩'𝙨? 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 confirmed his presence. 𝗙𝗪𝗼 expressed his confusion with a series of gestures. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 responded dismissively, while 𝗙𝗪𝗼 questioned if something was wrong with 𝙤𝙩's's keyboard. 𝗙𝗪𝗼 clarified that the issue was not with the keyboard but with 𝙤𝙩's's brain. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 retaliated with a frustrated remark, and 𝗠𝙩'𝙨 chimed in, finding humor in the situation. �smiley added to the laughter, and 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 told them all to be quiet. Mikey admitted he found the situation amusing, and 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 continued to express his annoyance. Ran called 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 a dumbass, to which 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 retorted with a harsh comment. Mikey then wondered aloud why Ken was acting strangely. �smiley commented on Ken's demeanor, and Emma pointed out that 𝑦N was the cause of it. Mitsuya reminded everyone that 𝑦N had something to show them. 𝑦N hesitated, and 𝗠𝙩'𝙯 interrupted, suggesting it wasn't 𝑦N. Mikey playfully questioned if he could see 𝑦N, while 𝗙𝗪𝗼 and Ran joined in with their own teasing remarks. Mitsuya professed his affection, which prompted mixed reactions. 𝗠𝙯'𝙯 expressed his disbelief at what his friends saw in 𝑦N. Ran noted that 𝑦N had yet to send a picture, and everyone agreed to it. 𝑦N reluctantly sent an attachment, and Ran complimented 𝑦N's appearance. Mikey called 𝑦N cute, and �smiley expressed surprise at the positive response. Kisaki accused 𝑦N of stealing his meme, to which 𝑦N shot back with a witty remark. 𝙤𝙩'𝙯 found the exchange amusing, while 𝗙𝗪𝗼 and �smiley continued to banter. 𝙤𝙩'𝙯 expressed his frustration at the ongoing teasing, but 𝗙𝗪𝗼 and �smiley refused to back down. 𝙤𝙩'𝙯 declared his intent to retaliate, claiming he would take action against them. Suddenly, 𝗠𝗜𝗦 entered the chat, greeting everyone with enthusiasm. In another scene, 𝑦N was called by a friend to play outside. Despite wanting to study, 𝑦N eventually decided to join. After putting on a coat and scarf, 𝑦N went downstairs to find their parents. They acknowledged the friend waiting outside and rushed out to meet him. They sat on swings, enjoying the beauty of autumn leaves falling around them. 𝑦N's friend encouraged 𝑦N to spend more time with friends, but 𝑦N expressed fear of getting hurt from close relationships. 𝑦N's friend reassured them, emphasizing that not everyone would cause pain. 𝑦N felt a warmth from the friend's touch, realizing the depth of their bond. Childhood memories flooded back, filled with trust and companionship. 𝑦N reflected on their introverted nature and how meeting this friend changed everything. They felt a flutter in their heart, realizing it was love. Suddenly, 𝑦N's world turned dark as they witnessed a house engulfed in flames. 𝑦N's friend's parents were outside, distraught, while firefighters searched for him. Panic set in, and 𝑦N struggled to comprehend the situation. Their father comforted them, urging them to trust the professionals. The doctor's words about the time of the incident shattered 𝑦N, leaving them in tears outside the operation room, feeling helpless and lost. He crouched to her level and gave her a hug. Ever since that day, she had distanced herself even more from people. Whenever they tried to get close, she would shut them out, not wanting to experience that pain again. The less she cared, the less stress she felt. But then Lynette came into her life, her first girl best friend, the person she trusted. Lynette was everything. She wasn't noisy, flirtatious, and expressive, while she was quiet and reserved. She excelled in her studies, while Lynette only managed to keep up by copying her answers. Despite their differences, Lynette became her best friend, but that was no longer the case. Waking up to her alarm, she jolted up and followed her usual routine to prepare for school. As she tied her hair in front of the mirror, she left a note on the table. "The pancakes were delicious, Mom. Love you." Opening the door, she rushed outside and waited for a taxi. As she opened her phone to tell the driver her school's location, she noticed a flurry of messages in the group chat, and a smile spread across her face. Coco announced that they were all broke, which sparked a playful argument among her friends. Ran and 𝗠𝙯'𝙯 chimed in, teasing each other, while Mikey greeted her in his usual manner. 𝗖𝙗𝙗 joined the conversation, and Coco quickly turned the attention back to her, asking if she was rich. When she assured them she wasn't broke, Coco declared them friends, calling her cute, which led to Ran jokingly defending her. As the banter continued, Baji insisted that she wasn't meeting anyone until he saw her in person, while Shifuyu teased him about his ability to read. The playful insults flew back and forth, creating a lively atmosphere. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 joined the chat, expressing his annoyance at Mikey for sending an embarrassing picture. Mikey complained about not getting dorayaki, which made her feel a warmth in her cheeks. She bit her lower lip, feeling flattered, as Mikey insisted he wanted to see her now. She clutched her hands to her chest, questioning if it could be a coincidence that he wanted to see her. Just then she realized she had to get off the taxi. As she smiled and turned off her phone, she paid the driver, who returned her smile. Usually, she didn't smile at others much, but her internet friends had a way of breaking down her walls. However, once she closed the taxi door, her defenses were back up. Walking forward, she felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. Picking it up, she placed it beside her ear and answered, curious about the caller. "Hello. Your voice is soothing," came the reply. This wasn't Ran. "Who is this?" she asked. "Oops, sorry. It's me, Hajime Kokonoi, Coco for short." "Oh, that rich guy?" she smirked, hearing him scoff on the other end. "Yeah, anyway, mind sharing your address?" "No. You sound like a creep right now." "Well, sorry about that, and about your number." "It's okay, you're not the first to do this." "I'm not." "Yep." "Who then?" She bit her lower lip again, hesitating before responding. "Just some pervert." "Should I calm down after hearing that?" She chuckled. "Depends on you. All you need to know is I'm safe." Later, the call with Coco lingered in her mind, filled with questions. When would he call back? Were they friends now? What did he look like? Entering her classroom, her good mood faded as she noticed some female seniors glaring at her as if she were a bug to be squashed. "Heard you bullied our precious little junior," the tall girl exclaimed, pushing her shoulder with a smirk. Keeping her head low, she felt the tension rise. "I'm speaking to you," the girl shouted, prompting her to raise her head and look at her with a blank expression. She pointed at the girl's teeth and said, "There's something stuck between your teeth." She had claimed it was a lie, but the way she fumbled to retrieve her mirror from her pocket was amusing, her embarrassment evident on her face. With a smirk, you began to walk away, but suddenly felt a strong grip pulling you back. She exclaimed in frustration, expressing her anger at being embarrassed. Just as she raised her hand, ready to strike, the entire class fell silent. A hand grasped her wrist firmly, preventing her from completing the motion and stifling her startled reaction. You turned to see a man behind her, his intense gaze seeming to pierce through her smaller form. His dark purple eyes and white undercut, along with the soft jingle of his earrings as he moved, made it clear that the one who intervened was none other than the campus president, 𝗖𝙩'𝙨. He addressed her with a tone laced with coldness and authority, questioning how she could dare to strike a student while he held the position of president at the school. Mikey wondered if 𝙤𝙩 was talking about pets. As 𝙤𝙩 scrolled through social media while waiting for food to finish in the microwave, the clock read 9:26 a.m. After taking a bath, washing the dishes, and cleaning the house, all that was left was to eat. An interesting picture caught 𝙤𝙩's attention, prompting a smile and the decision to share it with the group. When the microwave beeped, signaling the food was ready, 𝙤𝙩 took it out and began to eat while still holding the phone. Smiley asked if anyone was available, teasing 𝙤𝙩 with a playful nickname and suggesting they forget about it. 𝙤𝙩 responded with curiosity, and Smiley playfully declined. 𝙤𝙩 joined the conversation, expressing annoyance at the early morning noise. 𝙤𝙩 teased back, and 𝙤𝙩 jokingly suggested that Emma might be interested. Emma then joined the chat, greeting everyone enthusiastically and expressing shock at 𝙤𝙩's earlier comment. 𝙤𝙩 inquired if 𝙤 and Emma were close, to which 𝙤𝙩 confirmed that Mikey had introduced them and described Emma as sweet. 𝙤𝙩 reassured everyone of his straight orientation and urged 𝙤𝙩 to stop teasing. Mikey and several others came online, and Mikey greeted everyone. Shifuyu mentioned having a picture to share, and Ran expressed interest, jokingly hoping it wasn't inappropriate. Rindu humorously claimed he would rather not see it, leading to playful banter among the group. As the conversation continued, 𝗠 reflected on a boy seen on the street, contemplating whether they would still hug him despite not knowing who he was. In a separate scene, 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 checked on 𝗠 in the infirmary, cupping their cheek and asking if they were hurt. 𝗠 shook their head, reassuring him. 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 smiled and patted 𝗠's head, reminding them that class would start soon. 𝗠 picked up their bag and thanked 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 before leaving the infirmary with 𝗠𝗫𝗫𝗪. 𝗠 mentioned a girl, and 𝗠𝗫𝗫𝗪 acknowledged knowing who she was, opening his phone to check a group chat that featured the same person in a photo. You knew who had told the seniors about you supposedly bullying someone, even though you never did. You preferred not to disturb others unless they bothered you first. With a sigh, you walked to your desk and opened your textbook, preparing to read. Suddenly, a cry interrupted you, clearly fake. You glanced outside and saw Lynette faking her distress while surrounded by a group of boys. Unable to hear what she was saying, you shrugged and returned to your reading. A voice broke through your focus, and you raised your head to see one of the boys from Lynette's group. Not wanting to deal with any nonsense first thing in the morning, you ignored him, plugging in your earphones and blasting rock music. Though you could hear faint shouting from him, you chose to ignore it until he slammed his hands on your desk and yanked your earphones off. Your eyes widened as you watched your beloved earphones being thrown out the window. You rushed to the window, only to see them lying on the ground. No, actually, they had landed in the fish tank. Frustration bubbled within you as you clenched your fists and bit your lip. With your attention captured, he shouted at you to listen. Grabbing a handful of your hair, he pulled you closer, but you remained still, processing what had just happened. Even your parents knew how much you loved music. Whenever you cleaned, you played music. When you studied or read, you played music. When you cooked, you played music. And when you couldn't sleep, you played music. You had a constant need to listen to music. The boy shouted again, demanding if you were even listening to him while pulling your hair. You glanced over to see Lynette smirking at you. Thinking so highly of yourself, are we? Just because you're the smartest in the class doesn't mean you can flirt with any boy you want. A rumor had spread, and you realized Lynette was behind it. Just as you were about to retaliate, the classroom door swung open to reveal a girl with long blonde hair and green eyes. Wasn't she the girl who was almost targeted earlier? She assessed the situation, noticing the boy's hand on your collar and your fist poised to strike. With a deep sigh, she ignored you and walked to her desk. If you have time to punch each other, why not use that time to study? She said, drawing everyone's attention, including yours and Lynette's. Another boy approached her, glaring as he leaned on her desk. What do you think you are, our mom? Fortunately, I'm not, she replied, standing up and walking toward Lynette. The blonde girl grabbed Lynette's hand and began to pull her away, despite Lynette's attempts to break free. What was going on? Before they could shut the door, the girl shot you a cold glare. Class continued, and thankfully, the teacher didn't address the earlier commotion. Charlotte, the new girl, was seated 2 desks away from you, and you were grateful for the distance. No matter how many times you looked at her, you couldn't shake the feeling that she was trouble. You took notes while listening to the teacher, but your mood soured as you remembered what had happened to your earphones. 2 years. Those earphones had been with you for 2 years, and they were ruined by someone else's actions. If it hadn't been for Charlotte, you would have confronted that boy, but something about the situation puzzled you. What was the relationship between Lynette and Charlotte? Given how Lynette had complained to Charlotte while being dragged away, perhaps they were friends? You shrugged it off, sighing deeply, wishing for the school day to end quickly. 15 minutes later, the school bell rang, and everyone began to leave the classroom, leaving you alone to admire the way the trees swayed in the wind. Boo! You jumped in your seat and turned to see a smiling Raku. Raku, I swear, you sighed, rubbing your forehead. Did I startle you? No, you didn't, you replied sarcastically, rolling your eyes. Wanna eat with me? No. But why? We're not close. Do you need to be close to eat with someone? Yes. A long silence followed before he scoffed and sat down in front of you. Are you okay? No, I'm 𝗠. Funny. Shut it. What are you doing here? Remember the tutoring? Yeah, what a nightmare. Sweet words, YN. Talking with Raku actually helped you feel better about your earphones. He left when the bell rang, signaling that students should return to their classrooms. Your worry about your earphones was replaced by another thought. You felt comfortable with your friends online, but why couldn't you befriend Raku like you did with the guys? Was it because of what had happened last time? Was it strange to find online friends more interesting than those in the real world? The headphones were impressive, amplifying sound to the point where the barking dogs outside went unnoticed. Suddenly, a wave of realization hit. Rushing to the window, you spotted the president, a warm smile on his face, waving at you. Confusion washed over you. What was he doing here? He called out, expressing his desire to go out on a date. You felt a pang of guilt as you replied that you needed to study. He insisted, wanting to spend time with you right then. After a moment of hesitation, you sighed and walked to the door, putting on your bathrobe to cover your clothes before opening it for him. He entered, and you could feel his gaze exploring your home. He remarked that the place felt welcoming, and your heart raced at his compliment. When he suggested you call him 𝙤𝙨, you hesitated, feeling it was a bit too informal. His smile grew as he leaned closer, playfully encouraging you to come up with a nickname. Overwhelmed by shyness, you suggested, and he nodded, clearly pleased. Curiosity got the better of you, and you asked how he found your address. He explained that he knew the area well, mentioning a past love who had lived nearby. The mention of lost connections stirred memories of your own childhood friend, and you quickly shook off the thought, feeling a mix of shame and paranoia. You smiled, deciding to embrace the moment and agreed to go on the date. As you walked through the park with 𝙤𝙨, you found yourselves drawn into a shop filled with adorable hoodies. He instructed you to wait but then changed his mind and pulled you inside. You admired the various animal-themed hoodies, wishing you could buy them all. Suddenly, you realized 𝙤𝙨 was no longer beside you, and unease crept in as you felt the eyes of other shoppers on you. Just as a woman approached, you felt a familiar grip on your hand, and 𝙤𝙨 led you to the cashier. To your surprise, he paid for a new hoodie before guiding you to the changing room. Now wearing matching hoodies and holding hands, the date felt different than you had anticipated. You longed for a more casual outing, feeling a bit overwhelmed. When he asked if you were okay, you admitted that you weren't very social. He affectionately ruffled your hair, and despite the mess, you found comfort in his touch. As you looked up at him, his expression shifted to seriousness as he noticed something behind you. Before you could react, he pulled you away and covered your eyes, urging you to trust him as you both darted into a narrow corner. His body pressed against yours, making it hard to breathe. You protested, but he silenced you, focused on what was happening outside. Feeling trapped, you struggled to get his attention until he finally released your mouth, apologizing for the scare. He explained that he had skipped a meeting and that Kikucho and the others were nearby. Frustration bubbled within you, but you reminded yourself that it was his responsibility to handle his obligations. You suggested finishing the date first, allowing him to address his issues later. You spoke while rubbing your head, and he nodded in response. Initially, you and 𝙤𝙨 decided to visit a cafe that served one of your favorite sweets. Thankfully, he paid for it without giving you a chance to thank him. Next, you tried various rides, and with only 5 left, you both were puzzled about which one to choose first. You tilted your head to the side, resting your hand on your chin while the other held the map, wondering aloud which ride to tackle first. 𝙤𝙨 chuckled, causing you to blink in surprise. You released your chin and looked at him, curious about his amusement. He suggested a playful idea, teasingly inviting you to join him on a ride. To be continued. You were walking outside the gate, your hands rummaging through your bag for your earphones, when a wave of disappointment washed over you as you recalled what had just happened. What a fun life. Suddenly, you heard 𝙤𝙨 calling out to you. He was running toward you, and when he reached you, he asked if you wanted to walk home together. You hesitated for a moment, but he quickly intertwined your arm with his, and you found yourself walking side by side. As you made your way home in silence, 𝙤𝙨 broke the quiet. He mentioned that he never saw you going out with your friends. You replied that it was hard to go out when you didn't have any friends to go out with. You noticed him chuckle softly and, from the corner of your eye, saw him pulling something from his pocket. He held out his phone, suggesting you exchange numbers. You shrugged and took out your phone to share your number before you both went your separate ways. As you approached your house, a smile spread across your face. Finally, you could talk with the boys. You rushed to your door and twisted the doorknob open. You called out that you were home, but your voice trailed off when you spotted a letter on the table. Moving closer, you noticed the unfamiliar handwriting. The note read, "There's a surprise in your room." Blinking in surprise, you set your bag down and dashed to your room. There, on your bed, you found a pair of headphones. The note continued, "Heard from a certain person that someone broke your precious earphones, so I bought you headphones. Cheer up. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. Stunned by your friend's unexpected gift, a flood of questions filled your mind. Who had placed the gift on your bed? How did he know your address? Where were your parents while he snuck into your room? Did he really just come in uninvited? You rubbed your temples, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. Sitting on your bed, you removed your uniform until you were just in your camisole and shorts, then laid back, admiring the headphones he had given you. He chose black. Could it be that he knew your favorite color too? Your eyes blinked in surprise when you noticed a piece of paper resting on top of the headphones. Hesitantly, you opened it, and your eyes widened as you read the words. "Yes, I'm the one who put it in your bed. Nice room, winky face. I asked Ran, and I was surprised at how he knew your address. I told your parents I'm your boyfriend. No, I didn't barge in. Yes, I know your favorite color by connecting the dots about how aloof you are in the real world." You couldn't believe it. How could your parents have believed him so easily? Letting a stranger into your room when you were a girl? It was infuriating. You gritted your teeth and searched for Coco's number. He picked up almost immediately. You started to ask how he had managed to do all this, but he interrupted, asking how school was. You replied with a flat, "No," and he teased you about your response. You felt the urge to express your frustration but knew you owed him for the headphones. Reluctantly, you thanked him. He responded playfully, asking you to make it sound more enthusiastic. You shot back with a cold remark, feeling the heat of irritation rise within you. He chuckled, which only made you angrier. Curious about the cost of the headphones, you asked him how much they were. He replied that you didn't need to worry about it, and when you pressed him for a reason, a long silence fell over the call, during which you could hear your own heartbeat. Finally, he said goodnight and hung up, leaving you exasperated. It wasn't even night yet. Did you try writing 𝙤𝙨? Are you home? Are you alone? Is the date done? You were now inside your home, lying on the sofa lazily while your feet ached from walking. Dating 𝙤𝙨 was exhausting. He had literally dragged you around like a child. You inhaled the pillows and felt satisfied by the nostalgic scent of home. Suddenly, memories of 𝙤𝙨's words returned to you, causing your cheeks to flush red. He had smirked and asked if you wanted to ride with him. The map you were holding slipped from your grip as you stared at him, shocked. Your mouth opened slightly, and you felt warmth rising to your face. Not even finishing your thoughts, 𝙤𝙨 burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. You gritted your teeth in embarrassment, watching as tears of laughter formed in his eyes. You shouted at him, demanding if he was mocking you, but that only made him laugh harder. You felt your frustration boil over, exclaiming that he could forget it. "I'm sorry, okay?" he managed to say between laughs. You pouted, your cheeks still flushed. Unable to handle the embarrassment any longer, you turned and began to walk away. "Hey, wait. I'm sorry," he called after you, still chuckling. You shot back that he should laugh until he ran out of breath, but then you felt his hand wrap around your wrist. "I'm really sorry," he insisted. "You don't mean it," you replied. "Taylor Swift," he joked. You told him to shut up, but he continued, trying to suppress his laughter. "Right?" You rolled your eyes sarcastically and tried to walk away again. Suddenly, you felt a drop on your nose and looked up to see dark, murky clouds gathering. "It's about to rain," you said, and he stopped laughing, looking up to confirm. He nodded, seriousness replacing his earlier amusement. "What should we do?" he asked. "Go home, obviously," you replied coldly, still annoyed with him. "Okay, let's go to a hotel," he suggested. You were taken aback, asking why you should hold your ball. "Forget it. What do you mean going to a hotel? You questioned. That we're going to a hotel, he clarified. We're literally minors, you exclaimed. He seemed to say something again but closed his mouth, shaking his head slowly while giving you a warm smile that felt different, as if he was hiding something. You're right, I'll drive you home, 𝗠𝗏. After a ride filled with mockery, bickering, and laughter, you finally arrived home, feeling exhausted. I thought it was a date, but he made me explore the whole park, you groaned, rising to charge your phone. To your surprise, the battery wasn't low, so you decided to chat with the boys before charging it. 𝗠𝗏 is online. Sup, my best friends? Drake and no. Smiley, who exactly? Rindu, shut up and don't chat with us. Actually, I wasn't about to talk to you guys. Draken, excuses. Smiley, oh? Rindu, admit defeat, 𝗠𝗏. You wanted to talk to Kisaki. You smirked at the thought of teasing him, even though you sensed something off about him. Still, you felt the urge to mess with him until he snapped. Just imagining his annoyed face was enough to hold back your laughter. At Kisaki. Kisaki, what do you want? 𝗠𝗏. Kisaki, I swear if you don't shut up, I'll deal with you myself. You can't even kill an ant. Kisaki, excuse me? You're excused. Now please proceed to the door. Kisaki, forget you. 𝗠𝗏. Mitsuya, 𝗠𝗏, I have a question. Ask away, babe. Mikey, what? Ran, huh? 𝗙𝗩𝗫, who are you calling babe? Mitsuya, you just got online, did something happen? Although you wanted to share what happened, something deep down told you not to tell them. Could it be that you didn't trust the guy? You loved these guys. They were the only ones who could make your heart flutter. Whenever you texted them, overwhelming emotions filled you. 𝗠𝗏, nothing, are you worried? Mitsuya, a lot. 𝗠𝗏, Mitsuya. Mikey, okay, let's cut that. Ran, agreed. Coco, evening, 𝗠𝗏. 𝗠𝗏, I need to talk to you. I swear if you hang up again. Coco, easy, love, fine. Mikey, you even exchanged numbers with him? 𝗠𝗏, well, he did the same thing with Ran. He took my number without my consent. Mikey, I don't care, since two of the boys already know, send it here, please, 𝗠𝗏. A shiver ran down your spine when he didn't say, chin. With no choice, you sighed and started typing your number. Ran, it's not just that, Mikey. Someone else has 𝗠𝗏's number. You stopped typing and waited for him to respond. Mikey, who's the other one? Rindu went offline. Mitsuya? 𝗙𝗩𝗫, hold up. Shifuyu, hold. Mikey, could it be? Rindu? But why would he have my number? We bicker every time, we don't get along. Ren, no, it's not what you think. Rindu just needed some air. 𝗙𝗩𝗫, and how did you know? 𝗠𝗏, they're brothers, 𝗙𝗩𝗫. Ran, I was busy checking your account, baby. I'm sorry, I was curious, and I found out you actually read manhwas and mangas? Some are pretty popular and not really appropriate for your age. I thought you were innocent. Coco, honestly I did too. When I saw your face, I never thought you knew so much about that. Kisaki, disgusting. 𝗠𝗏, yeah, like your face. And you too. Don't stop stalking me. Shifuyu, face with tears of joy. Takemaki, can I be honest? Everyone, sure. Takemaki, I'm not sorry. Mikey, you have no reason to be. 𝗠𝗏, I know no one asked, but Rindu really needs to stop being such a baby. If he wants to talk, he needs to stop being afraid and face me. Rindu is online. Ren, oh boy. 𝗙𝗩𝗫, oh no. Mikey, I'll pray for your safety, 𝗠𝗏. 𝗠𝗏, what? Aren't you going to back me up? Mikey, while I'm sulking. No, drop your phone number first. 𝗠𝗏, Smiley? Smiley, who's Smiley? I'm 𝗠𝗏𝗧. You sighed deeply, the smile still lingering on your face. One thing you knew about the boys was that they were like a drag. It seemed strange, but it was true. They were addictive to talk to, making you forget your problems. Just a simple hi from them could lift your spirits, and right now, you were grinning from ear to ear, laughing silently until you felt a slight gagging sensation. What puzzled you was their betrayal, but it was a fun kind of betrayal. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed through your room, interrupting your thoughts. Another knock followed, and your happy mood was replaced by a racing heart filled with fear. Was it 𝙤𝙩𝙨? Your parents would be back in 2 days. You hoped it wasn't. You hesitantly walked to the door and opened it slowly. The moment you saw the boy standing there, a chill ran through your body. Blood dripped from his mouth, and his arms were covered in wounds. However, one detail caught your attention. His face was oddly familiar, with curly blue hair that stirred a memory. "Hey, do you know which way is the hospital?" the blue-haired boy asked, adjusting the weight of the taller boy he was supporting. Even though you didn't know them, there was something about their eyes that made you feel you could trust them. The bleeding boy had purple and blonde streaks in his hair, and you couldn't help but notice the stick of a lollipop still in his mouth. He managed to keep it during a fight? "Come in," you said, and they entered. The blue-haired boy carefully placed the taller one on the couch, who groaned in pain. You quickly grabbed the medical kit and handed it to the blue-haired boy. He smiled at you, though his face still showed signs of anger. "I'm 𝙤𝙤𝙨, but you can call me Angry. Thanks for this. We'll leave immediately." He paused, pointing at the boy on the couch. "His name is 𝙤𝙩𝙨. Now you understood why you felt you could trust him, and that familiar hair of his made it all the clearer. Meanwhile, Smiley lay on his bed, his signature smile fading for a brief moment. "Why do I feel like I forgot something?" he mumbled, letting go of his phone. He struggled to remember but eventually shrugged it off, recalling your texts. "If I forgot about it, maybe it's not that important." After applying some ointment to 𝙤𝙨, Angry said he needed to contact his brother, as they were supposed to be on this mission together, but he had forgotten. You were busy wrapping bandages around 𝙤𝙨's arm when he suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed your hand. Before you could react, he flipped your positions, leaving you on the couch with him hovering above you. His left knee brushed between your thighs, sending a shiver down your spine. His face was so close to yours that it created a tense atmosphere. "Wait, snap out of it. Who are you?" he mumbled in a low, confused voice, though there was an edge of interrogation in it. You fought the urge to shout at him for treating you this way after you had taken care of him. The closeness made your heart race, and you felt your cheeks flush. "I said, who are you?" he repeated, his voice low but demanding. "Hey, 𝙤𝙩𝙨. Thank you so much, but we need to go. Holy cow. Close the door if you want to be alone." Suya's voice boomed across the living room, and in an instant, you and 𝙤𝙨 were apart. As he pulled back, he winced from the pain in his arm. You tried to approach him, but your heart sank when he aggressively pushed your hand away, his purple eyes piercing through yours. "Hey, 𝙤𝙩 was the one who treated you, you know," Angry shouted, and that's when 𝙤𝙨 blinked and turned to face you properly. His eyes widened as he recognized your face, guilt washing over him for pushing you away after you had cared for him. No one could blame him. After days of fighting, he was exhausted and struggling to focus. He thought about how 𝙤𝙩 would react if he found out he had hurt a girl. He took a deep breath, ensuring his tone was more polite this time. "Thank you, and I'm sorry for my behavior." When you accepted his apology, he promised he would make it up to you someday, leaving you wondering how exactly he planned to do that. "Again, thanks for the help, 𝙤𝙩𝙨, Angry said as he opened the door. 𝙤𝙨 stood in front of the door, his back to you, leaving you confused about whether he needed something else. He took a deep breath when the door closed and turned to you. "𝙤𝙩? Yes. 𝙤𝙩𝙨. I see. Here." He pulled out his phone, showing you his contact information. You blinked in confusion. "What? Let's go out someday. Maybe there's a place you want to go. I'll take you on a date to make it up to you." He smiled, and you returned the gesture as you took his number. "𝙤𝙨!" Angry shouted, and 𝙤𝙨 turned to walk toward the door. Just as he stepped forward, he paused. "Did you forget something?" you asked, moving closer to him. "Actually, yes." He replied and turned his foot around, and the next thing that happened was 2 pairs of lips softly colliding on top of your head. He smiled before leaving, closing the door behind him, leaving you frozen in place. "What?" The ray of sunshine tickling your nose through the glass windows made your eyes open. You rose from your bed and rubbed your eyes sleepily. Pulling your phone out of the charger, you noticed you were 3 minutes early for your alarm. As you began to get ready for school, The memory of your parents returning home today washed over you. Dinner would be special tonight. You smiled at the thought of finally having a meal with just the three of you. A quick shower, you changed into your school uniform and had breakfast before rushing to the door. As you twisted the knob open, you inhaled deeply but noticed a different smell. Looking to the left, you saw that the house that had been unoccupied for 2 years now had a sticker on the door that read, "Sold." A new neighbor? I wonder who it is. You shrugged and dashed away again. Arriving at the entrance, you stopped at your locker to pick out your indoor shoes and put them on. 𝙤𝙨 waved at you, and you suddenly felt a chill, unsure if it was from embarrassment or anger. One thing was clear: you were too uncomfortable to meet the president's gaze. Nodding slowly, you began to walk past him, but he held your shoulder, pulling you back until your back hit his chest. Was he avoiding you? He whispered in your ear, and you bit your lower lip, pushing him away. You thought he should understand the message. As you walked away, he followed you. Were you still mad about yesterday? Then why were you avoiding him? No reason. Silence enveloped the two of you as you walked down the hall. Other students couldn't help but notice you together, some wondering if you were a couple, which irritated you. The last time you checked, 𝙤𝙨 was the president, and he should act like one in front of you. You had heard a lot about 𝙤𝙨. He was strict, especially about students fighting, and you appreciated that about him. Yet here he was, following you like a lost puppy. Were those two a thing? A female voice whispered, and you clenched your fists. No, we're just friends. �YN paused in front of the classroom door, turning to face 𝙤𝙨, who wore a persistent smile. It was undeniably cute, but that wasn't the point. She asked him what he wanted, and he responded by pulling out his phone, clearly indicating his intentions. �YN firmly stated that she wouldn't unblock him. 𝙤𝙨 insisted that he wouldn't stop bothering her until she did. With a sigh of defeat, she unblocked him, and he thanked her with a cheerful tone. Just as she was about to express her frustration at his behavior, he leaned in and gently kissed the side of her lips, leaving her utterly speechless and momentarily frozen in shock. With a gleeful farewell, he dashed back to 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, who had been observing the entire interaction. �YN instinctively touched the spot where he had kissed her, feeling her heart race. As she opened the classroom door, she was met with the excited squeals of her female classmates, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Confused, she asked what was happening, her mind racing with the possibility that they had witnessed her encounter with 𝙤𝙨. One girl, whom �YN had previously helped, approached her with arms crossed, questioning her bewildered expression. �YN inquired again about what was going on. The girl revealed that there had been an announcement earlier, which caught the attention of the other girls, who rushed toward �YN, shaking her shoulders in excitement. They exclaimed that the famous 𝙤𝙨 brothers were visiting their school and would be stopping by their class. The classroom buzzed with energy as the girls hurried to apply makeup and enhance their appearances. �YN, however, was aware of Rant's flirtatious nature and felt reluctant to join in their preparations. It wasn't that she didn't want to, she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. To be continued. The 𝙤𝙨 brothers were strangers, and you felt the need to understand them better before attempting to prove yourself. You sighed deeply while sitting at your desk, your elbow resting on the surface as you gazed out the window, pondering what their purpose was for being there. Your thoughts were interrupted when a hand landed on your desk, prompting you to lift your head and meet Charlotte's piercing green eyes. She demanded to know if you were going to tutor Rakuku, and you nodded in response. She expressed her disapproval, insisting that she didn't want you to tutor him. You questioned whether you looked like someone who would want to torment a guy who had nearly assaulted you. Charlotte insisted that Rakuku wasn't interested in girls, leading you to wonder if that meant he was gay. Her anger flared, and she raised her hand as if to slap you, but you quickly grabbed her wrist and slammed it down onto the desk, drawing the attention of the entire class. Despite her anger, you couldn't understand why she was acting this way toward you. You had helped her, yet she responded with aggression. You pondered whether she craved attention or perhaps wanted to provoke you. You attempted to explain that you had helped her, but she interrupted, asking who had asked for your help. You mumbled that no one had, and she continued to berate you, insisting you stay away from people who hadn't asked for your assistance. Frustrated, you grabbed her neck, and she began to cough for air. Not wanting to let go, you lifted her off the ground as she struggled to kick you. A female voice shouted for you to stop, and others began to echo her plea. You held her in midair, consumed by anger, when another hand struck your cheek. You turned to see Lynette, visibly shaken, knowing the gravity of the situation. She pleaded for you to release Charlotte, but you questioned why you should comply. Charlotte let out a shriek, but you remained unfazed. You were aware of your impulsive nature, a trait that often led to negative consequences for both yourself and those around you. You felt justified in your actions, believing that people often pushed your limits and enjoyed testing your patience. Students from neighboring classrooms began to gather, peeking through the doors and windows to witness the scene. They called for you to let go, arguing that Charlotte hadn't done anything to deserve such treatment. Their comments stung, and your anger flared further. Eventually, you released Charlotte, but not gently. You threw her to the floor, and the sound of her body hitting the ground echoed in the room. Lynette rushed to her side, rubbing her back as Charlotte coughed and held her neck. Lynette's tears fell as she questioned how you could act that way, and whispers of disapproval filled the classroom. You gritted your teeth, contemplating revealing Charlotte's true nature, but decided against it, knowing it wasn't worth the trouble. Just then, a male voice interrupted, announcing that the student council was calling for you. You didn't respond. Instead, you walked toward the door with your head hung low. The comments from your classmates followed you, mocking your shame and questioning your intelligence. 15 minutes earlier, a boy with bouncing black hair chuckled at the sight of 𝙤𝙨 lounging on a crimson couch with his legs apart. Another guy remarked on the unexpectedness of the situation. 𝙤𝙨, however, was less amused and questioned their presence. Kikucho returned with tea and placed it in front of 𝙤𝙨, prompting the boys to express their desire to visit a friend. Before they could continue, a student burst through the door, panicking and interrupting their conversation. She quickly apologized, her embarrassment evident. 𝙤𝙨's cold demeanor intensified as he inquired about the commotion. The student stammered that 𝙤𝗏 had just strangled a new student, Charlotte George. 𝙤𝙨's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined 𝙤𝗏, usually calm and collected, could act out in such a way. He demanded the student to fetch 𝙤𝗏, his anger palpable. As she hurried off, 𝙤𝗏 stood outside the student council's door, fists clenched in frustration over the gossip surrounding her earlier actions. She felt ready to explode but wanted to avoid further trouble. Just as she reached for the doorknob, it twisted open, revealing a familiar figure with long black hair tipped in blonde. Her heart raced as she recognized him, and panic set in. She wanted to run, but her legs felt frozen. He noticed her presence, his lavender eyes widening in surprise. In a moment of instinct, she turned to flee, but he swiftly shut the door and pulled her close, nuzzling his nose against her neck, causing her knees to weaken. He greeted her warmly, and to her shock, he playfully nipped at her ear. Meanwhile, 𝙤𝙨 sipped his tea, turning his attention to Rindu, who sat across from him, visibly annoyed. 𝙤𝙨 inquired about their true reason for being there. Rindu scowled, expressing his frustration about a girl their group had been dealing with, one that his brother had added to their chat group. He complained about the chaos that followed and how all the boys were infatuated with her. 𝙤𝙨 smirked, recognizing the girl in question as 𝙤𝗏. Rindu rolled his eyes, admitting that it was pointless to hide it. He reflected on 𝙤𝗏's beauty from the pictures she had shared, though he remained skeptical, suspecting she might have used filters. Despite her apparent appeal, he dismissed the idea of being interested in someone he deemed annoying, especially given her tendency to stir up drama. Kikucho interrupted Rindu's thoughts, prompting him to snap back to reality. Rindu brushed him off, but their conversation was cut short by a loud shriek from 𝙤𝗏, accusing someone of being a pervert. 𝙤𝙨 immediately recognized her voice and felt a surge of protectiveness. He rushed to the door, flinging it open, ready to confront whoever had upset her. Instead, he found his older brother with his arms around her waist while she struggled to push him away. Rindu froze in shock at the sight of his brother embracing a girl. He couldn't help but notice her oversized hoodie and skirt, which seemed unremarkable at first glance. However, when he finally caught a glimpse of her face, his body filled with rage upon seeing those familiar eyes. There were 4 couches in the student council room. The president sat on the long couch with his legs and arms crossed, while 𝗙𝗫𝗫𝗪, the vice president, had his arms crossed but appeared more relaxed. On another couch sat the 2 𝗖𝗨𝗨 brothers, one smiling at you while the other glared with an intensity that suggested he was not pleased. You could easily guess which brother was which. You sat on the remaining couch, your legs pressed together, lips forming a thin line, and your head hung low not out of fear of 𝗖𝗨𝗨, but to avoid the intense gazes of the brothers. They were thinking different things about you, and you wished to avoid them, especially 𝗠𝙩𝙨. You couldn't help but think about how foolish you felt for what you had said in the group chat. Was it too late to apologize? Raising your head slightly, you met 𝗠𝙩𝙨's eyes and could almost read his thoughts. It was best not to dwell on it, you thought, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down your forehead. 𝗖𝗨𝗨 broke the silence, asking why you had strangled a new student. You snapped back to reality, hands clenching tightly as you looked at him, opening your mouth to respond but then closing it again. You moved to the kitchen, taking a lettuce from the refrigerator and placing it on the table to chop it. Your mother called out, asking if you could prepare a vegetable salad for the family, expressing how much she missed you. With a deep sigh, you donned your apron and began adding seasonings. 𝗠𝙩𝙨's voice echoed in your mind, asking who he thought was the most intriguing girl in the class. A long pause filled the room before 𝗠𝙩𝙨 took a breath and smiled, though it looked forced. He mentioned that everyone was cute, prompting a chorus of squeals from the girls, some pretending to be modest. But then he added that there was one girl he found less appealing, and the room fell silent as 𝗖𝗨𝗨 and Ran turned their attention to him. 𝗠𝙩𝙪's gaze slowly shifted to you, and he stuck his tongue out, which did not go unnoticed by Lynette, the class troublemaker. She raised her hand and stood up, asking about your relationship with him, her voice dripping with venom. The blush on your face faded as you both entered a staring contest, which quickly turned into a glaring match. 𝗠𝙩𝙪 responded slyly, saying he was interested in you and asked Lynette for a word to describe you. She replied with a series of dismissive comments, calling you boring, annoying, and stating that no one wanted to talk to you. You felt a chill run through you as 𝗠𝙩𝙪 leaned back in his chair, concluding that you were indeed boring. Frustration bubbled within you. You had only communicated through texts, and yet he felt entitled to speak about you like that. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and you feigned boredom, burying your head in your arms and putting on your headphones for a short nap. When you finally opened your eyes, the classroom was empty. You removed your headphones and rubbed your eyes, realizing you owed Coco for something. A smile crept onto your face, but it quickly faded when you felt hands on your shoulders. You turned to see the 3 brothers. You asked what they wanted, and Ran suggested spending time together since the class was empty. You brushed him off, slapping his hand away and standing up, but 𝗠𝙩𝙪 held your hand, commenting on how different you were online. You shook his hand off. Walking away, feeling the contrast between your online persona and your real-life demeanor. You didn't hate it though. As you tried to head home, the brothers continued to pester you until you reached the gate, where they finally said their goodbyes. You felt a lingering annoyance toward 𝗠𝙩𝙪. Sometimes, you wondered how they could be brothers. Ran was sweet and flirty, while 𝗠𝙩𝙪 was cold and stoic. Sighing deeply, you heard the doorbell ring. Checking the time, you noted it was still early evening. You removed your apron and opened the door, your heart racing when you saw the same guy you had helped earlier. 𝗙𝗪𝗫𝗡 greeted you with a smile, despite looking a bit sleepy. He handed you a bag, and you tilted your head in curiosity, asking if you could open it. He encouraged you to do so, and your eyes widened at the contents: a picture frame featuring Mikey, Draken, Shifuyu, Mitsuya, Baji, and Kazutora. It was a ridiculous picture, and you struggled to suppress a laugh. You asked if he had taken the picture, and he confirmed it, explaining that the boys wanted you to have it. You then inquired why Mikey wasn't with him, and you noticed 𝗙𝗪𝗫𝗡's eyes widen at your question. Covering your mouth, you stumbled over your words, trying to clarify your curiosity. 𝗙𝗪𝗫𝗡 chuckled and placed a hand on your head, teasing you about your feelings for Mikey. You denied it bluntly, but he only smirked wider, continuing to explain that Mikey couldn't come because he was busy with lessons from Shinichiro. You imagined the scene and asked about Emma, to which 𝗙𝗪𝗫𝗡 replied with a humorous comment about her predicament. You couldn't help but smile at the light-hearted banter, feeling a sense of warmth in the unexpected connection. After their conversation, you invited him into the house for tea. As the minutes passed, you discovered that 𝙤𝙨 was actually Mikey's brother, which took you by surprise since 𝙤𝙨 had never mentioned it. The eldest brother, 𝗠𝙞𝙧𝙨, was someone 𝙤𝙨 respected greatly. He showed you a picture of 𝗠𝙞𝙧𝙨, and it was clear that he and Mikey shared the same striking eyes, making it obvious they were siblings. However, you couldn't say the same about 𝙤𝙨. He revealed that he was adopted. Although there had been some initial conflict, they eventually accepted him, and he embraced them in return, forming a strong and loving family. The loud hammering from outside stirred you from your sleep. Rubbing your eyes, you stood up and approached the window, noticing boxes piled at the neighbor's door. You scratched your head in confusion before heading downstairs, where your mom was spreading jam on bread. She greeted you with a smile and wrapped her arms around you, which you returned. Your dad commented on your early rise, and you attributed it to the noisy neighbors, causing both parents to share a knowing chuckle. You settled into a chair next to your father and began preparing your drink, taking a bite of your sandwich afterward. Your mother looked at you with concern and asked if you could explain something. You blinked sleepily, raising your head to meet their worried gazes. She inquired about your tutoring arrangement, and you confirmed it with a casual shrug. "Who is he?" your father asked. 𝙤𝙩𝙨, you replied, taking another bite of your sandwich. The two adults exchanged deep sighs, which surprised you. "Is something wrong?" you asked. "I don't want you tutoring someone like him," your mother said, moving to hug your father from behind. "Why not?" You questioned your own curiosity, recalling that he was a gang member and had previously put you in a dangerous situation. Your mother continued, expressing her concerns about Rakaku's reputation. 𝙤𝙩𝙨, if I'm not mistaken, has silver hair and crimson eyes, right? Your father added. You nodded, and he released his grip on the newspaper he had been reading. "We don't know how the real Rakaku acts, 𝙤𝙨. It's complicated, but at your age. Do you know 𝙤𝙩𝙨? Your eyes widened, the sleepiness replaced by a flood of questions. "How did your dad know 𝙤𝙩𝙨? Of course, everyone knows him. He's from Tomon after all." You felt a pang of guilt for not knowing them until Mikey added you to the group chat. Your father explained that Rakaku often mimicked someone he admired, leading to girls becoming attached to him, whether romantically or not. Fine. I get it, you interrupted, raising your hand and biting your lower lip in frustration. Your mother gently placed her hand on your shoulder, trying to calm you. "So from now on, I don't want you hanging out with him, okay?" she said. You gulped, feeling it might be time to share your own truth. "Mom's dad." They replied. "I actually have friends." "Stop lying, hun," they said in unison. "That's mean," you pouted, and they both chuckled. "Though they're online friends, I know you taught me not to trust everything on social media. But somehow, deep down, I feel like I can trust them. And 𝙤𝙩𝙨 is one of them." A moment of silence followed, and your mother sighed deeply before finishing her cup and looking at you. "I trust you, honey. It's them I don't trust." "But Emma." "But," she interrupted, raising a finger. "Do they make you happy?" "They do," you replied instantly, noticing their eyes widen before their lips curved into smirks. "So? When are you meeting them?" "What? Do you have someone you like among them?" your dad asked, causing your cheeks to heat up. "I do not." Later, your mother handed you a plate and asked you to welcome the new neighbors, suggesting they might have a child your age. You face-palmed, battling with your thoughts about whether to go or not. Talking to people was not your strong suit, and you cursed yourself for being such an introvert. Taking a deep breath, you inhaled and exhaled, preparing to knock on the door. Just then, the doorknob twisted, and the door opened to reveal the most handsome man you had ever seen in the neighborhood. No way was this your neighbor. He glanced at you with half-lidded eyes, then at the box you were holding. "Are these?" "Oh, I'm sorry, yes," you stammered, feeling embarrassed. Meanwhile, Mikey sat sulking on the couch, arms crossed and cheeks puffed out. Anyone would find the scene adorable, but it was surprising to see the captain of Tomon in such a state over something seemingly trivial. "Mikey, you need to stop sulking," 𝗠𝙞𝙧𝙨 said, puffing out smoke while 𝙁𝙨 nodded in agreement from the other couch. I agree with Shin. Shut up. It's not fair. I talked with 𝑌N first, and then you just showed up and met her. She even treated you. The elders chuckled at Mikey's frustration, though only Shinichiro laughed out loud. 𝙁𝙨 remained stoic but found Mikey's sulking amusing. Mikey had been complaining to 𝙁𝙨 ever since he discovered you, and it was clear he was not pleased. What happened, Mikey, Shinichiro said. Mikey stood up and threw a pillow at Shinichiro's face before marching to his room. Yo, what's wrong? Shut up, old man. Shinichiro felt a pang in his heart while 𝙁𝙨 smiled at Mikey's words. Once inside his room, Mikey found 𝙤𝙨 searching through his shelves. Knowing his brother, Mikey grabbed another pillow from his bed and tossed it at 𝙤𝙨, earning a groan in response. Dude. What gives? Your stuff. Now get out. I'm looking for something. It's not in my room. You don't even know what I'm looking for yet. 𝙤𝙨 scoffed, turning back to the shelves, while Mikey fell silent. Curiosity got the better of 𝙤𝙨, prompting him to face Mikey again. What's wrong? Don't bother, you're one of the reasons I'm sulking. Is it 𝑌N again? 𝙤𝙨 smirked, continuing, she's actually a good girl and a very good student too. How lucky am I to be in the same school? He stopped when he saw the dark glare in Mikey's eyes. Sure, he could fight all day with Mikey, but this time he was giving off a different vibe. His eyes were filled with an intense determination. He stood up and closed Mikey's door behind him, stating that he was leaving. Mikey sighed deeply and opened his phone. The anger he had felt vanished, replaced by a smile and a warm, fuzzy feeling in his chest when he saw his wallpaper. He had saved it from his albums, of course. He had asked for permission before using it. The last thing he wanted was to come off as a creepy stalker. He thought about how much he wanted to see you now. You turned to leave, but then he gently grabbed your shoulder, prompting you to look back at him. He asked if he could at least know your name since you were neighbors. You gulped, trying to maintain your composure under his intense gaze. You managed to reply, introducing yourself as 𝑌NLN. You could feel your cheeks burning, and if he noticed, you knew you would be mortified. He smiled and introduced himself as Sanzu Haruchio, expressing his eagerness to get to know you better. He slowly pulled down his mask and flashed a charming smile, making your heart race faster than before. He added that he looked forward to knowing you even more, neighbor. You inquired about his unusual uniform, and he fell silent, leaving the question hanging in the air. It had been 10 months since you last spoke with the guys, and nothing had changed. 𝑌N? He shouted, capturing her attention. Minutes earlier, she felt her entire body heat up with embarrassment from his actions. His arms tightened around her, and his left hand gently cupped her cheek. She was taken aback and hissed, not wanting to attract anyone's attention. This wasn't a joke. Ran was a 𝙤𝙨, and if anyone saw them, she would become a celebrity for all the wrong reasons, already imagining the ridiculous rumors that would circulate. Ran, she hissed again, slapping his hand away just as it was about to touch her flushed cheeks. Her back pressed against his chest, and his breath brushed against the sensitive nape of her neck, making her feel overwhelmed. 5 minutes, he said. 5 minutes. 𝙤𝙨 called for me, she protested. I'm literally here hugging you, and you're thinking of another guy? How rude, he replied. Which part? Let go. If one student sees this, I swear. She waited for him to pull back, but instead he pulled her closer, and before she knew it, he kissed her neck, leaving her stunned. In a sudden twist, she turned her body, surprising him, and placed her palm on his face, trying to push away from him. You pervert, she exclaimed, just as the door opened, revealing 𝙤𝙨, who looked dark but changed his expression to one of ridicule upon seeing them. What's wrong? Asked another voice from behind. When she turned to look, she noticed he had the same lavender eyes as Ran. 𝑌N? He shouted, making her shiver. Do I know this guy? When she still didn't grasp who he was, she looked at Ran and pointed at the guy. That's Rindu, my little brother, he replied, finally letting go of her. A cold gust of wind passed by, and she slowly turned to Rindu, who was now looking at her with intense eyes. 𝙤𝙨, she managed to say, taking a step back and preparing to run. But when she felt a hand on her shoulder, she expected it to be 𝙤𝙩𝙨, only to find 𝙤𝙩𝙨's purple eyes staring back at her. "Don't forget why you're here, 𝙤𝙩," he reminded her. Ran was starting to become increasingly mean, and 𝙤𝙩𝙨 was just as much of a 𝗖𝗏𝗥 as usual. Mikey remained the same curious child who wanted to know everything about her, while 𝗙𝗪𝗈 and 𝑚itsuya continued to be the best boys. During those months, she also talked to Hina and Emma. If she were honest, the girls were the best. They accepted her for who she was, and she sometimes even did video calls with them. Mikey and 𝙤𝙩𝗫, along with the whole 𝗏𝗏𝗏, would greet her during those calls. The two girls knew her video call account, and she wanted to keep it that way. 𝗖𝗎𝗫 was the hardest boy to talk to, not being very talkative like the second flirt, Coco. 𝗖𝗎𝗫 was much more reserved, but she could see through him as if they were twins. Hanma, the third flirt, had become a rebellious child ever since he started talking to her. He often defied Kisaki's commands when it came to her, and she found it amusing. After months of pleading, Baji still wouldn't share his secret about his perfect hair, so she finally gave up and started teasing him, calling him gay for being so soft, especially since she knew how close he was with 𝗙𝗪𝗈. She enjoyed teasing the two, and they would start to 𝗎𝗎 in response. All of them already had her number. Kazutora was also reserved, but not as much as 𝗖𝗎𝗫. 𝙤𝙤𝗫 and Emma had started dating 3 months ago, and she celebrated through texts by teasing them. 𝙤𝙤𝗫 confessed to her that despite only knowing her online, he felt a strong urge to protect her, as if she were his little sister. She appreciated it and found it endearing. The twins, Kawata Suya and Kawata Nahoya, were opposites, but what she admired most was how Smiley did everything he could to protect his precious little brother. He would go to great lengths just to avoid seeing angry cry. At first, she was curious about why, but after seeing a certain video of him easily defeating Mucho and the two Haitanis, she understood. The more days she spent talking with them, the more her personality changed. She smiled and stretched her arms, standing up and walking to the front door to water the plants. Just then, Sanzu greeted her, his mask still on. "Morning, 𝙤𝙩𝗫," he said. "It's noon," she replied. "I just woke up." He shrugged, and she could see his smile beneath the mask. Sanzu Haruchio must have been the most suspicious person one could ever meet. It would be a lie to say he wasn't attractive. The 2 scars beside his mouth only made his smiles harder to resist. He approached, hands shoved into his pockets, and asked if you were watering plants again. You nodded in response. Yes, you were indeed watering the plants. He then inquired if you were enjoying your life, prompting you to glare at him while raising the watering can toward his face, causing him to apologize. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted, asking if you two were flirting again. Both of you turned to see Senju, the best girl you had ever met, wearing black leggings and an oversized shirt. She scratched her head and walked over to you. Sanzu frowned and insisted that you weren't flirting. Senju smirked in response before heading back to the door, leaving a silence between you and Sanzu. As you continued watering the plants, Sanzu let out a heavy sigh, drawing your attention. You noticed him pulling down his mask, which made you a bit concerned. "Sanzu? Are you going to be okay?" you asked, aware of his insecurities regarding his scars. He assured you that he wanted to talk about something. You blinked, waiting for him to continue, but silence followed. Setting the watering can down, you looked at him, surprised to see his cheeks tinted pink. "Sanzu?" you prompted. He stammered, trying to find the right words. Frustration began to build within you as he gulped and sighed again, putting his mask back on. Disappointment washed over you, but remembering his nature, you decided to wait for him to respond. "What do you do before sleeping, 𝙤𝙩𝗫?" he finally asked. You were taken aback by the sudden change in topic. "Well, besides closing my eyes if I'm having trouble sleeping, I often listen to ASMR," you replied, revealing how you often imagine scenarios that would never happen, especially when talking with the guys. You frequently envisioned what it would be like to finally meet them. Sanzu raised an eyebrow and asked about ASMR, to which you nodded. He chuckled, calling you weird, and you smiled, embracing the label. Thinking back, didn't Sanzu mention he was also from 𝗏𝗏𝗏? You absent-mindedly put the pen's tip on your lips when your phone vibrated. You smiled, expecting a message from the boys, but disappointment washed over you when you saw Rakaku's name. Tsukishima Rakaku had been someone you initially didn't trust, especially after what your dad had told you. You were the kind of person who needed to see something with your own eyes to believe it. After confirming his identity, you tried to tutor him secretly, always on guard. You didn't get the number 13 right, you said coldly, pointing at the paper while he nodded. You could feel his crimson eyes on you, making you flinch slightly when his hand landed on your thigh. You looked up to find him staring straight into your eyes. "What?" you asked, feeling uneasy. "𝙤𝙨, studying is boring, right?" he replied, prompting you to scoff. "You were the one who asked for this," you began, but he interrupted by attempting to brush his hand on your thigh. You instantly stood up and opened the door. "Leave, Rakaku," you insisted. He started, but you cut him off. "Leave." From that day forward, you decided not to talk to him. Despite his persistent apology messages, you finally had enough and decided to block his number. Just thinking about how Ran could bicker with others but not with him was enough to frustrate Rindu. He knew he didn't have feelings for you, but the fact that Ran had a female friend he couldn't connect with made him feel excluded. He groaned and marched toward his room, shutting the door behind him. He lay face down on his bed, feeling the springs bounce beneath him as he clenched his jaw. Clenching his fists, he typed in your number to call, but his anger flared again when he realized your line was busy with a certain blonde guy, someone he had no knowledge of. After trying 3 times without success, he gave up and tossed his phone against the wall, watching it shatter on the floor. His door opened to reveal a concerned Ran. He paused, taking in the sight of Rindu's broken phone on the ground. He didn't question it. This wasn't the first time Rindu had acted out of frustration, and he usually bought a new one anyway. Ran looked at his brother, opening his mouth to speak but stopping when he noticed Rindu had fallen asleep, letting out soft snores. Shrugging, he gently closed the door and walked away. As Ran made his way to the living room, he heard his phone ring on the table. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was his girlfriend calling. He answered, sitting on the crimson couch and putting the phone on speaker. "Are you busy on September 13th? She asked. "No, why?" he replied, pulling on his shirt. "I want to go on a date with you that day, if that's okay?" Ran shrugged before responding. "Sure. Okay. Talk to you later," she said cheerfully before hanging up. He set his phone down and let out a deep sigh. He knew why Lynette wanted to go on a date that day, but the timing felt off. He remembered how Lynette had confessed to him, and as a gentleman, he had planned to break up with her a few days later. However, he found himself growing attached to her, and they had been together for 10 months. Lynette was the longest relationship he had ever had. Most girls only lasted a day or so since he usually sought them for entertainment. But something about Lynette was different. He sighed again, walking toward his room. His eyes widened when he saw the picture frame from his childhood. The day Lynette wanted to go on a date was also the anniversary of his childhood friend's death. Approaching the frame, he brushed his palm over it. The familiar hair color and eye hues were still vivid in his memory. Whenever he thought about a future with Lynette, he felt compelled to break ties with other girls he had been with. Usually, he used casual encounters to forget about his past, but this time was different. He felt his heart stirring for someone again. But now, after making a poor choice, he wondered if that girl would still give him a second chance. Mitsuya was shocked, and Baji couldn't believe it when he heard about your confession plan for September. Dragging yourself away from your bed, you brushed your hair before heading to the shower. After finishing, you put on your uniform and ate breakfast. Despite your efforts, you couldn't shake the feeling of unease about Ran dating Lynette, prompting you to slap yourself lightly. Your parents noticed your odd behavior. "Are you okay?" they asked, concern evident in their voices. You felt foolish for not realizing they were watching. Ran isn't the only guy in the world. Pull yourself together, you thought. Taking a deep breath, you faced your worried parents. "I'm okay, I just needed a moment," you said. "Honey, I never raised my hand to you, and you dare do that?" your mother replied, surprised. "I'm sorry, Mom," you chuckled sheepishly, kissing their cheeks before rushing out the door. As you closed the door behind you, you were greeted by a girl with white hair and striking eyes. "Morning, YN. she said with a smile. 𝙤𝙩, you replied, returning her smile. Going to school? She asked. Yeah. Wanna go together? Is that why you waited? You teased. Yeah, and we're not alone, she smirked, pointing behind you. You turned to see 𝙤𝙩 in his school uniform, a black mask covering the scars by his mouth. His blonde hair was tied back, and he held his bag in one hand. You couldn't help but notice how he rolled his sleeves up to his forearms. Realizing you were staring, you quickly looked away. Have a crush on my brother? 𝙤𝙩 teased, breaking your thoughts. No. Let's go, you stammered, grabbing 𝙤𝙩's hand and pulling her along while 𝙤𝙩 followed behind, focused on his phone. My brother has been acting strange lately, 𝙤𝙩 remarked. Huh? You replied, curious. He's been glued to his phone, which is unusual for him. You hummed in response, glancing back at 𝙤𝙩, only to freeze when he caught you staring. Slowly pulling off his mask, he flashed a smirk, causing you to whip your head forward to hide your flushed cheeks. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing. Let's just go, you replied, continuing to walk. You and 𝙤𝙩 chatted about your likes and dislikes, but you couldn't help stealing glances at 𝙤𝙩 until you reached the school entrance, where he was still absorbed in his phone. As you entered with the siblings, the hall filled with gasps from other students, all eyes drawn to 𝙤𝙩, whose beauty captivated everyone. Which class are you in? 𝙤𝙩 asked, placing his hand on your shoulder. You turned to meet his ocean blue eyes, feeling your heart race. Class 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, you answered. Class AB tisk. 𝙤𝙩 wore a scowl, clearly irritated, and while you wanted to comfort him, something on the back of the paper caught your attention, prompting a small smile. 𝙤𝙩 seemed puzzled when you pointed out that the paper wasn't his. He turned it around, blinking cutely as he processed the information. It's 𝙤𝙩's, you explained. Where's yours? You asked, and he immediately began rummaging through his bag. His expression shifted to one of anxiety. Don't tell me, he started, his voice trailing off. It's not hers. Bro, we mixed papers. What's wrong? 𝙤𝙩 interrupted, noticing 𝙤𝙩's pale face for the second time. 𝙤𝙩 quickly snatched the paper from 𝙤𝙩's hands, sighing in relief when he confirmed it was indeed his. Class 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, he announced cheerfully. Let's go YN, he said, taking your wrist and leading you away. What about 𝙤𝙩? You questioned. She'll manage. As you both slowly lost sight of 𝙤𝙩 behind the locker, you became aware of 𝙤𝙩's grip on your hand. His touch was both soft and rough, stirring a mix of unfamiliar emotions within you. You looked up to see his hair bouncing as he ran, and without realizing it, you smiled at the sensation of his hand in yours. Are you okay, YN? He asked. Yeah, you replied with a smile. But what's got you so excited? Are you kidding me? He stopped and faced you, mirroring your stance. We're classmates, which means, he leaned closer, removing his mask, causing you to flinch slightly as his breath brushed your ear. Means? I can copy your homework, he exclaimed, leaning back with a grin. While you felt a tinge of disappointment, the thought of spending the entire school year with 𝙤𝙩 began to excite you. He put his mask back on and took your wrist again, and together you ran, ignoring the comments from other students. Two different people, each carrying their own feelings, shared one thought. What matters is who I am with right now and this warm feeling in my chest. However, life had a way of complicating things. In an instant, you both passed a certain couple. You weren't sure if it was your imagination, but you noticed how Rand stopped laughing with Lynette to glance at you and 𝙤𝙩. You continued past them, held firmly by 𝙤𝙩's hand, but you couldn't help but notice how Rand's gaze shifted from you to 𝙤𝙩, and one thing was clear. One of them was not pleased with the other at all. Your bad mood deepened, feeling utterly drained this time. Yes, you had fought with Lynette, but she was still your friend. Or at least she had been. It was hard to believe she could go this far. Your mother's words echoed in your mind, not helping at all. She had warned you against dating someone your friend liked, insisting it would ruin your friendship even if you weren't close anymore. But here was Lynette, crossing a line that made you question the strength of your bond. You didn't like Ran, or so you thought. Yet, deep down, a sense of betrayal stirred within you. You bit your lower lip, heart racing as you zoned out for a few moments, only to be jolted back to reality by the flood of messages on your phone. Mikey mentioned that they weren't interested anyway. Mitsuya speculated that if Ran liked Lynette, she might be one of those girls. Rindu described her as bold, while Draken confirmed his suspicions. Smiley suggested sending congratulations, but Rindu told him to do it himself. Then Rindu turned to you, asking why you had been silent. Your entire body froze. You had been processing everything. How did Ran know Lynette? Rindu's confusion only added to your frustration. You reminded him that Lynette was your classmate, and when he pressed for more, you snapped back, calling him stupid. Rindu challenged you, but Mitsuya stepped in, warning Rindu to back off. Smiley joked about returning a favor, and Baji threatened Rindu if he laid a hand on you. Shifuyu shrugged off the drama, while Hanma admitted he enjoyed teasing you but wouldn't hurt you. Rindu eventually logged off, leaving you in silence. Mikey reached out, asking if something was wrong. You decided to talk to him, feeling a tear escape your eye, which you quickly wiped away. You felt foolish not just for the betrayal but for falling for someone like Ran. You typed Mikey's number and sent a message without hesitation. He responded, asking if something was wrong. You had made up your mind. Meanwhile, Rindu knocked on his brother's door for the 5th time. When there was no answer, he opened it to find Ran smoking by the window, dressed only in black skinny jeans, his long hair flowing freely. As a caring younger brother, Rindu took the cigarette from Ran's fingers, surprising him. Ran asked what was wrong, but Rindu pressed him for answers. Ran simply smiled and mentioned that Lynette was on her PRD. Disgusted, Rindu stood up, slamming the door behind him, hearing Ran's laughter as he left. One question lingered in his mind. Why did you get along with Ran but not with him? You sat at your desk, waiting for your homeroom teacher to arrive. As you listened to your classmates chatter, Sanzu entered to introduce himself. You overheard some of the girls nearby. They were buzzing with excitement. One of them mentioned that Lynette was now dating Ran, and the others expressed their jealousy. Lynette waved her hands dismissively, trying to appear modest. When asked if Ran was a good boyfriend, she replied that he could be quite possessive at times. The conversation shifted to more personal questions, and Lynette laughed, saying she would answer them another day. You closed your eyes, relieved when the door opened. However, it wasn't your homeroom teacher who walked in. It was a furious Rindu. His lavender eyes locked onto you, and your heart raced as he approached your desk, fists clenched in anger. He slammed his palms flat on your desk, causing you to flinch. You attempted to shout at him, but he grabbed your wrist tightly, making you wince. He demanded to talk to you, his tone sharp and venomous. Without waiting for your response, he began dragging you outside the classroom. You protested, telling him he was hurting you, but his grip only tightened. You didn't want to risk injury, so you allowed him to pull you along. Once you reached the back of the gym, he turned to face you, holding your shoulders firmly. You winced as he pressed you against the wall. He demanded to know if you were hiding something from him. Confusion washed over you as you tried to process his anger. You had no idea what had triggered his outburst or why he seemed so invested in your life. Rindu pressed further, asking if you were dating someone. His voice was intense, and you felt a mix of fear and frustration. Before you could respond, he punched the wall beside your head, causing you to freeze in shock. He muttered to himself, and to your surprise, he pulled you into an embrace. You found yourself inhaling his scent, a mix of expensive perfume and something fresh. He asked again if you were truly not dating anyone. You replied that even if you were, it wouldn't concern him. He insisted that it did, and you were taken aback by his intensity. As he leaned closer, the distance between you narrowed, and you instinctively closed your eyes, feeling his breath near your lips. Suddenly, you heard rustling, and when you opened your eyes, Sanzu had grabbed Rindu by the back of his shirt and pulled him away from you. Sanzu wondered where you had gone, surprised to see Rindu giving him a similar glare. He encouraged you to go ahead, assuring you that he would catch up. You nodded and walked away, leaving the tension between the two boys. Rindu confronted Sanzu, questioning his connection to you. Sanzu asserted that you were someone special to him, someone Rindu and his brother should not touch. Earlier, Sanzu had introduced himself to the class and attempted to take a seat next to you, only to find it occupied. He demanded the occupant to move, his voice turning cold when the boy hesitated. The intimidation in Sanzu's gaze made the boy quickly relocate. Despite the attention from the girls in the room, one girl lingered in Sanzu's thoughts. He brushed his hand across the desk where you sat. When Lynette introduced herself, he acknowledged her but quickly dismissed her. When she mentioned your name, he glared at her, warning her not to speak of you again. He made it clear that he wanted nothing to do with anyone who had hurt you. The whole class reacted in shock when Sanzu declared you were his. Concern gnawed at him. You were a diligent student who rarely arrived late. In the present, Sanzu confronted Rindu, who was furious about the interruption. Rindu insisted that he and you were having a conversation, threatening Sanzu if he interfered again. Sanzu, however, was focused on the signs of distress he had noticed on you, questioning Rindu about the bruises on your wrists. He warned Rindu about the consequences of hurting someone precious to him, his voice low and filled with intensity. Later, 𝙤𝙨 finished wrapping your bruised wrist, a half-smile on his face as he asked who had caused your injuries. You sighed, turning the conversation back to him and his absence from meetings. He sheepishly admitted that he found the meetings boring. You felt a mix of relief and confusion about the earlier encounter with Rindu. The thought of him leaning in had made your heart race, and you were left feeling both disappointed and relieved. As you made your way to the infirmary, the pain from your bruise reminded you to seek help. You noticed 𝙤𝙨 sleeping peacefully on the other bed, and you questioned why he wasn't in the student council room. He explained that he found the meetings dull. When you attempted to leave, 𝙤𝙨 playfully blocked your exit, leaning close and causing your heart to race. He requested that you see him as more than just the school's president, which surprised you. He wanted you to see him as a man, and the tension in the room grew thick. Just as he was about to confess his feelings, Sanzu's voice interrupted from the doorway. You quickly pushed 𝙤𝙨 away, wanting to avoid any misunderstandings. Sanzu paused, his eyes searching for any signs of trouble as you greeted him with a smile. You insisted that everything was fine and urged Sanzu to head to class, taking his hand as you left the infirmary. As you walked away, you felt a strange mix of emotions, leaving 𝙤𝙨 behind, who watched you both with a lingering gaze. Sanzu noticed your sudden change in demeanor and questioned if something had happened between you and 𝙤𝙨. You quickly denied it, but Sanzu remained skeptical, recalling the way 𝙤𝙨 had looked at him as you left. You didn't question why Sanzu was now sitting next to you. The previous guy had been unpleasant anyway. Rolling your eyes, you and Sanzu were assigned to clean the pool before heading home, which only added to your frustration. You noticed Sanzu's eyes widen for a moment as he pulled out his phone, his blue eyes scanning a message. He had been unusually preoccupied with his phone lately, which was out of character for him. The teacher was interrupted mid-sentence when the student council members slid the door open. 𝙤𝙨 greeted everyone with a smile, his hands behind his back. You noticed the two brothers standing nearby, whispering to each other, but they stopped and glanced your way. You pretended to focus on your textbook, though you could still feel their gaze. 𝙤𝙨 approached the teacher's desk, placing his palms on the table. He spoke about the upcoming event next week, capturing your attention. September 10th, from 7 a.m. until 11 a.m., that's when it will take place. If anyone has comments, please raise your hand. He announced, but you were still unsure of what the event was. A girl raised her hand, catching 𝙤𝙨's attention. Meanwhile, you noticed some girls in the back whispering to Lynette while glancing at Ran. He noticed them too, smiling and waving at his girlfriend, causing the girls to squeal quietly. You weren't focused on them. Instead, you felt a tightening sensation in your chest. Your gaze accidentally met Ran's, and his smile faded. You were still confused about why he had suddenly become distant after flirting with you and taking your number. You reflected on your feelings, realizing that you had developed a crush on Ran, but you had mistakenly thought he felt the same way. Just as you were lost in thought, a soft hand touched your cheek. You turned to see Sanzu resting his head on the desk, his eyes on you. He brushed his thumb across your cheek and lowered his mask, revealing his lips and the familiar scars beside them. He asked what was on your mind, making you blush. You replied that nothing was wrong, but he noticed you had been looking at the 𝙤𝙨'𝗨s and pressed for more information. You reassured him with a smile, reminding yourself that life wouldn't pause just because someone left. You wouldn't let anyone ruin your youth that easily. You smiled warmly and held his hand, expressing your gratitude. 𝙤𝙨𝗏 cleared his throat, and you both exchanged glances, his glare sending a shiver down your spine. September, I want students to have fun, but remember, everything has limits. You can choose your own partner for the prom, anyone, even from other schools. The classroom erupted in cheers, fists pumping in the air as girls squealed. You sat there, dumbfounded. Prom? You sighed, thinking you would probably stay home as usual. Your mom interrupted your thoughts, insisting you would go to prom. She held a stick as you groaned on the couch. Mom. No, honey. You're always the one who stays home during prom. But I really want grandchildren, you know, she exclaimed. You protested, reminding her that you were still only 16. Yeah, but if you keep isolating yourself, you won't have a boyfriend. I'm not going. You're going. I don't even have a partner. See? That's what I mean. No boys even want to talk to you. Please just go to prom this once. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. She held your hands, looking straight into your eyes. Sighing, you nodded, and her smile widened. Yay! She jumped up, letting go of the stick and running toward the other couch, waking your father. Oh, what is it? He grumbled, scratching his head sleepily. We're going shopping. For who and what? A gown for our dearest 𝑌N for her prom. Your dad instantly stood up, grabbing the car keys, a smile spreading across his face. Mom, make sure the gown doesn't show too much skin, you said. Fine, honey, and don't worry. I know the dress you're requesting is black. You smiled and nodded as your parents left. You walked to your room to text your friends. 𝑦𝗏'𝗨. I have a question, young missy. 𝑌N? Draken, are you confessing to someone? 𝑦𝗏'𝗨. Yeah, what? Mikey, who is it going to be, 𝑌N Chin? Mitsuya. It's obvious she won't tell us who it is, Mikey. 𝑌N? Yeah, what he said. 𝗙𝗎𝗎𝗓, but seriously, who's the lucky guy? 𝗙𝗎𝗫. Smiles. Emma, ice. 𝗙𝗎𝗎𝗓. What? 𝗙𝗎𝗫, ao 𝗙𝗎𝗎𝗓. Do you have a thing for 𝑌N or something? 𝗙𝗎𝗎𝗓. What? Mitsuya, Seuss. Hina. 𝑌N? When's yours starting? 𝑌N? September. Hina. September. 𝑌N? I guess 𝗏𝗏𝗫𝗓 is your partner? Emma, mine is already someone you know. Winking face. 𝑌N? I feel so single. Mikey, girl. Hanma, we're literally here waiting for you. 𝑌N? Hanma, never mind. Mikey, do you have a partner already? 𝑌N Chin? 𝑦𝗏. That's why I'm here. Is Toman busy on September 10th? I want to ask Sanzu. Mikey, I have bad news. 𝑦𝗏. Feeling defeated, you rested your head, placing your phone aside and covering your eyes with your forearm. You wondered who your partner would be. To be continued. Your mother held up a gown, and you cringed at the sight of the exposed thighs, shaking your head in disapproval. She had intended to choose a dress for you the day before, but when she texted that the store was crowded, you urged her to reconsider. The thought of more people meant a higher chance of accidents, and you couldn't shake that concern. Your mother tried to argue, but you insisted that safety was more important than any dress or prom. In the end, it was just the three of you at the mall, searching for the perfect gown. You spotted many beautiful dresses, but none were black, which was what you wanted. You examined each display case filled with gowns, some adorned with glitter, others with floral patterns, and many covered in sequins, all of which you disliked. You simply wanted a black dress, perhaps with a few sequins. Your father asked if you wanted to go upstairs, and your mother nodded enthusiastically, linking her arm with his as they headed for the elevator, leaving you behind. Even if you found the perfect dress, you still faced the dilemma of not having a partner, with prom just 2 days away. The thought of giving up crossed your mind, but since your mother had requested this outing, you pushed through. The idea of people staring at you in a gown was daunting, especially since you usually wore oversized shirts and hoodies that concealed your skin. Lost in thought, your phone buzzed in your pocket. You answered it, placing it to your ear. 𝙤𝙨𝗏. 𝑌𝗏? When you go to school tomorrow, don't talk to Kay. The call abruptly ended, leaving you confused. What was that about? You shrugged it off and stepped into the elevator. As it ascended, your phone buzzed again, this time with a call from Rindu. Rindu? No matter what, let 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. Don't talk 2K, the call cut off mid-sentence. What was going on? You glanced at your reflection in the black screen of your phone. Don't talk to who? The elevator dinged, signaling your arrival on the upper floor. You opened your eyes to a stunning array of dresses. There were piles of red, blue, and other colors, but your gaze was drawn to the few remaining black dresses. Honey, which one do you choose? Your mother asked, while your father wrapped his arms around her from behind. You stepped closer to get a better look, pulling out each hanger, but none seemed to catch your interest. Was it too much to ask for the perfect dress? Your phone rang again, interrupting your thoughts. Sorry, you said, and your parents nodded in understanding. Hello. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨? You felt a surge of worry as 𝙤𝙩's's voice came through, panicked and breathless, as if she were running from something. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨? Please ignore and don't talk to 𝙤𝙨. Her scream pierced through the line before it cut off. Your mother noticed your pale complexion. Honey, you seem pale. Both of you exchanged looks filled with concern. I'm okay, you managed to reply, though your fear dissipated when your eyes caught a glimpse of a particular gown. You approached it slowly, your fingers brushing against the silk, the softness making you yearn for it even more. Is that what you want, dear? Your mother asked, placing a comforting hand on your shoulder. Yes, you replied, smiling and nodding. September 8th, 2 days before the prom, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 sat alone on the school's garden swing. She had tried to ask several boys, but none were available. Some had declined because they thought she was arrogant, while others felt that her style of clothing was not appealing. The thought of attending the prom alone was disheartening, especially since she had already bought her dress. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 felt the weight of her choices. She rarely spoke to others and didn't wear the typical attire that girls wore. The idea of telling her mother she wouldn't attend was unbearable. The school was busy with decorations, and she had even asked 𝙤𝙨, but he had already found a partner. Kikucho had also declined due to prior commitments, and asking Rindu was out of the question. Ran was not an option either. Lynette always stole the spotlight at events like this, showcasing her stunning gowns and experience. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 slapped herself, frustrated with her thoughts. She needed to pull herself together. When school ended, the principal announced that there would be no classes the next day for prom preparations, giving her time to think. On September 9th, the day before the prom, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 lay lazily on her bed, waiting for responses from the boys she had contacted. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to call 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 for help. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 answered cheerfully, confirming that she would be attending the prom. When 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 inquired about her partner, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 playfully mentioned that she was only going for the food. This made 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 chuckle, and she proposed that they go together as partners. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 enthusiastically agreed, and 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her parents had expected her to find a boy to accompany her, but after the boys at school had proven to be unkind, she was grateful to have 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, who was a perfect match for her vibe. They chatted about the prom and random topics, and 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 became curious about 𝙤𝙩'𝙨's gown. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 sent a picture of a beautiful long white gown adorned with blue flowers that complemented her features perfectly. They attempted to contact Yuzuha, Emma, and Hina, but they were all busy on dates. Yuzuha explained that she was with 𝙤𝙨, who was preparing for the prom. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 teased her about 𝙤𝙨 trying to impress someone, and Yuzuha proudly defended her brother, claiming he was a good catch. When Yuzuha asked who 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 was going with, she replied that it was 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. Yuzuha jokingly remarked about 𝙤𝙩'𝙨's choice, but then expressed disbelief that no boys wanted to partner with her, insisting that she was beautiful. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 felt a blush creep onto her cheeks at the compliment. After their conversation, Yuzuha abruptly ended the call, claiming she needed to change 𝙤𝙨's diaper, leaving 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 puzzled. On September 10th, the day of the prom, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨's mother had arranged for a makeup artist to come over. The artist was exceptionally skilled, with vibrant galaxy-colored nails and perfectly styled makeup. As he prepared to work on 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, her mother asked if she was nervous, to which 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 sheepishly admitted she was. The makeup artist reassured her that she was already beautiful and didn't need heavy makeup. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 felt her cheeks warm at the compliment. As her mother stepped away to grab cookies, silence fell between YN and the artist. He instructed her to close her eyes while he worked, and she wondered if Senju was ready and if she looked alright. The artist noticed her tension and encouraged her to relax. As he applied lipstick, YN caught sight of his name tag, which she couldn't read. When she asked about it, he mentioned it was his boss's name and that he knew her, promising to take good care of her. Just as confusion filled YN's mind, her mother returned with cookies, and the artist excused himself to take one, leaving YN pondering his words. "Honey, you are beautiful," she cried, fighting the temptation to hug you. Instead, she moved behind you and gently pushed you toward the mirror. Your eyes widened at the reflection staring back. No way was this you. The usual resting expression on your face was completely gone, replaced by shining eyes and a joyful countenance that resembled a 5-year-old child beaming with happiness. Suddenly, you felt your phone buzz in your pocket. You glanced at it to see a picture from Senju. Your eyes widened as you took in the sight of Senju in her gown. You had been right, the gown truly complemented her hair and eyes. Her short white hair was styled in a lovely princess cut, with a few strands playfully falling across her cheeks. Thought to yourself that you might be embracing a new side of yourself. Senju playfully warned you not to drool, but you found that impossible. Your mom then appeared, asking if Senju was your friend. You quickly tucked your phone back into your pocket. You hesitated, taking a deep breath before confessing to your mother that you had something important to share. You finally admitted that your partner was a girl. You felt a wave of anxiety, fearing her reaction, but your mom held your hand and beamed at you with one of her brightest smiles. She apologized, realizing she might have pressured you too much. What mattered most, she said, was that you would have fun. She gave you a quick peck on the cheek, and you returned her smile. Senju then asked if it was time to go. Both she and your mom reacted with joy when you finally put on your black dress. They spent a good 15 minutes taking pictures, your mom crying tears of happiness. Your dad chimed in with his usual advice about being careful, reminding you not to be alone with any guys and to firmly decline if any of them asked for your number. Before long, you found yourself standing at the entrance of the school, and as you took a step forward, all eyes immediately turned to you. You felt a mix of anxiety and uncertainty, fidgeting with your fingers until Senju took your hand and smiled encouragingly. Together, you entered the building. As you walked in, whispers filled the air. Some students were surprised by your presence, commenting on your beauty. You rolled your eyes at their sudden interest, feeling frustrated by their attention. Biting your lower lip, you felt Senju's reassuring grip on your hand, which helped calm your nerves. You inhaled deeply, trying to project confidence as you made your way through the halls. Upon arriving, a door slid open, revealing Izana, Ran, Rindu, and Lynette. Ran's eyes widened in surprise as he took in your appearance, and Rindu approached you, his gaze locked onto yours. You instinctively shut your eyes, bracing for an unwanted touch, but instead, you heard a sharp sound as Senju intervened, glaring at Rindu and pulling you away. Time seemed to slow as you passed Ran, who continued to watch you intently. He turned to follow your movement, captivated by the way your hair swayed as you walked. Despite his desire to approach you, he felt restrained by Lynette's grip on his hand. Meanwhile, Izana wore a smile as he observed you. Once you reached the ballroom, you and Senju engaged in conversation, but your thoughts drifted back to the boys. You wondered why they hadn't contacted you and if they had forgotten about you. Your thoughts were interrupted when you felt a hand on your shoulder. You turned to see Izana smiling at you. He complimented your beauty, causing you to smile shyly in response. As he wrapped his arms around your waist, you began to sway gently to the soft music playing in the background. When you expressed concern about his partner, Izana playfully nipped at your collarbone, catching you off guard and making your cheeks flush. Despite the lingering gazes from others, you found yourself captivated by Izana's presence. His cologne, the strength of his arms, and his charming curls made it hard to focus on anything else. Suddenly, you felt a sense of urgency to find Senju. You tried to pull away from Izana, explaining that you needed to locate her. Just then, your phone buzzed in your purse, and upon seeing Senju's name, you answered. Senju's voice was filled with regret as she informed you that she couldn't attend the prom. A wave of disappointment washed over you, leaving you feeling cold and frustrated. You gripped your phone tightly, trying to suppress the urge to tear your gown in frustration. Behind you, Lynette laughed mockingly at your situation, which only fueled your anger. Rindu, furious at Lynette's behavior, was held back by Ran, who was surprised by the intensity of Rindu's emotions. Meanwhile, Lynette, feeling envious of your beauty, made snide remarks about your outfit, trying to undermine your confidence. As the attention shifted to you, you realized that your appearance had surprised everyone. For the first time, they were seeing you as someone more than just a student in uniform. Lynette's jealousy was palpable as she shouted, drawing even more eyes to the scene. Feeling a surge of determination, you spoke up, addressing Lynette directly. Your voice was steady, and you could see her shiver at the intensity of your gaze. You approached her confidently, but your movement was interrupted when a paper was thrown at the back of your head, and Lynette laughed mockingly. Despite the chaos around you, you stood your ground, ready to face whatever came next. You didn't reply and picked up the crumpled paper, not even noticing that 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 had disappeared from sight. As you opened the paper, your anger faded, replaced by confusion. You turned around, and your eyes widened at the sight of familiar faces. Tears streamed down your cheeks as you bit your lower lip. One of them called out to you, warning you to stay away from someone they referred to as a snake. Another blonde quickly told him to be quiet. They held bouquets in their hands, looking stunning and drawing the attention of all the fans around. As you stood there, tears flowing rapidly, your heart raced with joy at seeing the people you had wished for but never expected to encounter. You didn't even notice Senju standing behind them, holding out her phone to capture your reaction. They all smirked at you, clearly enjoying the moment. It was a relief to see you again, and the warmth of their presence filled the air. To be continued. Mikey asked 𝙤𝗫 if she already had a partner. She replied that she didn't, which was why she was reaching out to him. She wanted to know if Toman was busy on September 10th because she wanted to ask Sanzu to be her partner. Mikey felt a sense of urgency upon hearing this and decided to take action. He reached out to Sanzu, who lived closer to 𝙤𝗫, to gather information. Mikey inquired if Sanzu had any idea who 𝙤𝗫 intended to confess to. Sanzu responded that he had no clue and was surprised to learn about her plans. Mikey contemplated the situation, feeling the need to protect 𝙤𝗫 and ensure she had a good partner for the prom. Sanzu mentioned that he had heard from several female students that 𝙤𝗫 was looking for a partner, but no boys from their school seemed interested. After ending the call, Mikey buried his head in his pillow, feeling frustrated. Just then, his phone buzzed. With a notification. It was from Mitsuya, who had added him to a group chat titled, GC without 𝙤𝗫. Mikey felt a mix of annoyance and curiosity about why Mitsuya would create a group chat without including 𝙤𝗫. Mitsuya started the conversation by stating that since 𝙤𝗫 likely wouldn't have a partner for the prom, they should step in and be her partners. Shifuyu asked for more details, and Mitsuya explained their plan to surprise 𝙤𝗫 by showing up at the prom without her knowledge. Mikey reminded them that the school prohibited students from attending prom with partners from other schools. Mitsuya countered that they could involve 𝙄𝙩'𝙨, who could help them navigate the school's rules. 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 mentioned he was about to ask 𝙤𝗫 to be his partner, but Mitsuya instructed him to tell her he already had a partner when she invited him. They discussed how 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 could use his position at the school to persuade the principal to allow them to attend the prom. Mikey raised concerns about their outfits, as the prom was only 4 days away. Mitsuya then called upon Coco for assistance, knowing he had the resources to help. Coco initially resisted but eventually agreed to help for 𝙤𝗫's sake. With their plan taking shape, they decided to meet later at the park to finalize the details. Mikey felt a sense of relief knowing that 𝙤𝗫 would finally have a partner. After their discussion, he managed to calm his worries and got some much-needed rest. Later, the boys gathered in Takemiki's room, their designated hiding spot. Mitsuya was sitting on the bed, giving instructions, when a knock interrupted them. Takemiki opened the door to reveal the Haitani brothers, who playfully accused them of discussing 𝙤𝗫 without inviting them. Mikey expressed his confusion, knowing that Rindu often acted rudely toward 𝙤𝗫, while Ran had a girlfriend. Despite their past behavior, Ran insisted they were still 𝙤𝗫's friends. As the conversation continued, Coco suggested he could ask his assistant to do 𝑌𝑁's makeup, but Mitsuya quickly shot down the idea, pointing out the awkwardness of the situation. They brainstormed a new plan, considering how much 𝑌𝑁's parents valued her, especially since she was their only child. Mitsuya proposed that they wait for 𝑌𝑁's mother to search for makeup artists online, at which point they could influence the decision by voting for Coco's assistant. Mikey raised concerns about their limited numbers, but Mitsuya suggested they could enlist the 𝗖𝗨'𝗨's help. They agreed that the most votes would likely lead to the chosen artist, and they decided to keep the price reasonable to avoid suspicion. With their plans set, Mitsuya concluded the meeting, leaving them all eager to see it come to fruition. He relied on the door and made his way out, followed slowly by the others as they left Takemiki's room. While Mikey, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, Emma, and 𝙤𝙩 were on their way home, Emma caught a glimpse of Wakasa and Shinichiro talking quietly on the swing. Wakasa stood holding the chains, while Shinichiro sat still, a cigarette resting between his fingers. Emma pointed in their direction, drawing the attention of the three boys, who reacted with surprise. Just then she felt an arm wrap around her shoulder, gently pulling her away. 𝙤𝙩'𝗨 urged her to let them be, his expression revealing an emotion she couldn't quite decipher. Agreeing with her boyfriend, Emma walked alongside 𝙤𝙩'𝗨, their fingers intertwined. The walk felt long, as none of them wanted to speak first. 𝙤𝙩 was lost in thought, and Mikey was no different, both pondering the same question: what would 𝑌𝑁 really look like? They had seen her on Skype but never in person, and the anticipation of finally meeting her in 4 days filled them with a mix of nerves and excitement. 4 days later, the day had finally arrived. Dressed in the luxurious suits Coco had bought for them, they sat in his limousine, feeling a chill run down their spines. Emma noticed their unease and couldn't help but chuckle. They seemed nervous, and Hina chimed in, explaining that Mikey and the others had feelings for 𝑌𝑁. This would be their first time meeting her, having developed feelings for someone they had only known online. They liked her despite not knowing her true personality or appearance, which Hina admired. Emma smiled and nodded, understanding the depth of their emotions. This was Emma's first time meeting 𝑌𝑁 as well, but she felt confident they would get along. She recalled a thought she had heard: unless someone had a truly bad heart, it was unlikely they could fake their true self. If someone was fake in the real world, there was a high chance they were also fake online. With a smile, Emma closed her eyes and tightened her grip on Hina's hand. They all held flowers, which the boys thought were a way to express their affection for 𝑌𝑁. For Emma, Hina, Takemiki, and 𝙤𝙩'𝗨, the flowers symbolized how much 𝑌𝑁 meant to them. Mitsuya sat in the back seat, contemplating how flowers seemed inadequate for someone as special as 𝑌𝑁. He felt Hakai's shoulder resting on his head and noticed Yuzuha's hair bristling with anger, making him sweat slightly. Coco, sitting in the driver's seat, asked if they were ready, drawing everyone's attention to his expensive suit. Inupi, beside him, wore a black suit with a red tie, his blonde hair styled slightly. As Inui started the car, they all silently thought they were coming for 𝑌𝑁. The school greeted them with widening eyes and flashing cameras, which honestly annoyed them, but they endured it because they were not just going anywhere random. They were there for you, so they did their best to stay calm and not ruin the light makeup on their faces. 𝙤𝙩 whispered to Shifuyu, asking how to greet you properly. Shifuyu sighed deeply, and suddenly a girl approached him, startling him. She asked if they were new, and Shifuyu nodded. The girl offered to guide them, which seemed like a great idea since they were newcomers. However, a crowd of girls quickly pushed her aside, eager to introduce themselves and offer their help. Not wanting to spend time with them, Coco told them to leave. As they entered the school, they spotted Sanzu leaning against the wall with a phone in his hands. Mikey called out to him, catching his attention. Sanzu placed his phone beside his ear and informed the person on the line that they had arrived. After hanging up, he approached them, looking sharp in a suit that matched the hue of his eyes, with a black tie. The girls around them looked at him as if he were a prince. Sanzu announced that he would guide them to you, and they nodded in agreement. Ignoring the gossiping comments from the crowd, 𝙤𝙩'𝗨 ensured Emma was wrapped in his arms while Takemiki held Hina's hand with a serious expression. Shifuyu smirked at their territorial behavior, causing the 4 of them to blush, which made Mikey roll his eyes. 𝙤𝙦𝗫𝗫 noticed 𝙤𝙩 scribbling something on a piece of paper, wondering where he had found a pen and paper. 𝙤𝙩 mentioned he was going to throw it at you, prompting 𝙤𝙦𝗫𝗫 to warn him that you would likely retaliate. 𝙤𝙩 confidently claimed that your punch would be weak, but 𝙤𝙦𝗫𝗫 felt uneasy about the note and snatched it from 𝙤𝙩's hands, relieved he did. He began to curse at 𝙤𝙩, pointing at the paper. 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗫 demanded to know what 𝙤𝙩 was supposed to tell you, to which 𝙤𝙩 shrugged and replied with a nonchalant, "Turn around." 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫 corrected him, exclaiming that he had misspelled it. Instead of "turn around," 𝙤𝙩 had written "turn aroused." 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫 face-bombed, while Mitsuya sighed in relief that 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫 was the one to catch the mistake. The two began bickering about how the words were different, with 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 insisting that "aroused" and "around" were not the same. 𝙤𝙩 argued that they rhymed, which only frustrated 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 further. As the others chuckled at their antics, a girl whispered about you, mentioning your stunning appearance in a black dress and how you were a senior. The boys couldn't help but imagine who you were, and when they realized it was you, they felt a surge of protectiveness. Stomping towards the ballroom, Sanzu led the way, ready to confront Lynette. As he approached, he noticed you reaching for her, and Mikey felt a familiar dark aura surrounding you. Sanzu was furious and took a step forward, but 𝙤𝙩 held his shoulder, urging him to stop. Izana smirked, knowing what 𝙤𝙩 was planning, while Ran held back Rindu, sensing 𝙤𝙩 had a scheme in mind. Senju stood at the back, smiling as she tried to capture the perfect picture of your reaction. 𝙤𝙩 threw the paper at the back of your head, causing you to stop and turn around. The moment they saw you, their eyes widened in shock. You were stunning, but they noticed tears streaming down your cheeks. The sight of you in distress ignited their anger. Who would dare insult someone as beautiful as you? From that moment on, they all wanted you for themselves. The competitors exchanged glances, smirking as they thought the same two words, "It's on." You couldn't control the tears flowing down your cheeks as the boys slowly approached you, bouquets in hand. Mitsuya was the first to stand in front of you. He lowered his glasses, pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, and gently wiped your tears, careful not to ruin your makeup. Seeing you in such a state hurt him more than anything, even though you had just met. Was it normal to feel attracted to someone from the internet? He introduced himself, holding your hand and lifting it to give it a gentle kiss. Just then, a loud voice boomed through the ballroom, startling you. A tall guy with black hair approached Mitsuya, pulling your hand away from him to kiss your other hand as well. Mikey, with his characteristic childishness, complained that it wasn't fair. As you prepared for Mikey's approach, he frowned and cupped your cheeks, kissing your left cheek. Another voice interrupted, and you saw a guy in an expensive suit. He complimented your beauty up close, introducing himself as Coco. 𝙤𝙩𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 then chimed in, and you recognized him by the scar across his forehead. You asked if he was indeed 𝙤𝙩𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫, to which he confirmed. He smiled in response. Coco, after bickering with 𝙤𝙩𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 for a moment, cleared his throat and kissed your cheek before leaning in to whisper something in your ear. He wanted to know if there was a VIP room because he wanted to spend the night alone with you. Your cheeks flushed, and just as you were about to scold him for his boldness, a guy pulled him back. The blonde guy offered you an apologetic smile and said he was sorry for Coco's behavior. Your eyes widened in surprise when you recognized 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫, who looked particularly good that night. Before he could finish his sentence, you jumped into his arms and playfully squished his cheeks, exclaiming how adorable and hot he was. You continued to squeeze his cheeks until you felt someone's arms wrap around your waist, pulling you away. Your back pressed against a firm chest, and you looked up to see 𝙤𝙩, his long black hair brushing against your forehead. You teased him about his beautiful hair, but he seemed more focused on your comment than on his looks. He gritted his teeth but then smiled, leaning down to kiss your forehead and remarking on how interesting you were. Just as you were about to respond, Kazutora yanked you away from 𝙤𝙩, bluntly asking if they were done kissing you. His golden eyes held a hint of intimidation, but the way the others reacted made him seem less so. Kazutora then wrapped an arm around your waist and, with a playful smirk, leaned in closer. The others watched in shock as he cupped your cheeks and leaned in, but before he could kiss you, they shouted his name in protest. Instead, he playfully nipped at your collarbone before kissing your hand, only to be met with 3 hands smacking the back of his head in unison. You blinked in surprise as you recognized Hanma, smiley and angry. Hanma, usually with his hair gelled, looked even more attractive with his curls and glasses. He looked you up and down, commenting on your height, which made you roll your eyes. You shot back a witty remark, causing the boys to react with playful teasing. Hanma, undeterred, wrapped his arms around your waist and leaned in to whisper something suggestive, but before you could respond, 4 girls rushed toward you, tackling you to the ground. They exclaimed how gorgeous you looked, and as they helped you up, you felt a surge of joy. Turning around, you spotted Sanzu, Rindu, and Ran in their suits. Sanzu waved and pulled you closer, placing a gentle kiss on your forehead. Rindu, initially stern, softened when he saw you and asked about your dress. You rolled your eyes at his concern, but he insisted he cared. Just then, Mikey appeared, smiling brightly and eager to find the food. You shared his excitement and followed him, leaving the others behind. As you moved through the ballroom, everyone seemed captivated by your presence. The night was filled with surprises, showcasing your beauty and the confidence you had hidden beneath your baggy clothes, leaving a lasting impression on everyone around you. Hina shouted a warning as YN turned around, startled to see Lynette holding a glass of wine. Mitsuya moved to wrap his arms around YN, trying to pull them away from the unexpected scene. YN shut their eyes tightly, feeling a rush of panic as their life flashed before their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they felt a cold liquid trickling down their skin. Lynette had spilled her drink, and YN blinked in confusion, wondering why they had imagined her holding a knife. Before YN could speak, a loud slap echoed through the ballroom, drawing their attention to Ran, whose hand was raised after striking Lynette. Lynette stood frozen, trying to comprehend what had just happened, and YN struggled to keep up with the rapid turn of events. The hallucination of a knife lingered in their mind, adding to the surreal atmosphere of the night. Mitsuya asked if YN was okay, and YN nodded, though Mitsuya's frown deepened as he noticed the red liquid running down YN's collarbone. He quickly used his handkerchief to wipe the wine away, sighing in relief when he realized the gown had escaped unscathed. YN pondered the strange occurrences of the evening, questioning how they had avoided drawing attention amidst the chaos. Emma explained that Izana was making a speech at the front, diverting everyone's focus. YN glanced back to see Ran dragging Lynette away from the ballroom, feeling an urge to speak with Lynette and address the tension between them. The fear that Lynette might harm them had been unsettling. Rindu noticed YN's concern and asked if they were worried. YN admitted to feeling a bit anxious. Rindu commented that Ran was partly to blame for the situation, unable to keep his attention solely on Lynette. When YN inquired further, Rindu teased them, but then he took YN's hand and kissed it gently, causing YN to pause in surprise. Rindu, flustered, complimented YN's appearance, his cheeks turning a bright shade of pink, which made YN chuckle. Rindu insisted that YN should dance with him that night. Just as YN was about to agree, Baji interrupted, asserting that YN was dancing with him. Izana chimed in, declaring that YN wouldn't be dancing with anyone else. The ballroom erupted into playful bickering over who would have the honor of dancing with YN, while the girls Emma, Hina, Yuzuha, and Senju laughed and recorded the scene. Meanwhile, Lynette confronted Ran in a secluded area, her voice filled with anger. Ran, struggling with his emotions, felt a surge of jealousy and protectiveness over YN. He had never seen YN look so frightened, and it struck a chord within him. He realized he needed to address his overly jealous girlfriend, knowing that Lynette was YN's best friend. The complexity of his feelings overwhelmed him as he faced Lynette, who was furious and hurt. Lynette demanded to know why Ran was protecting YN, questioning his feelings for her. Ran attempted to calm her down, but Lynette's accusations only intensified. She expressed her humiliation at being slapped in front of everyone, and Ran, frustrated, suggested they break up. The tension between them was palpable, and Lynette's heartache was evident. As the dance was about to begin, Hina noted the ongoing bickering among the boys, who were all vying for YN's attention. Mikey insisted that YN should dance with him first, while Mitsuya and Shifuyu made their own claims. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 pointed out the bouquets 𝗧𝗏 had placed on a table, which other students were eagerly photographing for social media, adding to the light-hearted chaos of the evening. Senju walked toward the girls, visibly struggling as she made her way in their direction. The large flowers at the bottom of her gown swayed beautifully with her movements. She exclaimed that the flowers were not for them and took the bouquets from their hands, handing them to you. Your empty hands were now filled with flowers. Hina and Emma quickly pulled out their phones, capturing pictures of you trying to balance the bouquets, worried that one might fall. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 commented that you looked good while snickering. You whispered that you would make her pay for this, to which she playfully asked what you said. You complimented her beauty, and she giggled in response. You groaned, searching for a place to set down the bouquets just as the music started, prompting all the girls to take their partners' hands. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 announced she was leaving and ran toward her partner. Emma took Draken's hand, and he blushed as he accepted it. Hina held Takemuki's hand as he guided her, wrapping her arms around his neck while his hands rested on her waist. You smirked at the couples, enjoying the rhythm of the soft music. The boys began playing rock, paper, scissors, and Mikey groaned when he lost to Baji. Mitsuya teased Baji about his loss, prompting Baji to respond with frustration. He declared he would win and be your partner, but a voice interrupted, suggesting that girls prefer more mature partners. The boys turned to see you standing behind them, their eyes widening in surprise. You recognized the familiar voice and turned to find Shinichiro, whose dark eyes mirrored Mikey's. He wore an expensive dark gray suit, and you noted how well it suited him. Wakasa stepped in, pulling Shinichiro back slightly as he chuckled. You greeted Wakasa with a smile, though he simply nodded without returning it, leaving you feeling a bit disappointed. Shinichiro introduced himself as the eldest brother of the Sano family and kissed your hand, complimenting your beauty up close. He then asked if you would be his girlfriend. Mikey shouted at his brother to stop, pulling you away from Shinichiro, who simply smiled and patted Mikey on the head. Shinichiro then took your hand and began to lead you away from the group, despite their calls. As you moved to a quieter area, Shinichiro wrapped an arm around your waist, and you began to sway to the music. You flinched when he rested his head on your shoulder, inhaling your scent. He asked if you were hurt after a mishap with wine, showing concern for you. You smiled and placed your other hand on his shoulder, surprising him. Instead of responding verbally, he smiled and kissed your forehead, causing you to remark on the randomness of the gesture. He teased you, asking if your heart skipped a beat, and you admitted it did. The atmosphere shifted as he leaned closer, his breath tickling your shoulder. You felt a tension building between you two. He hushed you softly, making you blush even more. You nodded and closed your eyes, allowing him to take the lead. He leaned in closer, nibbling your ear in a way that kept it discreet, which you appreciated to avoid any rumors. You were determined not to let anything ruin your night, especially after finally meeting the guys. You inhaled Shinichiro's scent, but your heart raced when he playfully bit your earlobe. You gasped, and he reminded you to be quiet. Suddenly, a strong hand pulled you away from Shinichiro, and you looked up to see Hanma's golden eyes. Shinichiro was about to respond, but Wakasa rushed in, panting, and told him they needed to leave. He glanced at you and mouthed an apology. You simply smiled, understanding the situation. Shinichiro told you he had fun before leaving you alone with Hanma. You tried to pull away, asking him to let go, but his grip tightened, causing you to wince. Hanma questioned if he was invisible to you, his anger fading as he loosened his grip. You explained that Shinichiro had just pulled you away. Hanma held your chin, forcing you to look up at him, and asked about the group chat, leaving you feeling uneasy. You mumbled under your breath, feeling frustrated. Hanma turned to you, asking if you knew why he had brought you here. He took your hand and led you away from the bustling crowd of students, finding a secluded spot. The moonlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating the blue night sky filled with twinkling stars. The serene view was calming, a welcome relief from the chaos that had just unfolded. Hanma's grip on your shoulders was firm as he pushed you against the wall. He held your wrists above your head, his knee pressing gently between your thighs. You felt a rush of confusion and apprehension. Before you could respond, Hanma leaned in closer, his breath warm against your neck. You felt a shiver run down your spine, caught between fear and an unexpected thrill. He pulled back slightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed your flustered state. He explained that he had been waiting for this moment, letting you indulge in all the mischievous things you had said in the group chat. You questioned him, trying to separate the online banter from reality, but his smirk only deepened. He told you that he couldn't let it slide, teasing you about being a bad girl and hinting at consequences for such behavior. The scene shifted, and Mikey's arms wrapped around your waist as he danced with you. Despite his presence, images of 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 lingered in your mind like a haunting memory. Mikey noticed your distraction and asked if you were okay. You apologized, trying to explain, but he pulled you closer, making your cheeks flush with warmth. He whispered for you to focus on him, and before you knew it, he placed a gentle kiss on the side of your lips. As he traced patterns on your back, you found yourself captivated by his gaze. The tension between you was palpable, and you felt your knees weaken under his attention. When the music stopped, he released your hand, kissing the back of it before stepping away, leaving you feeling relieved yet flustered. The boys had a plan to take turns dancing with you, and while they had been affectionate in their movements, none had kissed your lips, which you appreciated. However, thoughts of 𝙤𝙩'𝙀's words echoed in your mind, making you feel conflicted. Kazutora approached you, breaking your reverie. He asked if you would show him around, and you agreed, hoping he might provide a distraction from the boys' advances. As you walked, you engaged in light conversation, but soon found yourselves on the gym's rooftop. Kazutora asked how it felt to meet friends online, and you countered with a question of your own. His expression shifted, and as he stepped closer, you felt a mix of curiosity and caution. He leaned in, his voice low, saying it felt good, but the way he said it sent a chill down your spine. Suddenly, he wrapped you in an unexpected hug, catching you off guard. He teased you about blushing, but you shook your head, trying to dismiss his comment. Despite your efforts to maintain composure, the warmth of the moment lingered, leaving you uncertain about what would happen next. He exhaled, the vibration brushing against her ear, causing her to close her lips tightly. Kazutora held both of her wrists, pinning them to the sides of her head while pressing her back against the wall. His lips began to glide down to her neck, planting gentle kisses that made her grit her teeth, trying to suppress any sound. However, when he brushed his lips against her neck, a ticklish sensation coursed through her, making her shiver. Kazutora's actions stirred a whirlwind of thoughts within her, and the rational responses she should have had in that moment began to fade from her mind. She found herself torn between stopping him and letting him continue. Frustrated, he mumbled to himself, releasing her and stepping back as he turned to walk away, covering his mouth with the back of his hand. As she watched him leave, her gaze fell to his pants, and she quickly turned away, respecting his need for privacy. Despite her efforts to forget what she had seen, her mind was overwhelmed with thoughts that she wished she could push aside. She panicked internally, realizing the implications of her feelings. Her thoughts spiraled, and she couldn't shake the anxiety of what her parents would think if they knew what was going through her mind. You returned home with a heavy feeling in your chest. You attempted to reach out to the boys in the group chat, but only the 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 responded. After trying to call Senju, Izana, and Rindu without success, you sensed that tomorrow might not be a good day. With a deep sigh, you headed to your room. Your mother called out to you, asking if you were going to drink something first. You replied that your feet were sore and apologized before closing your door and flopping onto your bed. You opened your phone again, but the only messages were from the earlier banter with the boys. You sent a message to Mitsuya, expressing your affection with a flurry of heart emojis. Mitsuya responded, flustered by your words. As you prepared to leave, your mother admired your dress, commenting that it gave off villain vibes. You smirked, confirming that was exactly why you chose it. Meanwhile, a makeup artist leaned against the back of your house, chatting with his boss about your look, noting that you were indeed interesting. 5 minutes passed, and you found solace in the dark night sky filled with stars, calming your chaotic mind. You appreciated the quiet moment on the rooftop, away from the overwhelming teasing of the boys. Suddenly, 𝙤𝙩'𝙀 approached, brushing his fingers against your skin, making you shiver. He held you firmly at the waist, leaving you unable to move. His teasing demeanor made your heart race, but just as you were about to respond, he was interrupted by a phone call from Kisaki. He winked at you before leaving, and you tried to shake off the lingering memories. The moment was interrupted by an announcement from Izana, calling all students to gather in the ballroom. You quickly lifted your gown and rushed down the stairs, ignoring the students who asked for your name and number, as well as the couples lost in their own world. When you arrived, Senju noticed you and wiped the sweat from your brow after your sprint. You hesitated to explain where you had been, especially when you caught Kazutora smirking at you. Shifting the topic, you focused on Izana's speech, where he expressed his pride in the school's efforts for the prom. As the event wound down, students began to leave the ballroom, some helping their drunken friends while others held hands with their partners. You turned to your friends, wondering if you would see them again. Baji, with a serious expression, informed you that they had decided to stay for 3 days, much to your surprise. Before you could question them further, a group of girls approached, excitedly announcing their plan to sleep over at your place that night. Your bed must have been the best place in the world. You woke up feeling something wet beside your lips and instantly messed up your hair, embarrassed at the fact that you had drooled in your sleep. But no one was to blame. You spent the night awake for 3 hours. You usually slept by 9:30, but last night you had fallen asleep at 1 in the morning, lost in your thoughts. When 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 and the others said they were going to sleep at your place, they actually meant Sanzu's house, which was beside yours. You ran to the sink to wash off the drool, and when your parents saw all the bouquets in your hands, they cried out in excitement, especially when your friends came inside. They recognized Coco, but you quickly explained that he was just joking around. He tried to protest, but one swift smack from Inui silenced him. Luckily, Hanma had already left. You saw him as a sly person and feared he might reveal everything that happened at prom. Suddenly, you remembered one person you never danced with Ran. You had been so focused on the others that you completely forgot about him. You shrugged your shoulders and heard some knocking on your front door. A smile spread across your face as you ran to see all your friends. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 commented on your messy hair, and you chuckled in response, explaining that you had fallen asleep the moment you hit the bed. She offered to comb your hair, and you jokingly accepted, teasing her about the chance to have a gorgeous girl brush your hair. The two of you shared a laugh before heading into the living room. Mikey asked if you remembered how to make dorayaki, and you confirmed that you did. He expressed his desire to eat your dorayaki, and 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 added that it was fine as long as your parents were okay with it. Just then Mitsuya sat next to you, resting his head on your shoulder, while Mikey glared at him. You pointed out Mikey's glare, but Mitsuya simply shrugged and closed his eyes, ignoring the tension. You decided it was fine to make dorayaki, especially since they were your friends and you didn't think your parents would mind. Shifuyu leaned against the door frame, complimenting your hair, and you smiled back as Mikey took your hand and began dragging you to the kitchen. You asked how he knew the way, and he replied that he could smell the coffee. As you put on an apron, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 offered to help, and the others waited eagerly, like a bunch of kids. Mitsuya and Shifuyu joined in to help with the dorayaki. You mixed the egg yolk, sugar, cornstarch, and a pinch of salt into a paste, adding a small amount of hot milk and stirring it to loosen. After repeating the process, you poured the mixture into a small pan and added vanilla. Mikey impatiently asked if it was ready yet, and you told him to wait a bit. You placed the pan on the stove, keeping the heat on medium as you waited for the mixture to thicken. Soon, swirls began to form, and after 30 seconds, you whisked it again. After 5 minutes, you removed the cooked custard to a bowl, covered it with plastic wrap, and refrigerated it until it was ready to use. You tiptoed to grab something to shape the dorayaki, but when you couldn't reach it, Mitsuya helped by stretching his arm to grab it for you. You thanked him, and he jokingly apologized for Mikey being such a handful. Mikey pouted at the comment. Eventually, you succeeded in making your dorayaki, and Mikey eagerly took 3 of them. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 warned him he would get sick, but Mikey bit into one and dashed outside, with you and the others laughing as 𝙤𝙩𝙨 chased after him. The warm, fuzzy feeling in your chest was even stronger now that your friends were beside you. You wished this moment could last forever. Emma turned to you and asked who you were planning to confess to. You hesitated, unsure of your feelings. Emma encouraged you to do it sooner rather than later, suggesting you didn't want someone else to steal your chance. Just then, a cat appeared out of nowhere and snatched a dorayaki from Mikey's hands. He cried out in dismay, and you laughed heartily as he chased after the cat, determined to get his treat back. You realized Emma was right. You should confess your feelings tomorrow. You looked at the person who had caught your attention, feeling your heart skip a beat at their smile. Mitsuya observed that YN had been acting strangely lately, to which Baji scoffed, questioning when she had ever been normal. Shifuyu chimed in, suggesting that Baji was grumpy because he was worried YN might confess to someone else. Mikey wondered who that person could be, reflecting on how distant YN had been lately. They worried about the possibility that she might have already confessed and forgotten about them, which was their worst fear. But deep down, they believed YN would never do that. Kazutora calmly sipped his coffee while expressing his confidence. Baji questioned him, curious about his certainty, but Kazutora simply insisted he was sure. The bell on the door suddenly chimed, drawing the group's attention to two familiar faces entering. Draken acknowledged Coco and Inui, observing their reactions. Inui blinked and nodded before taking a seat beside them. Coco questioned why they were sitting together, to which Inui responded nonchalantly, suggesting Coco could sit alone if he preferred. Mitsuya noticed a tense atmosphere between the two, palpable to everyone in the room. Shifuyu, unable to contain his curiosity, finally asked what was going on with them. Coco dismissed him, choosing to sit next to Takemaki, who was taken aback by Coco's sudden move and shot him a glare. Coco's presence seemed to unsettle Takemaki, who wondered if Coco truly wanted to sit with him. Draken sighed, cautioning Coco not to say anything that might provoke YN, fearing she might react in an unexpected way. The group fell into silence, each lost in thoughts about YN. She used to stir up chaos in their group chat, but now she hadn't even sent a simple greeting. When online, she merely read their messages without responding. Shifuyu broke the silence, standing up with determination. He acknowledged that YN had been avoiding their calls but proposed they try reaching out one more time. He pulled out his phone and began to dial her number. They flinched when the call was answered almost immediately. Shifuyu exchanged glances with the others and switched the call to speaker mode so they could all hear. YN's voice came through, and they felt a wave of relief. Shifuyu asked if she was okay, noting her recent silence and expressing their concern. YN chuckled softly, her sweet voice melting their hearts. She reassured them that she was fine but mentioned something was bothering her. Curious, they pressed her for details. After a brief pause filled with rustling sounds, YN admitted she hadn't been able to confess her feelings to someone. The boys exchanged surprised looks, realizing she hadn't confessed yet. When they asked where she was, YN replied that she was at the park, waiting to confess. The boys quickly stood up, ready to head in her direction. Shifuyu, sensing her nerves, wished her luck before ending the call as they rushed toward the park. Each of them felt a mix of emotions, grappling with the idea of YN possibly confessing to someone else. They wanted her happiness above all, but the thought of her being with someone else stung. Upon arriving at the park, they spotted YN in black skinny jeans and a jacket adorned with a skull design. She looked striking in her outfit, and the boys couldn't help but think about how fortunate the guy she was interested in would be. As they prepared to sneak a peek, they noticed the two Haitani brothers also observing from a distance. Confused, they confronted the brothers, who shrugged and explained they were there to see who YN would confess to. Mikey observed Ran, noticing he seemed in good spirits today, a stark contrast to his demeanor from days prior. The arrival of the Kawada brothers added to the crowd, and Mikey was surprised to see that none of them were the one YN had chosen to confess to. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the tension, causing everyone to turn in surprise. Sanzu stood before YN, and their eyes widened in disbelief. A few hours earlier, the school day was coming to an end. You began to pack your belongings, and so did Sanzu. You took a deep breath, trying to muster the courage to speak to him. You called out to Sanzu, capturing his full attention. He responded with a casual acknowledgement. You hesitated for a moment before asking him to meet you at the park later, expressing that you had something important to tell him. Sanzu's eyes widened in surprise, but before he could respond, the bell rang. Seizing the moment, you dashed toward the door. As you ran toward the gate, You clutched your chest, feeling your heart race. The warmth in your cheeks was overwhelming, a mix of emotions you tried to suppress but found impossible to ignore. In the present, you clenched your fists, feeling your cheeks heat up again. You couldn't help but think of Qianxzie's face, and the feeling of love washed over you once more. Qianxzie, noticing your distress, asked what you wanted to say. He had a feeling he knew, and he was on cloud 9. Who would have thought that the girl he liked also had feelings for him? Still, he wanted to hear it from you. Meanwhile, Mikey watched from a distance, sadness in his eyes as he saw you flustered around Qianxzie. He wished that reaction was reserved for him. The other boys felt similarly, experiencing a pang of jealousy as they witnessed your struggle to confess your feelings. Despite their pain, they accepted the situation. You trailed off, struggling to find the words. Qianxzie prompted you again, urging you to continue. All the boys silently wished for you to hold back. Taking a deep breath, you finally found the courage to exclaim that you were in love with Qianxzie and wanted to be her girlfriend. A cold wind swept past you both, leaving Mikey and the others stunned. They felt a mix of shame and jealousy at the unexpected confession. They couldn't quite process their emotions, but one word echoed in their minds: stupid. Qianxzie looked at you, his expression a mix of confusion and surprise. He asked you to repeat yourself, still trying to comprehend what he had just heard. You reiterated your feelings for Qianxzie, shutting your eyes tightly as you did so. Qianxzie stuttered, struggling to find the right words. You tilted your head innocently, asking what he expected. His response was unexpected, leaving you blinking in surprise. You noticed his outfit: black skinny jeans and a white t-shirt beneath a red and black varsity jacket. A realization struck you, and you jumped slightly, snapping your fingers. You wondered if he had thought you were going to McDonald's. He blinked in confusion, and just then, 𝙤𝙩 and 𝙤𝙩𝗫𝗏 popped their heads around the corner, their expressions filled with annoyance. You acknowledged their presence, and they realized they had been caught. Mikey rushed over, exclaiming that they shouldn't have been spying. As thoughts raced through your mind, you heard familiar laughter as everyone stepped out, and your eyes widened at the sight of the entire group. The 𝙤𝙨 brothers, the 𝙤𝙨 siblings, and many others were there, including Qianxzie, who smirked at you. Qianxzie approached you, crossing her arms as the boys continued to bicker in the background. When she stood before you, she locked eyes with you and slyly asked if you liked her. You nodded, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. She continued, wrapping an arm around your shoulder, and revealed that she had feelings for someone too. However, hesitated to say anything because she valued your friendship. She reminded you that the boys were serious about you, and as she glanced at them, she leaned in and gave you a quick peck on the cheek. Your hand instinctively moved to the spot where she had kissed you. Qianxzie winked at you, playfully reminding you that it was a prank, before turning her attention back to the boys, leaving you smiling and blushing. You pondered whether you had just been rejected, feeling a mix of emotions as you turned to see the boys chatting happily. Your gaze landed on Ran, who seemed different from the others, not engaging in the playful bickering. Recently, you had noticed that the butterflies in your stomach no longer fluttered when you saw him. Instead, it was only when you were with everyone that those feelings returned. The 𝙤𝙨 brothers approached you, and one of them asked if he could speak to you alone. Qianxzie's perspective shifted as he spoke with his brother on the phone. 𝗤𝙨𝗫𝗏's voice was firm as he questioned him about a lie. Qianxzie feigned ignorance, but his brother pressed on, asking why he wouldn't admit his feelings for 𝙤𝙨. Qianxzie moved away from the group of boys, seeking a moment of privacy. After a few moments of silence, 𝗤𝙨𝗫𝗏 sighed and chuckled softly, calling Qianxzie too kind for his own good. Qianxzie felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He wondered if 𝗤𝙨𝗫𝗏 was truly okay with his feelings. 𝗤𝙨𝗫𝗏 reassured him, calling him an amazing sister, a loyal friend, and a great daughter. The warmth of his brother's words brought tears to Qianxzie's eyes. He appreciated 𝗤𝙨𝗫𝗏's acceptance, even if he struggled with his own emotions. As they spoke, Qianxzie's attention was drawn to faint footsteps nearby. He was cautious by nature, and despite the footsteps fading away, he felt compelled to investigate. Peeking around a tree, he was taken aback to see Ran with his arms around 𝙤𝙨, sharing a kiss. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 felt a mix of hesitation and concern as Ran asked to speak with her alone. Something about his demeanor felt off, and her instincts warned her against it. Yet she found herself following him, distancing from the boys. She questioned whether she had truly moved on from him, her heart heavy as she clutched her chest. When Ran suddenly stopped, 𝙤𝗫𝗫 instinctively reached out, asking what was wrong. Before she could finish, he spun around, surprising her as he wrapped his arms around her neck. She felt a rush of emotions, unsure of how to respond. Ran began to speak, but his words trailed off. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 bit her lip, rubbing his back gently, despite her inner turmoil. She chastised herself for caring about him, especially after he had dated someone who was once her friend. Yet he had given her mixed signals, leading her to believe she was special to him. As she struggled to find the right words, a sudden force pulled her away from Ran. She closed her eyes, feeling herself bump against a solid chest. When she opened her eyes, she saw Mitsuya glaring at Ran. Mitsuya instructed 𝙤𝗫𝗫 to leave with him, wrapping his jacket around her shoulders. As he lifted her effortlessly, she glanced back at Ran, who was left behind. Once they were far enough away, she asked Mitsuya what had just happened. He sighed, placing her down gently. Mitsuya cupped her cheeks, forcing her to meet his lilac gaze. He expressed his frustration, telling her she deserved better than someone like Ran. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 was taken aback by his words, feeling the weight of his emotions as he hugged her tightly, resting his forehead on her shoulder. He revealed his feelings, admitting that he had been waiting for her while she remained focused on Ran. The revelation left her stunned, her heart racing as she processed everything. Until they finally returned to the park where everyone had gathered, 𝙤𝗫𝗫 noticed Sanzu's green eyes before he sighed and gave a gentle pat. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 tilted their head in curiosity, wondering what that gesture was for. Sanzu simply replied that he wanted to touch them, his eyes squinting slightly, hinting at a smile beneath his mask. Suddenly, Shifuyu appeared in front of them, causing both 𝙤𝗫𝗫 and Sanzu to jump. Shifuyu addressed 𝙤𝗫𝗫, saying he would talk to them later on the phone. Before 𝙤𝗫𝗫 could respond, Baji pulled Shifuyu away, dragging him off as they slowly disappeared from sight. Mikey confidently declared that he would take 𝙤𝗫𝗫 home. Shinichiro interjected, suggesting they all go home together since it was a rare occasion. He gathered his younger siblings, offering 𝙤𝗫𝗫 an apologetic smile. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 couldn't help but sweat drop at the sight of Izana and Mikey acting like children, trying to convince Shinichiro to let them go, but the eldest brother was already leading them away, with Wakasa following closely behind. Smiley expressed his regret, saying they wanted to give 𝙤𝗫𝗫 a ride, but Angry had fallen asleep. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 smiled at the cuteness of the scene and nodded at Smiley as he finally drove off with Angry. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 hadn't seen the two Haitani brothers, but they felt no desire to encounter either of them at that moment. Just then, Senju appeared out of nowhere, dragging Sanzu away and leaving 𝙤𝗫𝗫 alone with Mitsuya. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 suddenly realized they were still holding Mitsuya's jacket and called out to him, offering it back. Mitsuya told 𝙤𝗫𝗫 to keep it as he walked ahead but then paused, glancing back at them. He asked if 𝙤𝗫𝗫 wasn't coming, and when 𝙤𝗫𝗫 expressed confusion, Mitsuya insisted that a man should not let the girl he liked walk alone at that hour. He approached 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫, taking their hand, and began walking, with 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫 following closely behind. The realization struck 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫 that Mitsuya had feelings for someone. 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫 was taken aback, stuttering in surprise at the revelation. Mitsuya, however, maintained a serious expression, having not smiled since the incident with Ran. When 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 questioned him about the girl he liked, Mitsuya clicked his tongue in frustration, cupping 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫's cheek and leaning closer. 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫 felt their heart race as they shut their eyes, feeling his breath mix with theirs. But then he sighed deeply, prompting 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 to open their eyes. Mitsuya expressed his desire to prove he was serious about his feelings for 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫, but he wanted to wait until he knew 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 felt the same way. He embraced 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 warmly, leaning his forehead against theirs and intertwining their fingers. He acknowledged 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫's lingering feelings for Ran but declared his determination to win 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫's heart, emphasizing how much he cared. 𝙤𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 was momentarily frozen by Mitsuya's words, unable to respond. They wondered when he had started liking them, and he revealed it was The moment 𝗓𝗏 had sent a message in the group chat. 𝗓𝗏 recalled those words, realizing the significance they held. Looking into Mitsuya's intense lilac eyes, doubt began to fade, replaced by the understanding of his sincerity. 𝗓𝗏 swallowed hard and nodded. Feeling speechless, 𝗓𝗏 expressed their surprise at someone like Mitsuya having feelings for them. They could write a whole paragraph about his positive qualities but struggled to see themselves in the same light. Mitsuya held 𝗓𝗏's hand tightly, promising to remind them just how amazing they truly were. He then kissed 𝗓𝗏's forehead, leaving them both feeling warm. 𝗓𝗏 asked when he would start reminding them, and Mitsuya pulled out his phone, typing something. 𝗓𝗏 felt their own phone vibrate and opened it to find a message from Mitsuya, reminding them that they were beautiful. A blush crept onto 𝗓𝗏's cheeks as they mumbled the message to themselves. Mitsuya chuckled, pulling back to give 𝗓𝗏 a warm smile before suggesting it was time to get them home. The moment 𝗓𝗏 arrived home, the house was once again empty, and a note from their parents caught their eye. It read, "Going on another date with your father. Love you, my baby." 𝗓𝗏 smiled softly to themselves. They made their way to their room and flopped onto the bed, but then their phone rang. It was 𝗠𝙩𝙨. 𝗓𝗏, did you and Ran kiss? She exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. 𝗓𝗏 blinked in surprise. Huh. Earlier. When we were at the park. Actually no. Just Ran me, and you were the only ones who weren't at the park. Sin, are you okay? You're panicking. Because Sanzu won't wash his hand. Huh. The hand he used when he patted you. He said he won't wash it, but I'm trying to convince him to eat. 𝗓𝗏 chuckled at the antics of their friends and sighed. Pass him the phone. Yes. Wash your hands, silly. 𝗓𝗏. Yeah, now wash them. But if you don't wash them, I won't let you pat my head again. 𝗓𝗏 teased, chuckling, but then silence filled the conversation. Well, he's there, 𝗠𝙩𝙨 said, snickering, but then she inhaled deeply. Now 𝗓𝗏 about the kiss. I'm sorry, my love, but I think you didn't spy on us properly. I wasn't spying. I see, that's why you thought you saw us kissing. But no, 𝗠𝙩𝙨, we didn't kiss. But his arms. Indeed. His arms were blocking your view, so you mistook it. After convincing 𝗠𝙩𝙨, she gave up and started shouting at Sanzu before hanging up. 𝗓𝗏 decided not to mention anything about what happened with Mitsuya. Just then their phone rang again, and it was Shifuyu. 𝗓𝗏, has anyone called you about the festival? He asked. No. You mean the cultural festival? I see. Well, Mikey and the others were planning to spend it with you. I just wanted to ask if you're free that day because besides the boys, I'm looking forward to seeing you in a yukata. He chuckled, and 𝗓𝗏 couldn't help but laugh along. I'll check my schedule, Shifuyu. Great. I'll tell the others. Good night, 𝗓𝗏. He hung up and feeling exhausted, 𝗓𝗏 plugged in their phone charger before washing up and drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Rindu glared at his brother, who was focused on his phone. Aniki, he called out for the 5th time, receiving only a sigh in response. Growing impatient, Rindu stood up, making Ran look up at him. He slammed his hands flat on the table, staring intently at Ran. Can you stop this? Rindu shouted, and Ran tilted his head, feigning innocence. What do you mean, Rindu? This. Everything. The pretending. I know what's on your mind, damn it. It's not fair, Aniki. Ran understood what his brother meant but chose to respond with another sigh, which only fueled Rindu's frustration. I can't fight seriously when you're like this. Stop holding back, damn it. I know you dated Lynette just because I'm one of the guys who likes her. Are you holding back because I'm your brother? Rindu shouted, knowing that was indeed the reason. I want to fight fair and square. I don't want you holding back. I want 𝗓𝗏. I can see you and the boys want her too. If you keep holding back then. He paused as Ran remained silent. I don't want you regretting what you've done to her. But Aniki, if you decide to be one of my rivals again, remember, I'm not holding back, even if you're my brother. I will fight with everything I have if it means having 𝗓𝗏. Rindu, are you aware that 𝗓𝗏? Ran stopped, not wanting to hurt his little brother, but 𝙤𝙩𝙨 understood and grabbed his brother's collar in frustration. "You're holding back again? Say it. 𝑌𝑁 has feelings for me, 𝙤𝙩𝙨." "So what?" Rant's eyes widened, not expecting that response. "So what? Just because she has feelings for you doesn't mean I can't win her over. You guys aren't dating yet, and if 𝑌𝑁 has feelings for you, then I will change that. Remember, Aniki, I won't be holding back." He let go of Ran and slammed his hands on the table again before storming out of the room. Ran ran his fingers through his hair and chuckled softly. "Guess I won't be holding back then." He smiled, determined, knowing that first, he needed to earn 𝑌𝑁's trust. It would be a challenge, but he was ready to face it. To be continued. Chapter End. Your mother whispered to your father, suggesting they should consult you before proceeding with their plans. He nodded in agreement, expressing that they shouldn't pressure you just because you were kind-hearted. Seated at your desk, you admired Sanzu's peaceful face, marveling at his beauty even with the mask he wore. You imagined his lips forming a thin line or slightly parting. Shaking off those thoughts, you redirected your focus to the teacher and diligently took notes. You overheard a whisper about Lynette being dumped by Ran. Glancing sideways, you noticed the girls who once admired Lynette now gossiping behind her back. Ever since you and Sanzu had taken your seats, Lynette had been glaring at you, but you remained unfazed. It had been 3 days since you started ignoring Sanzu, and your feelings for him were gradually fading. Whenever you thought of him, Mitsuya and the others would interrupt your thoughts. Suddenly, your phone vibrated in your pocket. Despite being in class, you couldn't resist checking it and were surprised to see it was your mother. As the teacher continued speaking, you raised your hand to get his attention. He smiled and asked if you had a question. You assured him there was no problem but requested to excuse yourself for a moment. Understanding your situation as the only daughter of the LN family, the teacher granted your request. You hurried to your locker and found a quiet stall to answer your phone. "Mom?" you said. "Honey, I'm sorry to interrupt your class, but could you come home early today? We need to discuss something with your father." Your heart raced at the unexpected request. "Sure, Mom. Don't worry, it's not what you think. I love you," she said cheerfully before hanging up. "What could this be about?" You scoffed and tucked your phone away. As you opened the stall door, you felt a wave of nausea at the sight of someone you didn't want to encounter. "What did you do?" Lynette asked, crossing her arms. "What?" you replied, feigning innocence. She clicked her tongue and grabbed your wrist tightly, causing you discomfort, but you refused to show it. "What did you do?" "Because of you, Ran left. First, I didn't do anything. Second, I don't know that guy anymore. Third, whatever you do to him doesn't concern me, and fourth, don't touch me, I don't want to catch your foolishness." You retorted, shaking off her grip and washing your hands in front of her while she glared at you in fury. "Why are you acting like you're better than me, 𝑌𝑁? Know your place," she shouted. You glared back as you dried your hands. "That's because I am better, Lynette. I know my place. I'm at the top and you're at rock bottom. If you're upset about our levels, maybe you should use that tiny brain of yours to figure out how to catch up. Want to be on my level? Then start climbing." You turned away, letting your hair flow behind you triumphantly. Clenching your fists, you felt a rush of emotions as you embraced the challenge. You shut the bathroom door, leaving Lynette behind as you walked toward the classroom. On your way, you noticed a classroom filled with noise and excitement. Cheers erupted from within, and you recognized Izana's voice. Was he announcing something? You felt a twinge of worry, recalling the last time there was a prom. As you approached the door, you accidentally bumped into someone. Rubbing your forehead, you looked up to see Kakucho's apologetic expression. "Didn't see you there, why?" "Sorry," he said with a smile. "No, I wasn't paying attention." "Sorry," you replied sheepishly, trying to excuse yourself, but he gently held your hand to stop you. "Wait, 𝑌𝑁. I'm really sorry I didn't make it to the prom. Maybe you weren't expecting me at all," he mumbled, sighing before releasing your hand. "I wanted to spend that night with you, but I couldn't. I wanted to make it up to you," he continued, pulling something from his pocket. "Close your eyes," he instructed. You blinked in surprise but complied. You felt him move behind you, and a shiver ran down your spine as something cold touched your neck. "There," he said, and you opened your eyes to find a crescent necklace adorning your neck. "This is? I know it's not much, but—" "No, it's just that. What does this mean?" He opened his mouth to respond but then sighed instead. "You're late for class, dear," he said, turning you gently by the shoulders. Before he pushed you away, he leaned in and whispered in your ear, "You're beautiful." Your fingers couldn't stop fiddling with the necklace he had given you. You felt a surge of happiness that made you grin until you reached your desk and noticed that Qianxzie was still asleep, causing you to sweat drop. You sat at your desk, your worries about your parents replaced by a racing heart and butterflies in your stomach. As you focused on your work, the class continued until it finally ended. You stretched your limbs before shaking Qianxzie gently. You whispered for him to wake up, and he groaned in response, which made you smile. You called his name again, and finally, his ocean green eyes opened wide as he noticed you. He had slept through the entire class, and you wondered what 𝗠𝗩 would say if she found out. Qianxzie confidently replied that she wouldn't say anything if she didn't know. Just then, his phone buzzed, and you read the message that came through. He needed to set the phone on speaker. You both exchanged glances as a number called him. He picked it up and switched it to speaker mode. A loud voice called out his name, and Qianxzie went pale, quickly hanging up to avoid the rambling of his little sister. He held his head in frustration and stood up as the two of you walked out of the classroom. He asked if you had taken notes, and you nodded, agreeing to let him copy them but stating that it would be the last time. He chuckled at your response. Just then, 𝙤𝙩𝗫𝗫 appeared, arms crossed and a familiar grin on his face, leaning against the gate's frame. The three of you stopped when you spotted a vending machine and a convenience store. Qianxzie went inside to buy chocolates, knowing a certain white-haired girl would give him a hard time if he didn't. Meanwhile, you and 𝙤𝙩𝗫𝗫 waited outside, both trying to choose your beverages. 𝙤𝙩𝗫𝗫 said he didn't mind anything you chose, and when you suggested he pay, he playfully shoved you away from the vending machine, causing you to stumble back. He quickly wrapped his arms around your waist to steady you, his other hand resting on your shoulder. He apologized for the sudden movement, and you asked what he was doing. You weren't angry, but when you looked at him, you realized how close you were. His chocolate brown eyes met your own, and your cheeks turned pink as a smirk appeared on his lips. Just then, the door chimed open, and you quickly pushed 𝙤𝙩𝗫𝗫𝗫 away, trying to hide your blush. Qianxzie noticed the distance between you and 𝙤𝙩𝗫𝗫𝗫 and asked what was going on. You awkwardly suggested they hurry before 𝗠𝗩 got angry, then sprinted ahead, leaving the two boys behind. Your heart raced as you let out a deep sigh while they followed you. You remembered your mom mentioning something about getting home early. You face-bombed yourself as your phone buzzed. It was your mom asking if you were on your way home. You replied that you were just 3 minutes away, and she expressed her excitement to see you soon before hanging up. She seemed to be in a rush, which was unusual. Normally, your parents would already be home if it were just a date. Qianxzie then asked what you had been doing at the gate, and 𝙤𝙩𝗫𝗫𝗫 chimed in, saying he was waiting for you because he couldn't let you go home alone. Qianxzie reminded him that he was your neighbor, and 𝙤𝙩𝗫𝗫𝗫 admitted he hadn't thought of that. Qianxzie dramatically held his head, teasing 𝙤𝙩𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫, who gritted his teeth in response. Their playful banter continued until you finally reached your home. You told them you were going inside, since your mom was waiting for you, and they waved goodbye. As you opened the door, you found your parents sitting with serious expressions on their faces. Your gaze fell on a stack of papers on the table, and panic set in. You started to speak, but your mother interrupted, assuring you to calm down. Your father smiled and nodded as you took a seat on the couch. Your mother began to explain that she and your father had been thinking about something important. You gulped and clenched your fists, feeling anxious. She told you to relax and read the papers. As you did, your heart sank when you saw the words, transfer, and realized they wanted you to change schools. You felt pain at the thought of leaving Qianxzie, 𝗠𝗩, 𝗖𝗨𝗏, and 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗀 behind. You asked why they wanted you to transfer, and your mother explained that they would be moving in a week, but it was ultimately your decision. You could stay and keep the house while they provided for you, or you could go with them. You were torn, knowing you loved your family but also cherishing the friends you had made. Your father encouraged you to think deeply about it. As you read further, Your eyes widened at the mention of 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 High School. You recalled something about that school, and your mother confirmed it, saying they would wait for your answer but wanted you to rest for now. Instead of responding, you went to your room and opened your phone to chat with your friends. Chaotic GC. Draken. Danger incoming. Smiley, she's here. Angry. Hi, 𝙤𝙨. 𝙤𝙨, hey everyone, did you know I was about to chat with you? Smiley acknowledged the situation, sensing trouble and suggesting that 𝙤𝙨 was about to share something important. 𝙤𝙨 felt a wave of frustration, expressing their anger at the teasing. Angry, a protective figure, confronted Smiley, insisting that they stop bullying someone as precious as 𝙤𝙨. Smiley dismissed the concern, playfully teasing about the recent confrontation they had with 𝙤𝙨 and their brother. Rindu chimed in, mocking the way 𝙤𝙨's brother fought, while Smiley continued to poke fun at Rindu's pride in his hair. 𝙤𝙨, trying to focus on typing, urged everyone to quiet down. Rindu, not one to back down, challenged 𝙤𝙨, leading to a playful exchange about their own spells and language. 𝙤𝙨 humorously retorted, suggesting Rindu should return to his home planet where everyone could understand him. The banter continued, with Baji expressing excitement about this side of 𝙤𝙨, while Mikey preferred a different version. Hanma agreed with Baji, and Shifuyu reminded everyone that 𝙤𝙨 had something to share. 𝙤𝙨 then declared their love for Shifuyu, which surprised everyone, leading to a humorous misunderstanding about their feelings. As the conversation unfolded, 𝙤𝙨 presented their evidence for a playful debate about SpongeBob's gender, causing confusion among their friends. Feeling sleepy, 𝙤𝙨's thoughts drifted back to their school, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 High School, where Mitsuya studied. The narrative hinted at a significant change on the horizon, as 𝙤𝙨 contemplated transferring schools, leaving their friends behind to reunite with Mitsuya. In a different scene, 𝙤𝙨 was approached by Ran, who was determined to talk. Despite 𝙤𝙨's attempts to ignore him, Ran persisted, eventually resorting to physically lifting 𝙤𝙨 to get their attention. 𝙤𝙨 struggled against him, feeling embarrassed and frustrated. Ran, however, was determined to have a conversation, insisting that he just wanted to talk. As they moved away from the bustling school environment, 𝙤𝙨 found themselves in a quieter area, surprised by the calm view of the tall buildings and the refreshing morning breeze of Tokyo. Ran asked if 𝙤𝙨 ever ate properly, teasing them about their eating habits. 𝙤𝙨 shot back, frustrated by his comments, especially since he had previously dated their best friend while harboring feelings for 𝙤𝙨. Ran's playful demeanor continued to irritate 𝙤𝙨, who demanded to know where he was taking them. Despite their annoyance, 𝙤𝙨 couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and frustration as they found themselves in a serene spot away from the chaos of school life. You had been at this school for as long as you could remember, but you had never discovered this beautiful hiding place, a cliff behind the school where you could see the streets and buildings of Tokyo. Ran sat on the ground, inhaling the fresh morning air. He mentioned a fight he had with Rindu, prompting you to look at him in surprise. Ran explained that sibling fights were common, and he gestured for you to sit beside him. Hesitant at first, you eventually complied when he warned you that not sitting would lead to consequences you wouldn't want to face. Silence enveloped you both, the gentle breeze and the soothing sounds of chirping birds creating a peaceful atmosphere. Ran broke the silence, apologizing once again. You acknowledged his apology but felt conflicted about forgiving him. He admitted to his mistakes, expressing his desire to regain your trust and showing genuine remorse for his actions. As he held you close, you could sense the sincerity in his voice, but you remained guarded, questioning his feelings. Ran struggled to articulate his emotions, and when you confronted him about his past actions, he explained that he had acted out of love for someone else. He urged you to trust him once more, repeating the words, "I love you." Though his words were beautiful, you resolved to protect your heart. You stood up, turning your back to him and stating that he needed to earn your trust before you could consider forgiving him. Ran smiled at your determination, promising that he would wait for you. After your conversation with Ran, you found yourself sitting at your desk, tapping your fingers anxiously. It was already 8:30, and you wondered why no students had arrived yet. Just then, the door slid open, revealing the student council. Izana looked at you, puzzled, and you questioned why he wasn't concerned about the absence of students. He chuckled, explaining that the students were busy decorating for the upcoming cultural festival. Realization hit you. You had completely forgotten about it. You recalled that Shifuyu had invited you to help. When you offered to assist, 𝙤𝙨 suggested you spend your time in the student council room instead. He playfully insisted that you see him as a man rather than just the president, which made you pause. 𝙤𝙨 then encouraged you to join him, teasing about the presence of some familiar faces you might not want to encounter. As you passed through the library's giant doors, 𝙤𝙨 suddenly stopped and turned to you, asking if you were free the next day. You smiled, ready to respond, but an uneasy feeling twisted in your gut. Tomorrow was September 13th, an important day for you. When 𝙤𝙨 noticed your hesitation, you explained that you needed to check your schedule first. He assured you he would wait, his patience evident in his demeanor. You were taken aback by his commitment, realizing that he was indeed referring to tomorrow. He replied before lowering his hand and walking away. What was that about? The two of you finally arrived in front of the student council's room. 𝙤𝙨 slowly pulled the handle, and the moment he opened it, a pancake suddenly flew past his face, hitting the wall. Mikey exclaimed in frustration, claiming it was unfair that he was still a beginner while the others were skilled at Scrabble. 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗏 retorted that Mikey only used the words he knew, to which Mikey protested that it was still difficult. You watched the scene unfold, sweat trickling down your brow as 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗏 and Mikey bickered over the game, the Scrabble tiles scattered around the table. Mikey noticed you and rushed over, hugging you tightly, making it hard for you to breathe. He eventually let you go, taking your hand and guiding you to the couch. 𝙤𝙨 shouted for Kakucho, who hummed in response. 𝙤𝙨 expressed his disbelief that this chaos could happen in just 5 seconds, glancing at his non-existent watch before frowning. Kakucho replied that he had enjoyed watching the two bicker, flashing you a smile that you returned sheepishly. Just then, the door swung open, revealing 𝙤𝙀 and Coco. Coco approached you, commenting on your unexpected arrival and kissing your hand. 𝙤𝙀 asked how you were doing, and you replied that you were good. 𝙤𝙀 lamented being stuck with Coco, who whined in response while 𝙤𝙀 stuck his tongue out and sat on the opposite couch. 𝙤𝙤𝗫 offered you some tea, and Coco teased him about acting like a nanny, to which 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗏 shot back that at least he had a girlfriend. Coco stood up, ready to retaliate, but 𝙤𝙀 restrained him. You turned to see the 𝗖𝗨𝗨 brothers entering. Ran greeted you with a smile, but you rolled your eyes at his chuckle. rindu pointed at you, asking what you were doing there, but you ignored him, sipping your tea. Rindu pressed for your attention, but you continued to laugh internally, refusing to show any reaction. The two brothers sat down, crossing their legs and munching on cookies, while Kakucho and 𝙤𝙨 finally stopped their argument to join them. Your gaze fell on the Scrabble board, and you picked up the letter M chip. Ran suddenly asked if you wanted to play, but you didn't hear him. The letter reminded you of something familiar about September. Rindu called out to you again, but you ignored him, instead asking everyone if they wanted to play. The boys exchanged glances before shrugging. 𝙤𝙀 pointed out that Scrabble had a limit on players, then sprawled across the couch, resting his feet on Coco's lap. You couldn't help but smirk, and 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗏 noticed, sweat dropping as he anticipated your next move. You teasingly asked if Mikey and 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗏 were in a relationship, catching Mikey off guard with his mouth full of pancakes. 𝙤𝙀 questioned your inquiry, and you reiterated your question. Mikey quickly denied it, clearly annoyed. You remarked that they would look good as a couple, prompting Rindu to massage his temples in exasperation. You playfully asked if they had ever kissed, but Coco choked on his tea, coughing as everyone turned to look at him suspiciously. You grinned at Coco's flustered expression, excited by the reactions around you. 𝙤𝙀 looked disgusted, while Coco was a blushing mess. Coco denied any kissing had happened, but you suspected otherwise. Just as you were about to tease further, you felt a burning gaze beside you and stopped, noticing 𝙤𝙤𝗫𝗏's dark eyes. You quickly returned to your seat. Rindu asked what was wrong with you, and you decided to shift your teasing to him instead. You innocently claimed that you felt like you were hearing chicken noises when Ran entered the room. Rindu froze, glaring at you while the others struggled to contain their laughter. You feigned surprise, claiming you hadn't noticed him and apologizing for the quacking noises. Rindu snapped, standing up as if ready to retaliate, but you quickly hid behind Mikey, claiming he would protect you. Mikey shot Rindu a cold glare, making you regret your playful move. Before things could escalate further, your phone buzzed, and you excused yourself. You stepped into the private bathroom they had mentioned earlier and answered your phone. Your mother asked if you knew where the box of family pictures was, and you informed her it was in your room, on the top of your cabinet. You hoped it wasn't too dusty, as that would upset her. After hanging up, you took a deep breath, feeling overwhelmed. Maybe it was time to head home. As you stepped out of the stall, you were startled to find Rindu cornering you, arms crossed and a cold expression on his face. He asked if you enjoyed messing with him, and you gulped, realizing you needed to be careful around him. You stammered that you didn't know what he was talking about. Rindu scoffed, his hand resting on the wall beside you while the other gently lifted your chin, allowing you to meet his captivating lavender eyes. He asked about the phone call, his curiosity evident. You wondered why he was so interested, but you quickly replied that it wasn't wrong to ask. His response was ambiguous, leaving you to ponder the implications. You answered his questions almost instantly, feeling uncomfortable in your position with his knee between your legs and his intense gaze focused on your lips. It made your heart race. He inquired if you and Ran had finally gotten along, to which you firmly stated that he wouldn't earn your trust easily. You felt a rush of frustration at yourself for being so flustered. Rindu leaned closer, his breath warm against your ear, and you felt your heart flip. You insisted you weren't nervous, but he seemed to sense otherwise. When he moved even closer, you instinctively shut your eyes, bracing for whatever might happen next. However, he merely chuckled, blowing a strand of hair away from your face before pulling back. You were left speechless, your cheeks flushed as you touched your face in disbelief. Rindu smirked, teasing you about how it felt to be on the receiving end of such attention, before leaving you alone. Your heart raced in your chest because of Rindu earlier. You had been teasing him, but he had completely turned the tables on you, leaving you frustrated. Instead of lingering in that room, you found yourself back home, standing by the door. Your mom greeted you with a smile, asking if you had no class for the day. You confirmed it, your eyes widening at her cheerful expression. She then reminded you of the significance of the day, and you struggled to recall it. September, the date your childhood friend had passed away. You felt a chill run through you as memories flooded back. Your mom recounted how she and your dad had tried to prevent you from rushing into the burning house. You clenched your fists, remembering how that day had changed your perspective on life. You hesitated before asking if she still remembered your friend's name. She mentioned that your friend was actually a boy, and there were two of them. Confusion washed over you as she continued, revealing that one of them had been named Mikey. Your heart sank. Mikey, with his black hair and brown eyes, always wearing glasses, how could you have forgotten him? You pressed your mom for the name of the other boy, and she chuckled, describing him as a handful who often nagged you but tried his best to protect you. She recalled a time when they had gone to a cafe, where your parents had paid for him despite your harsh words. The memory stung, but you finally remembered the other boy's name. Matsuno Shifuyu. To be continued. Miss YN. The teacher's voice cut through the classroom, filled with frustration. YN jumped from her seat, noticing Sanzu across the room, his expression a mix of concern and worry. Are you even paying attention? The teacher demanded. YN struggled to find the right words, and embarrassment washed over her as she ducked her head. I'm really sorry, Mrs. Perez. The older woman continued her lecture about the importance of the lessons for the upcoming exams, dismissing the snickers from the other girls, including herself. YN sighed deeply and put on her headphones, but Sanzu quickly pulled them away, cupping her cheeks and gazing into her eyes. They were the only two left in the classroom since many students were outside for lunch. Are you okay? He asked, concern etched on his face. Yeah, why? She replied, trying to brush it off. Don't lie, YN. I'm always here for you when something is bothering you. A smile crept onto her face as she inhaled deeply. I don't deserve someone like you, Sanzu. Indeed, you deserve even better. That's just how special you are. YN felt a blush rise to her cheeks as he ruffled her hair playfully. Stop that, she protested, laughing. Okay. He chuckled, relenting. Have you heard the news? The 𝙤𝙨 are finally leaving the school later. Yn's eyes widened in surprise. She had never heard that before. Ever since meeting Qianxzie and his friends, her life had been filled with chaos and surprises. Really? That's good, finally, she said, but Qianxzie caught her hesitation. Are you lying? Enough about me. Why aren't you eating yet? Just then, the door swung open, revealing a cheerful Senju with her bento box. Yn, let's eat together, she exclaimed, showing off her lunch. Yn smiled and nodded as the two siblings settled in front of her, unveiling their meals. I bet Senju made the food, Yn teased. Actually no. Qianxzie did, Senju replied, taking a bite of her shrimp tempura and squealing at how delicious it was. Huh. Yn raised an eyebrow. This guy here. Senju paused, patting her brother's shoulder. This guy is actually practicing his cooking skills so he can make you lunch anytime and be the best boyfriend material for you. Yn blinked, feeling her cheeks heat up as she shot Qianxzie a confused look. Senju. Qianxzie whined, but Senju only laughed, finishing her food. Is that true? Yn asked, her gaze fixed on Qianxzie. He slowly nodded, covering his cheeks with his hand, but even through his mask, the pink tint was evident. Yn found herself smiling, letting out a breath of relief. Then, mind if I try some of your food? She asked, and Qianxzie's eyes widened before he nodded vigorously. Yn picked up some of his tempura with her chopsticks and slowly brought it to her mouth. She covered her mouth with her hand, savoring the flavor. Even without seeing him cook, she could tell he had put in a lot of effort. The outside was crispy, while the meat inside was juicy and tender. How is it? He asked, watching her intently. Yn liked her lips before giving him a thumbs up, but he frowned. What? I want words, he complained, sounding almost like a child. It's good. It really is, she replied, continuing to eat her lunch. She loved Qianxzie's cooking, but she knew if she didn't finish her food, her parents might misunderstand and force her to eat more vegetables, which she wanted to avoid. After lunch, Senju packed her things and headed to her class, giving Yn a quick kiss on the cheek. Qianxzie pinched her cheek playfully, warning her not to make any moves on Yn, but Yn didn't mind. She had a slight crush on Senju. Returning to her desk, Yn prepared for the next class as the teacher walked in. For PE today, we will have volleyball, the teacher announced, smiling as she instructed the students to change into their gym clothes. Yn complied, eager to participate. When the locker room was finally empty, Yn took the opportunity to change. Just as she was about to lift her uniform, she heard a click at the door and realized she was locked in. Frustrated, she rushed to the door and pounded on it. I'm locked, damn it, she thought, hitting it repeatedly. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching. Without thinking, she spun around and instinctively grabbed the person by the neck, catching them off guard. The voice gasped for air as Yn recognized the girl she had confronted a week ago. Charlotte, she exclaimed, venom lacing her tone. Charlotte struggled, her face paling as Yn released her grip, and she crumpled to the floor, gasping for breath. What are you doing? Charlotte began, but then she smirked, revealing a set of keys. Give me the keys now. Yn demanded. No. Not until you apologize for what you did to Lynette. I didn't do anything. Charlotte shot back. Liar. Lynette has been trying to get back with Ran, but he said he doesn't want to because he likes you. Those are his words, don't lash out at me. Charlotte stood up, and Yn felt a sharp sting on her cheek as she slapped her. The irony wasn't lost on Yn. She had choked Charlotte before, and now she was on the receiving end. Rubbing her cheek, Yn glared at her. Unlock it now, Charlotte. No. Yn clicked her tongue, recognizing the determination in Charlotte's eyes. She knew the girl wouldn't relent unless Yn apologized. Sighing, Yn steadied herself, deciding to change her approach. Charlotte, give back the keys, or else I'll do something you'll regret. As if, what are you going to do? That Qianxzie boyfriend of yours is busy with basketball, and the president is helping with the cultural festival. No one knows we're here. Charlotte spat. What are you going to do, Yn? Just a little reminder, if you don't apologize, I'll tell everyone that you sleep around. 𝗖𝗫's body moved on its own, fueled by frustration. She slammed Charlotte against the wall, her gaze fierce. Charlotte gulped, clearly intimidated. Don't threaten me, young lady, 𝗖𝗫 said coldly. What if I do? Charlotte replied, smirking defiantly. 𝗖𝗫 refused to let Charlotte take control of the situation. It was at that moment when the importance of those 3 letters became clear. They could save you in any situation you couldn't handle. Without a word, you turned and dashed away, your heart racing. Rindu shouted for you to wait, but you glanced back to see 𝙤𝙨 gaining on you. He was incredibly fast. You quickened your pace and veered left, hoping to slow him down. Wrong move, 𝗖𝗫, he called out, a smirk on his face as you spotted the school fence looming ahead. You clicked your tongue in frustration and quickly turned to the right, catching 𝙤𝙨 off guard, but he grinned and continued to close the distance between you. Where were the 𝗖𝗨𝗥𝗥𝗘𝗡 brothers? Had they set you up? You kept running until you spotted a door that could offer you refuge. Without hesitation, you sprinted toward the bathroom door and grasped the handle. Wait, 𝗖𝗫, you shouted back. And what? Let you catch me? Before slamming the door shut behind you. You leaned against the door, taking deep breaths to calm your racing heart. What the hell, 𝗖𝗫? Opening your eyes, you found 𝗙𝗫 in front of you, hurriedly zipping up his pants while trying to cover himself. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. You closed your eyes, mortified. You had never seen anything like that before. I'm really sorry, 𝗙𝗫. You tried to open the door again, but as you did, you were met with 𝙤𝙨's piercing gaze. He wasn't even panting. Instead, he wore an evil smirk, like a wolf eyeing its prey. Before 𝗙𝗫 could grab your hand, 𝙤𝙨 pulled you away, laughing as he tossed you over his shoulder like a certain reckless friend of his. 𝙤𝙨, let go. Why did you run? He asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. It's obvious. How embarrassing. You covered your cheeks with your hands, while the president chuckled at your reaction. Why is 𝗙𝗫 here? He heard that Mikey and his friends often come here. He complained yesterday because they didn't tell him, so here he is now. You pouted, feeling embarrassed. Every time you thought of something, 𝗙𝗫's earlier mishap popped into your mind, and you wished you could erase it. Suddenly, a realization hit you. Oh no. 𝙤𝙨, I still have pee. You exclaimed just before he set you down, cupping your cheeks and planting a gentle kiss on them. You didn't question his actions. You were too flustered. Charlotte's POV. Lynette was shouting at Charlotte, who was buried under her sheets. Why, Charlotte? You're the only one I have left. Why now? Charlotte wished she had an answer. Ever since 𝗖𝗫 had dominated her, she felt a shift within herself. The memory of 𝗖𝗫's touch and breath lingered, making her feel like a different person. I can't believe you. Are you going to abandon me too? Leave me for that. She's not like that. Charlotte shouted, her eyes widening as she realized what she had said. You're siding with her? I'm your cousin. Yes, Lynette and Charlotte were cousins. Charlotte cared for Lynette, despite her troublesome behavior. Everyone else had abandoned Lynette due to her attitude, and Charlotte felt compelled to help her. But after 𝗖𝗫 had saved her from Rakaku, everything changed. Charlotte clenched her fists, feeling her heart race. I don't know, Lynette. I just don't want to hurt 𝗖𝗫 anymore. I feel. Lynette gasped and Charlotte turned to her, clutching her blanket. Don't tell me. You like her? Charlotte blinked, her cheeks flushing. I don't. Even you? What's so great about 𝗖𝗫? What's so great about you, Lynette? Charlotte lashed out, surprised by her own words. Was she really siding with 𝗖𝗫? I see. If that's how you feel, then I'll take Ran without your help. After that, I'll make 𝙤𝙨 fall for me too. With that, Lynette slammed the door, leaving Charlotte alone. If only she knew how much the guys adored 𝗖𝗫. 𝗖𝗫's POV. On September 13th, you were in your mom's car, heading to Maiko's grave. Resting your chin on your hand, you sighed for the 12th time, catching your mom's attention. Sweetheart, are you okay? You were fine, but also not. You felt a mix of emotions, remembering Maiko's face and feeling ashamed for forgetting him. You recalled all the good times you had shared. Why, you ate too fast. There's cream on your cheeks, your mom commented, handing you a napkin. Who cares? I'm enjoying my food, you replied, shoving another spoonful into your mouth. No boy will like you if you act like that, you know. I don't care. I don't want a boyfriend anyway. All boys are just trouble. So I'm trouble? Why in language? Your mom shot you a look, and you quickly apologized. I'm okay, Mom. You climbed the stairs, arriving at the place where you had cried after losing your friend. Mrs. 𝙤𝙨, your mom greeted, spotting the familiar woman at her son's gravestone, tears streaming down her face. Mrs. 𝙤𝙨 hadn't aged a day. She was still the same beautiful woman you remembered from your childhood. Your mom approached her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Mrs. 𝙤's tears flowed even more freely at the gesture. Years had passed, yet she hadn't moved on. No one could blame her. Mikey had been a sweet kid, just like you, an only child. After a few minutes, Mrs. 𝙤 calmed down, and your mom pointed in your direction, smiling. Is that you, 𝙤𝗫? She asked, coming over to cup your cheeks. Sorry, Auntie. She hugged 𝙤𝗫 before they could continue speaking. Mrs. 𝙤 expressed her happiness about 𝙤𝗫's bravery the night they tried to jump into their house to save her little boy, acknowledging how much 𝙤𝗫 cared for him. Formed in 𝙤𝗫's eyes as she wiped them away. However, 𝙤𝗫 had another reason for being there and was curious about something. She asked Mrs. 𝙤 if their other friend was present, referring to a certain guy. Mrs. 𝙤 blinked and nodded, informing 𝙤𝗫 that he was at the cabin with his friend after having visited Mikey, and they had decided to spend some time together. 𝙤𝗫 felt a surge of excitement at the thought of 𝗙𝗪𝗏 being there, as she had many questions for him. She glanced at her mother, who nodded in encouragement. After exchanging words with Mikey about how much 𝙤𝗫 missed his scolding, Mrs. 𝙤 drove 𝙤𝗫 and her mother to the cabin, which was not far from the cemetery. Upon arrival, they saw Mr. 𝙤 standing by the door with a cigarette. Mr. 𝙤 smiled, though 𝙤𝗫 could see the pain in his eyes as he recognized her. He remarked on how 𝙤𝗫 had grown into a fine young lady, leaving her uncertain about how to feel. Mrs. 𝙤 gently urged 𝙤𝗫 to go inside the cabin to talk to 𝗙𝗪𝗏 since it had been a while. After a brief moment of hesitation, 𝙤𝗫 walked toward the cabin door, while her mother and the 𝙤s engaged in conversation. 𝙤𝗫 slid the door open and her eyes widened at the sight of familiar hues. 𝗙𝗪𝗏 looked surprised and asked what she was doing there, holding a cup of green tea. 𝙤𝗫 replied that she should be the one asking him the same question, intrigued by his unexpected presence. To be continued. 𝗖𝗨 couldn't take his eyes off the cup in his hand, slowly placing it down on the table before swallowing hard. 𝗙𝗪𝗪 stood up, asking for a moment alone with 𝗖𝗨. As 𝗙𝗪𝗪 left, 𝗖𝗨 gestured for you to sit next to him, but you chose to remain in front of him. An uncomfortable silence filled the room as you locked eyes, the tension palpable. Neither of you wanted to speak first, but you mustered the courage to ask him if he was the other one. He nodded slowly in response. You pressed him for answers, questioning why he hadn't said anything before. He admitted he was scared, which only fueled your frustration. You clenched your fists, incredulous at his fear. You demanded to know what he was scared of, insisting that he wouldn't understand. You reminded him of the day he left, how he vanished from your life, leaving you unable to remember his face. Tears welled in your eyes, and you were unsure why you were crying. Perhaps it was because he had abandoned you when you needed him the most. 𝗖𝗨 averted his gaze, clenching his fists as he confessed he couldn't say more. You stood up, ready to leave, but he grabbed your wrist and pulled you back. In his haste, he lost his balance, and time seemed to slow as he caught you, preventing you from hitting the floor as he landed on top of you. He wrapped his arms around your waist, his body shielding yours. You could feel his ragged breathing against your skin, the fear of losing you evident in his trembling form. He pleaded with you not to leave. You reminded him of your parents waiting outside, but he insisted they could see you both. You were taken aback by his seriousness, feeling the weight of the moment. 𝗖𝗨 gently caressed your head, lifting himself slightly to meet your gaze with his striking purple eyes. You wondered why you only saw that softness when it was just the two of you. He repeated his plea for you not to leave, burying his face in your neck once more. You pointed out that he was the one who had left. His body shivered at your words, and you realized it wasn't the right thing to say, but it slipped out in the heat of the moment. He asked if you would forgive him, and you pressed for the reason behind his departure. He chuckled softly, admitting he was glad you had forgotten his face. Your eyes widened in disbelief. He recalled a moment by the river when you had treated his bruised knee, revealing that it was then he had fallen in love with you. You were taken aback, your heart racing at his confession. He began to sing a soft lullaby in your ear, a familiar tune that brought back memories. You remembered the day he had stumbled and hurt himself, how you rushed to his side, only to find him embarrassed by the attention. You had washed his wound and wrapped it with your handkerchief, sharing a moment of innocence that had deepened your bond. 𝙤𝙨 admitted he had left to change how you viewed him, wanting you to see him as more than just a childhood friend. His words made your cheeks flush, and he noticed, his gaze drifting to your lips. The tension between you grew as he brushed his thumb against your upper lip, closing his eyes. You felt your heart race, wondering if you were ready to share your first kiss with him, your childhood friend. But just as the moment reached its peak, 𝙤𝙨 halted, making you open your eyes. He warned you not to look disappointed as someone was approaching. He quickly got off you, and the moment was lost. Mikey's laughter broke the tension, and he pulled you away, leading you to a nearby cafe that had caught his eye. He was full of energy, sounding like a child as he urged you to join him. You nodded, allowing him to guide you inside, the door chiming as you entered. Mikey held your hand tightly as he led you to a table by the window. When you suggested sitting down, you realized he had no intention of letting go. You tried to get his attention, reminding him about your hand, but he simply pouted, refusing to release his grip. He hummed once again before walking towards the table, sitting in front of you while your hands remained clasped together on the table. It felt both romantic and a bit silly. He asked what you wanted, and you scanned the menu, hoping to try something different this time. With a smile, you put the menu down, leaving Mikey looking confused. You suggested that he choose the food. Mikey shrugged and let go of your hand. You noticed your palms were sweaty, so you quickly wiped them on your pants as he began to order. While waiting, your phone buzzed with a message from 𝙤𝙩𝙨. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 had something to tell you, and you wondered if he had met your parents. When he asked how you knew, you didn't reply immediately, taking a moment to glance at Mikey, the stepbrother of your childhood friend. It was a small world after all. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 continued messaging, asking if you were going to help 𝙤𝙩 with his studies the next day. You replied that you were feeling a bit overwhelmed. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 teased you, and you couldn't help but smirk at the banter, realizing that tutoring 𝙤𝙩 would be a challenge, but you were ready for it. After a brief exchange, set your phone down as Mikey placed an impressive spread of food on the table. A large parfait, 5 dorayakis, a bowl of special raspberry ice cream, and 2 iced teas. You couldn't help but wonder if he was trying to make you sick. Mikey noticed your reaction and asked what was wrong while taking a bite of dorayaki. Instead of answering, you nodded and picked up a spoon to scoop some ice cream. As you prepared to take a bite, Mikey playfully pulled your hand toward his mouth, smirking as warmth crept up your cheeks. He thanked you for the food, and you protested that it was meant for you. Mikey shrugged innocently, and you clicked your tongue in frustration. When you stood to grab another spoon, he stopped you, insisting you use the one he had just used. You hesitated, feeling a mix of embarrassment and surprise at his boldness. He stood up, making you sit back down, and offered you another spoonful of ice cream, playfully asking you to say, "Ah." You shook your head, but he encouraged you to eat it. You closed your eyes and took a bite, surprised by how good it was. Mikey leaned back, resting his chin on his palm, watching you with amusement. You felt flustered by his gaze and tried to hide your face, but he found your reaction hilarious. It was confusing how he could be so cute yet so teasing at the same time. He called you cute, and you playfully growled in response, taking another spoonful of ice cream. When he pointed out that it was still his spoon, you coughed and took a gulp of your drink to recover from your embarrassment. With your cheeks flushed, you grabbed a clean spoon and scooped some parfait. Mikey, however, decided to lick the back of the spoon you had refused to use, smirking at you. You exclaimed for him to stop, feeling flustered as he laughed at your reaction. After a chaotic yet enjoyable date with Mikey, you both decided to watch a movie. As you searched for a place to sit with popcorn in hand, Mikey suddenly held your wrist, suggesting you switch seats. You nodded, but when you turned to sit down, you noticed two boys next to the seat you were about to choose. You felt grateful for Mikey's protectiveness. Even though he wasn't your boyfriend, he was a caring friend, and any girl would be lucky to have him. During the movie, as the characters held hands and shared intimate moments, you flinched when Mikey took your hand too. You looked at him, noticing how focused he was on the film. His usually cold gaze softened, revealing a depth of emotion that made your heart race. As the story unfolded, you found yourself lost in the moment, captivated not just by the film but by the connection you shared with Mikey. Each July, rain would pour down, leaving them to wonder if they could ever meet again. Could they still be in love? The boy pondered the question, while the girl reflected on the nature of time. Although they had lost the chance to meet, she believed that sadness would eventually fade. Time could be cruel, and despite their promise to love each other, she feared that their feelings might not last. The boy responded with conviction, stating that they would never forget each other. Their love was so powerful that it had drawn a curse upon them, preventing them from being together. This curse was a testament to the strength of their bond. No matter how many storms may come, their love would endure, as it was the very thing that transformed their lives. When Toki, the girl from the movie, posed her question, Mikey's grip on her hand tightened. He seemed deeply focused, yet there was an air of fear about him. After a few moments, they stepped outside the theater. Mikey's head hung low, one hand tucked into his pocket while the other remained intertwined with hers. Noticing the time, she realized it was nearly 5 o'clock. Concerned about Mikey's tense demeanor, she led him to a nearby park, where they sat on a bench. She rubbed his back gently, feeling the tension in his muscles. "Are you okay, Mikey?" she asked in a soothing tone. As her hand caressed his back, Mikey buried his head against her chest, listening to her calming heartbeat. He wished to remain in this moment forever, feeling an overwhelming obsession for her. He longed to hold her hand, call her his own, and share a future together. Yet, doubts crept into his mind. He feared that staying close to her would only lead to pain. The thought of hurting her was unbearable, and he wrestled with the idea of distancing himself for her sake. "Mikey," she called softly, breaking through his thoughts. He contemplated leaving her, believing that the further he was, the better it would be for her. But her voice pulled him back. "Mikey," she urged, her hands gently cupping his cheeks. The sting of her touch brought him back to reality, and he focused on her. "Hey, YN," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "The guy in the movie said that no matter how much rain falls, 𝙤𝙦𝙨 and 𝗤𝙩'𝙨 will never forget their feelings," he continued. She agreed, and he asked her a question that weighed heavily on his heart. If they were ever separated, would she forget about him? He had met her online, a beautiful soul who had brightened his darkest days. The thought of a future without her was unimaginable, and he struggled to hear her response as his mind raced. "Mikey, I've been calling you," she exclaimed, her voice filled with concern. Overwhelmed by the affection in her eyes, he leaned in closer. This closeness was everything he had been yearning for. She froze, their hands slowly releasing each other. Mikey's lips brushed against hers, soft and sweet, leaving a taste reminiscent of dorayaki. To be continued. Lips curling into a smirk, the character leaned closer to Charlotte, expressing excitement about igniting a spark in her eyes. With a swift motion, they adjusted their tie and unbuttoned a part of their uniform. Charlotte's surprise was evident, but before she could react further, the character positioned themselves between her legs, teasingly running their fingers along her thighs. The sight of her flushed cheeks elicited a satisfied smirk, as this was the reaction they had been aiming for. Noticing her firm grip on the keys, they playfully nipped at her jawline, causing her to gasp softly. When the sound of keys clattering to the floor broke the moment, the character paused and crouched down to retrieve them. Holding their gym clothes, they could still hear Charlotte's slow breaths. Turning around with a smirk, they caught her off guard. If she thought she was stronger, they advised her that physical combat wasn't the only way to make someone weak. They suggested she should challenge someone at her level before opening the door to their classroom. As they entered, they stopped in their tracks upon seeing Lynette, Ran, Rindu, Izana, and Kikucho gathered around a phone. The girls were blushing furiously while the guys wore smirks. Curiosity piqued, the character asked what was happening, feeling a knot in their stomach. Ran revealed that Charlotte had been set up with a camera, and the group had intended to change their opinions about the character. Rindu approached slowly, lifting their chin and admitting that, despite the initial intentions, their views had indeed shifted. With a smirk, Rindu confirmed that the plan had backfired, leaving the character intrigued about what would come next. To be continued. Qianxzie rolled onto her left side in bed, feeling her heart race. She pressed her finger to her lips, still remembering how soft Mikey's kiss had been. She wished she could have kissed him back, but he had pulled away too soon, playfully patting her head and telling her to leave him alone. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, breaking her thoughts. She quickly checked the messages. Ran asked if anyone was awake, and Rindu told him to be quiet. Qianxzie felt a strange tension in the air, even from a distance. Ran clarified that he wasn't talking to Rindu, who responded with a dismissive sound. Mikey chimed in, followed by Mitsuya, who questioned if they were fighting. Rindu snapped back that it was none of Mitsuya's business. Ran insisted he wasn't there to argue, while 𝙤𝙀𝗫𝗏 pointed out that Rindu might not feel the same way. Qianxzie couldn't help but feel frustrated. She disliked both of them, yet here she was, unable to ignore their antics. She decided to jump into the conversation, teasingly asking what they were fighting about. Rindu called her a pig, which made her raise an eyebrow in surprise. Ran defended her, saying Rindu shouldn't take his anger out on everyone. Qianxzie reminded Ran that she hadn't forgiven him yet, to which he replied that he just wanted to talk since it had been a while. The conversation quickly shifted to playful banter, with Qianxzie teasing Rindu about his mood. Mitsuya, curious about the argument, asked what was going on. Rindu began to explain, but the group was too distracted to pay attention. Ran posed a hypothetical question about pain, asking if one would feel it if a leg were cut off. Qianxzie answered that of course, it would hurt. 𝙤𝙀𝗫𝗏 commented on how the conversation was going nowhere, while Mikey and others expressed their surprise at the ridiculousness of the discussion. Rindu grew frustrated, claiming he had been trying to explain for ages, but Qianxzie found herself laughing at the absurdity of it all. Just then, Kisaki interrupted, and Qianxzie immediately felt a rush of heat at the memory of their last encounter. As the conversation continued, Mikey asked her about her favorite dorayaki flavor, and she hesitated before answering. The atmosphere became awkward as everyone waited for her response. Just then, several girls came online, and Senju announced they would be taking Qianxzie for a while. Mikey was curious about their plans, while 𝙤𝙀𝗫𝗏 warned him that it wasn't what he thought. Emma reassured Qianxzie that the girls' group chat was safe, with no boys allowed. Ran joked about Mikey needing to make up for hurting Qianxzie, and the boys began sending him playful jabs. Despite feeling bad for Mikey, Qianxzie couldn't help but think that if he truly wanted to make things right, he would have to work for it. Best Girls GC. Qianxzie greeted the group, curious about what they had in mind. Senju mentioned they had an idea, and Emma assured Qianxzie it would be fun. Hina chimed in, confirming their excitement. Qianxzie was intrigued but uncertain. Hina pointed out that Qianxzie could be a bit flirty with the guys. Qianxzie hesitated, especially at the thought of flirting with Ran. Yuzuha quickly reassured Qianxzie that they had a better plan. They dared Qianxzie to flirt with the boys, but only with those Qianxzie wanted to mess with. Qianxzie pondered the challenge and accepted, curious about the catch. Yuzuha promised any flavored ice cream Qianxzie desired as a reward. Feeling mischievous, Qianxzie smirked, ready to stir things up. In the chaotic group chat, Qianxzie sent a playful message, catching Baji's attention. Smiley expressed concern about the emoji Qianxzie used, and Mikey agreed, sensing trouble. 𝙤𝙀𝗫𝗏 warned Qianxzie to stop, but Qianxzie dismissed their concerns. Coco joined the conversation, and Qianxzie teased about something personal, leading to playful banter. Baji expressed his intent to confront Qianxzie about the earlier comment, while Coco questioned Qianxzie's state of mind. 𝙤𝙀𝗫𝗏 urged Qianxzie to stop, but the playful teasing continued. As Qianxzie flirted, the atmosphere shifted, and 𝑌𝑁 noticed the room growing darker. 𝑌𝑁 recited a playful rhyme, and Mitsuya responded, intrigued. 𝑌𝑁 continued to flirt, drawing in Mikey as well, who felt the heat of the moment. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, concerned for 𝑌𝑁's well-being, suggested 𝑌𝑁 was tired, but Emma's intervention led to her and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 going offline. 𝑌𝑁 felt a mix of excitement and embarrassment, realizing the flirting was having an unexpected effect. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 noted 𝑌𝑁's flirtation, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, feeling competitive, expressed his thoughts on distance. 𝑌𝑁 playfully lamented the physical separation, imagining what could happen if they were closer. Just as 𝑌𝑁 was about to send another message, a notification from Rindu caught 𝑌𝑁's attention. Rindu's private message hinted at a more personal encounter, but 𝑌𝑁's amusement faded when Sanzu and Ran sent a similar message, demanding entry at the front door. Frozen in place, 𝑌𝑁 felt a rush of panic and excitement. The thought of opening the door was daunting, but the possibility of them breaking it down was even more concerning. 𝑌𝑁 tried to convince themselves it was just a joke, especially with Sanzu involved. Gathering courage, 𝑌𝑁 turned the doorknob, revealing the 3 boys at the door. Ran greeted 𝑌𝑁 with a smile, while Rindu looked annoyed. Sanzu's expression was unreadable, adding to the tension. 𝑌𝑁 asked what brought them there, and Sanzu requested to come inside. Despite initial hesitation, 𝑌𝑁 found themselves pushed aside as the boys entered and made themselves comfortable on the couch. Feeling flustered, 𝑌𝑁 tried to maintain composure as Sanzu leaned in closer, whispering in a way that sent shivers down 𝑌𝑁's spine. Sanzu's demeanor had shifted, his gaze intense and captivating. As 𝑌𝑁 backed away, they felt the door at their back. And Sanzu closed the distance, leaning in closer. His touch was unexpected, and 𝑌𝑁's heart raced. Sanzu's playful challenge to move to the living room made the air thick with tension, leaving 𝑌𝑁 unsure of what would happen next. He pulled her into his chest before lifting her in a bridal style. Cheeks flushed red, she still couldn't process what had just happened. Was Sanzu flirting with her? After battling her own thoughts, she noticed the 2 boys sitting on the sofa. Rindu had his legs crossed, resting his chin on his palm, while Ran sat with his legs spread and his elbows resting on them. Both boys raised their heads, one smirking while the other maintained a neutral expression. Sanzu let her sit in front of the other sofa, facing the boys as he joined them, lounging with his arms spread across the back of the couch and his legs crossed. Without his mask, his irresistible smirk made it even harder for her to process the situation. She didn't even know why she had let him lift her up and sit her in front of the 3 of them. What words could describe them? They were giving off a strange vibe, an intense atmosphere that felt different from the usual Ran, Rindu, and Sanzu she knew. Ran exhaled before leaning forward, smiling at her nervousness. As he opened his mouth to speak, she quickly asked a question, not wanting to know what kind of inquiries he might make, especially given his reputation. She crossed her arms and legs, trying to show them she wasn't scared. Rindu sighed, mirroring her posture as he leaned his head like the eldest 𝗓𝗨𝗏. He smirked, and she blinked innocently, reminding herself to stop being so dirty-minded. This was Rindu, they had a mutual dislike for each other. 𝑌𝑁. Rant's voice drew her attention, and she noticed his smile had shifted to something she couldn't quite place. Do you know what 𝗙𝗪𝗏 is? That was enough for her. She blinked, closing her eyes and smiling, her hand resting on her bare legs, clad only in blue tennis shorts and a thin white camisole, which thankfully had pads for coverage. Taking a deep breath, she tapped her thighs nervously. No. Sanzu stood up, cornering her with his arms on either side of her head. Want to try it with us? You did flirt with the others, right? You wanted to turn them on. He liked his lips, and she felt her face heat up. Closing her eyes, she thought of something silly. Though it wasn't the first time she had considered it, this would be her first experience. In a split moment, she ducked her head and escaped Sanzu's arms, running outside despite the late hour. 𝑌𝑁 wait! Ran shouted behind her, but she didn't look back, hearing their loud footsteps behind her. She wrapped her arms around herself, shivering in the cold September air, visible steam escaping her mouth with each breath. 𝑌𝑁! Sanzu called, causing her to panic. She hadn't even realized she was barefoot and wearing so little. This was exactly why she disliked living away from the neighborhood. Though she didn't like people, she still needed help. Her mother had wanted a peaceful place, but this was anything but peaceful. She felt like she might die because of these three. When she noticed the boys were further away, she stopped at a vending machine, pulling out coins to buy a hot drink. She gulped it down, finally realizing how thirsty she was. One advantage of having no neighbors was that no one would see her in this state. If anyone did, her mother would surely scold her. Suddenly, she heard a male voice nearby. "Are you thirsty? There's a vending machine here." She jolted, hiding behind the vending machine. She didn't want anyone to see her like this. As footsteps approached, she shut her eyes tightly, feeling a shadow loom over her. When she opened her eyes, she met two pairs of blue eyes that looked strikingly similar. One of them hummed, panic crossing his face as he saw her state. "Are you all right, miss?" He slowly took off his thick coat and wrapped it around her, providing warmth. Not wanting to sound creepy, she found his scent oddly comforting. "Is something wrong?" he asked. Her eyes widened at the familiar voice. "Yeah, a girl is hiding. Maybe she has a clue about the culprit. We can ask her a few questions." "Culprit? Was there a criminal nearby?" "Miss, my name is 𝙤𝙤𝙨. Do you mind if I ask you some questions?" He extended his hand toward her. "Actually, I just ran away from home," she admitted, hoping to calm him down, but it had the opposite effect. "What? Someone is chasing you. Do you recognize their faces?" "Seriously? But wait, Tachibana? Who is he to Hina?" As he began to ask more questions, she noticed faint footsteps behind her. Naoto saw her expression change and quickly stepped in front of her, acting as a protective barrier. "YN?" Rindu's voice echoed, and she felt a rush of anxiety. "Geez, I wonder where that girl is. She's short, but God, she can run fast." She was not short. Rindu halted in his tracks, his calm demeanor shifting to anger as he spotted her. The coat wrapped around her was clearly from a guy, and his gaze shifted to Naoto. "Who are you?" Rindu spat. Naoto was about to respond when another hand pulled her away from him. She looked up to see Mitsuya's lilac eyes. "Mitsu, it's late at night. Why are you out wearing only that?" She knew exactly what he meant. A sheepish chuckle escaped her, but memories of how she had flirted with him in the group chat made her cheeks burn. "What are you guys doing here?" Rindu asked, and the two boys finally met her gaze, with Ran smiling in a way that made her heart race. Sanzu observed Mitsuya's hand resting protectively around YN's waist, a mix of emotions crossing his face. Naoto inquired if they knew each other, to which Mitsuya nodded in response. Concerned, Mitsuya asked YN why they were out so late. YN shot a sharp glare at the three of them, which did not go unnoticed by Mitsuya. He sensed something was wrong and pressed further, asking what had happened. YN began to respond, but before they could finish, a wave of weakness washed over them, sapping their energy. The last thing they heard was the frantic shouts of the boys before everything faded to black. Slowly opening their eyes, YN immediately met Mikey's worried gaze as he wrapped his arms around their neck. Yuzuha was trying her best not to cry, calling out to YN in distress. The blonde male leader approached and playfully pushed Yuzuha aside to hug YN instead, prompting a chuckle from them at his childish behavior. YN felt an irk mark growing on their forehead at Rindu's complaint about not being sporty. They exclaimed in disbelief, noticing the bumps on the heads of the three boys in front of them, questioning how this had happened, especially with the Haitanis and Sanzu involved. Draken suddenly appeared at the door with Emma, both holding plates of sliced watermelon. Hina offered to help by taking one of the plates and placed the fruit beside YN's desk, to which YN expressed their gratitude. However, the situation was chaotic, and YN couldn't help but shout in frustration about the unexpected gathering in their room. Baji crossed his arms, looking disapprovingly, while YN rolled their eyes at his response about worrying for them. Baji's comment about hearing something inappropriate caused everyone to halt and react in various ways, with some blushing and others looking exasperated. YN felt their cheeks heat up and slammed their palms on the sheets, exclaiming that 𝙤𝙩𝗫 was being sarcastic. After a round of scolding directed at 𝙤𝙩𝗫 for his foolishness, the group assured 𝑦𝑁 they would be okay before finally leaving, except for one person who stayed behind. 𝙤𝙩𝗫, crossing his arms and gritting his teeth, seemed to sense 𝑦𝑁's thoughts and playfully accused them of calling him dumb. They confirmed it and he suggested they start studying. They both headed to the living room, knowing they wouldn't be studying alone in 𝑦𝑁's bedroom, especially with their parents out. 𝙤𝙩𝗫 asked where to start, and 𝑦𝑁 replied with English, explaining that his grades were low. When he questioned how they had access to his records, 𝑦𝑁 teased him about a certain blonde angel. As they began writing in their notebooks, 𝑦𝑁 recalled a previous awkward encounter with Rakaku, which made them cringe. Curious about 𝙤𝙩𝗫's sudden desire to study, 𝑦𝑁 asked him, but he was distracted, admiring their profile. When he finally responded, 𝑦𝑁 pointed out an easy question that described him well, causing his heart to race at the compliment. He urged 𝑦𝑁 not to smile at him like that, but they playfully challenged him about calling him names. In a surprising moment, 𝙤𝙩𝗫 grabbed 𝑦𝑁's wrists and kissed them, expressing that they could call him anything they wanted if it made them happy. He declared that a nickname from 𝑦𝑁 was a blessing, revealing his feelings for them. Meanwhile, Mitsuya and Shifuyu were discussing fireworks for an upcoming festival. Mitsuya asked about black fireworks, which puzzled Shifuyu, who wondered if someone was going to die. Mitsuya explained that 𝑦𝑁 liked black, prompting a realization in Shifuyu about Mitsuya's feelings. Mitsuya admitted his love for 𝑦𝑁, solidifying the bonds of friendship and affection among them all. Shifuyu froze once more, realizing that the circle of friends he had shared feelings for the same girl. 𝙤𝙩𝗫 had admitted his feelings for her during a casual hangout in his room with 𝗙𝗫𝗫𝗏. Draken, on the other hand, had secret feelings for her, but it was complicated. He liked her, yet he loved Emma. Considering how much Mikey cherished the girl, Draken didn't want to jeopardize their friendship over his feelings. He quickly moved on when Emma confessed to him. Although he was shocked and hesitant at first, as days passed, being with Emma felt like a dream. There was no doubt that the 𝗖𝗨𝗏𝗎s were also interested in her. The most obvious was Ran. His behavior around her was noticeably different. Whenever he spoke to her, his voice would rise, and he would do silly things just to grab her attention. Shifuyu admired Ran's efforts to make her forgive him. Rindu, too, seemed to have feelings for her. As the girl's mother had said a few days ago, eyes don't lie. It was clear he liked 𝑦𝑁, even if he struggled to express it. All of them could convey their feelings to her without feeling awkward. That was something Shifuyu both admired and resented. He hated feeling weak and unable to be as assertive as the other boys. It frustrated him to see another guy flirting right in front of him while he felt powerless to intervene. Mitsuya suddenly broke through Shifuyu's thoughts, asking if he liked her too. Shifuyu smiled painfully and shook his head. Mitsuya's reaction was one of surprise and delight, which pained Shifuyu even more. He wanted to claim her as his own, but the thought of losing a friend over it was unsettling. Yet, he also didn't want anyone else to take her away. Mitsuya, still smiling, wrapped an arm around Shifuyu's shoulder, but Shifuyu's smile faded. Deep down, he was grappling with his feelings, thinking to himself that he really liked 𝑦𝑁, and it was driving him to think crazy thoughts. His father leaned against the door frame, observing the woman before him. MNLN, a 35-year-old woman, had maintained her figure through the years spent with her loving husband. With long HC hair and the same EC eyes as their daughter, she was packing their belongings while struggling to hold back tears. The pain was evident as her eyes began to glisten. Unable to bear it any longer, FN approached his wife, wrapping his arms around her from behind and resting his chin on her forehead. His thumbs gently caressed her belly, prompting her to finally let the tears flow. They were not going far, he reassured her. She understood but felt a mix of sadness and happiness. They had relied on their daughter too much, and she feared that their parenting mistakes had influenced her decision to stay. He calmed her with a gentle kiss on the cheek, wiping away her tears with his fingers. After a moment of weeping, MN finally found solace in their embrace on the bed. She expressed her feelings of inadequacy as a mother, but FN insisted she should not think that way. Reflecting on their daughter's past, She recalled how 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 had lost a friend at a young age. They had allowed her to shoulder responsibilities alone, often making excuses to avoid spending time together. 𝗤𝙤 felt that their daughter had endured enough of their selfishness, yet still loved them and let go of her anger. She questioned whether she deserved to be the mother of such a wonderful daughter. Frustrated, 𝗤𝙤 kissed her again, a kiss that conveyed their shared pain and guilt. They both remembered the hardships they had faced due to their unsupportive parents, living in a world filled with challenges and suffering. 𝗤𝙤 had grown up in Tokyo, leading a simple life that he appreciated. However, there were moments when he felt an emptiness, a longing for something more. While shopping for his father, he noticed a girl with short 𝙤𝙨 hair being confronted by a group of gangsters. Despite her calm demeanor, he sensed her simmering anger. One of the men taunted her, but she retaliated by throwing coffee in his face, causing chaos in the restaurant. She stood up, addressing the men with a firm voice, urging them to reconsider their actions and respect her personal space. As she attempted to leave, one of the men grabbed her wrist, but she remained unfazed, looking at him with cold determination. When he threatened her, another man intervened, advising the aggressor to back off. A brief scuffle ensued, and the aggressor was quickly subdued. 𝗤𝙤, stunned by the scene, approached the girl, draping his jacket around her shoulders and guiding her outside, away from the trouble. She thanked him as snow began to fall, and he smiled in response. She then made a surprising request, asking him to forget their encounter and her existence. He was taken aback, sensing her pain despite her smile. When he inquired about her name, she introduced herself as 𝗤𝙤 before walking away, her figure gradually disappearing. Though they tried to avoid each other, fate had other plans. They continued to cross paths at restaurants, basketball courts, and coffee shops, their connection deepening over 2 years until they fell in love. They were happy, living their lives in bliss. However, happiness proved fleeting. 𝗤𝙤, from a wealthy family, was already engaged to another man, a marriage arranged by their parents since her childhood. Her father's anger erupted when he discovered her feelings for 𝗤𝙤, threatening violence if she continued to see him. Tears streamed down her face as she faced her father's fury, but she stood her ground, declaring her love for 𝗤𝙤. Her father insisted she was to marry her fiancé in 2 weeks, leaving her feeling trapped. To avoid further confrontation, 𝗤𝙤 distanced herself from 𝗤𝙤, isolating herself in her room. Despite her efforts to forget him, his smile and touch haunted her thoughts. On the day of her wedding, dressed in a beautiful white gown, she gazed at her reflection, feeling a mix of beauty and despair. Her personal bodyguard, Qianxzie, entered the room, interrupting her thoughts. She forced a smile, hiding her true feelings about the impending marriage. Reality felt cruel as she realized how much she missed 𝗤𝙤, wishing for a different outcome. Her eyes widened upon hearing a familiar voice. The bodyguard who was supposed to be Qianxzie removed his cap, and her heart clenched at the sight of her lover. 𝗤𝙤 was not supposed to be there. He didn't allow her to finish her thought, leaning in to kiss her deeply. She had missed him so much during their time apart. Instead of pushing him away, she welcomed him, feeling a rush of emotions. The week without him had been unbearable, and all she wanted was to be close to him. As they lay softly on the bed, the two found it hard to contain their feelings, lost in the moment together. Another week passed, and 𝗤𝙤 discovered she was 𝗙𝙤𝙨. She wanted to keep the child because it was theirs. With a smile on her face, she held the 𝗙𝙤𝙨 test when her husband unexpectedly opened the bathroom door. Her heart raced as he took the test from her, his eyes widening in shock. He was furious, his voice rising as he accused her of being unfaithful. 𝗤𝙤 felt weak and helpless as tears streamed down her face. He threatened to tell her father, and she begged him not to. His harsh words cut deep, but what hurt her more was the sound of a familiar voice calling her name. In a panic, 𝗤𝙤 pushed her husband away and rushed out of the bathroom, only to find her father holding her husband tightly, a gun pressed against his head. She cried out for her father, but he was enraged, furious that she had allowed someone like him to be with her. 𝗤𝙤's heart raced as she realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Her father demanded that they end the 𝗙𝙤𝙨 before it even began. Desperate, 𝗤𝗏𝗏 pleaded for her child's life, but her father was unyielding. He pressed the gun against her husband's forehead, threatening him. Her husband, despite the danger, remained resolute. He knew he had to protect both 𝗤𝗏𝗏 and their unborn child. When faced with the choice of his own life or that of the baby, he chose to sacrifice himself. Just then, a loud gunshot echoed through the room, and 𝗤𝗏𝗏's father collapsed, lifeless on the floor. 𝗤𝗏𝗏 stood in shock, her mouth agape as she processed the scene before her. Her mother had intervened, her gun still smoking. With a single word, her mother commanded silence. In that moment, the legacy of the 𝗙𝗎𝗫s came to an end. 𝗤𝗏𝗏's mother showed no remorse for her actions. Her priority was her daughter's happiness and that of her grandchild. Determined not to owe anything to their parents, 𝗤𝗏𝗏 and her husband used the money her father had amassed to pay off his debts and help those in need. They worked tirelessly until every last penny was gone. Eventually, they married and welcomed a beautiful daughter named 𝗖𝗏 into the world. Their love story was not filled with rainbows and butterflies, but they did their best to build a life together. 𝗤𝗏𝗏's mother passed away from illness, but her last wish was to hold her granddaughter. The moment she did, she felt a happiness she had never known. 𝗤𝗏 and her husband promised each other they would lead a normal life for their future and, most importantly, for their precious daughter, 𝗖𝗏. 𝗤𝗏 wondered if 𝗖𝗏 would like the small box she held, which contained a black hoodie. Her husband assured her that their daughter would love it, as she preferred more practical clothing. As they arrived home, 𝗤𝗏 rushed to the living room to surprise 𝗖𝗏, but she halted in her tracks. Her father, standing behind her, gasped at the sight of their innocent daughter being hovered over by a boy. 𝗤𝗏's father frowned, holding a stick in his hand, but it was clear he meant no harm to her. However, the situation was different for the boy. 𝗤𝗏's father demanded to know what was happening, and 𝗤𝗏 explained that the boy was not her boyfriend. Her father pressed for details, questioning why the boy was so close to her. 𝗤𝗏 felt her cheeks heat up as she glanced at the boy, who remained calm and composed. He explained that he liked 𝗤𝗏 and had no intention of rushing their relationship. Caught off guard by his maturity, 𝗤𝗏's parents exchanged glances. Her mother intervened, trying to diffuse the tension, but her father was adamant about protecting his daughter. The argument escalated, and 𝗤𝗏 found herself shouting in frustration, declaring that they would lose both of them if they didn't stop. In an unexpected turn, her father knelt, apologizing for his outburst. 𝗤𝗏 watched, stunned, as the dynamic between her parents shifted. There was a depth of love and respect between them that she admired. She realized that she wanted the same kind of relationship with the boy beside her, to grow together and build a future. As her father looked at the boy, he seemed to sense the unspoken bond forming between them. The atmosphere shifted, and 𝗤𝗏 felt a sense of hope for what lay ahead. Your father spoke as 𝗙𝗩𝗫 stood nearby, and you looked at the two boys, having no idea what your father meant. 𝗙𝗩𝗫 mentioned he would be leaving, but your mother invited him to stay for dinner, claiming she was good at making 𝗙𝗏𝗫. 𝗙𝗩𝗫's eyes widened at the mention of his favorite dish, and he wondered if you had told her, though he had never mentioned it to you. It felt like a fortunate coincidence. Your father, sulking on the couch, watched as 𝗙𝗩𝗫 entered the house, and you followed closely behind. You found it endearing how your father seemed to be ignored by your mother. In the kitchen, you and 𝗙𝗩𝗫 took a seat while your mother donned an apron and began cooking. You admired 𝗙𝗩𝗫's profile from the corner of your eye, noticing how his lips were slightly parted and his cute fangs were visible. His black hair was tied back in a ponytail, and his hands were strong and attractive as he focused on the 𝗙𝗫𝗏 in front of him. Everything about him seemed perfect, aside from his occasional lack of common sense. Your mother broke the silence, asking if you two were going to the festival the next day. You exchanged glances with 𝗙𝗩𝗫, both of you raising an eyebrow in unison. When you confirmed your attendance, your mother smiled and asked if you had bought a 𝗖𝗏𝗥𝗚 yet. You shook your head, and she leaned in to whisper that she had already purchased one for you, instructing you to check the boxes in the living room later. After dinner, which had been filled with uncomfortable glares, 𝗙𝗩𝗫 went home, and you retrieved the box your mother had mentioned. With your parents already in their room, you opened the box in your own room and gasped at the sight of a beautiful red 𝗖𝗏𝗥𝗚. Your heart skipped a beat, and you hugged it tightly, mouthing a silent thank you before flopping onto your bed with a wide smile. You decided to keep this surprise to yourself before sharing it with your friends. Later, you messaged your group chat, starting with a simple evening greeting. The responses were quick, with �⁴ and Smiley both dismissing your excitement. You playfully questioned why they always stopped you from having fun, to which 𝙭replied that your idea of fun often led to headaches. Mikey asked if you were going to the festival, and you confirmed your attendance. 𝙤𝙪 lamented the loss of a peaceful night, but you reminded him that a festival wouldn't be peaceful regardless of your presence. The conversation continued with playful banter, and Qianxzie made a comment that raised eyebrows, prompting a series of reactions from the group. As the chat progressed, Shinichiro expressed his interest in asking you out, which led to more teasing from the others. You found yourself smiling at the light-hearted exchanges, even as the boys playfully argued among themselves. After a while, you felt sleepy, but another notification from your phone jolted you awake. Groaning, you answered the call, only to hear a familiar voice. The conversation turned playful as you reminded the caller to stop using a nickname you disliked, and they apologized, admitting it was a habit. Despite the lightheartedness, you felt a twinge in your heart at the familiarity of the exchange. You knew you hadn't forgiven him, but you couldn't explain it. Ran chuckled at your response as you rolled onto the bed. He seemed amused by your irritation. You frowned when you heard him puffing. "Are you smoking?" you asked, feeling a mix of concern and annoyance. "Yeah," he replied casually. You said, scrunching your nose. "Why?" "Just stop." "No." Ran. "YN. Smoking isn't good for your health." "Stop." "Sweetheart, are you worried?" "Stop calling me that." He hummed, clearly entertained. "Then choose, I'll stop smoking but I'll keep calling you those names, or I'll stop calling you that and keep smoking. Why were you making such a big deal out of this?" He was the one who was going to suffer the consequences anyway. "Fine." "Fine what?" You felt your cheeks heat up. "Keep calling me those names, but please stop smoking, Ran." You wanted to bury yourself right then. You weren't used to saying those words. "Okay, hun." You heard him slide off before the familiar sound of an ashtray reached your ears, but what caught your attention most was the rustling of paper. After that, you heard his footsteps, and he flopped onto the bed. Done. What were those paper sounds? "Oh, that? I threw away 2 boxes of cigarettes." "Why are you lying?" In an instant, Ran sent you a picture of his garbage can, showing the 2 boxes of cigarettes, bent and crumpled. You were surprised to see that there were no other items in the trash, just papers and empty chip bags. "Do you believe me now?" Yeah. "You still don't believe me?" "I already did." "What the heck?" Ran chuckled and you smiled. While on the phone with Ran, a thought crossed your mind. Was it normal to fall in love with a group of people? You weren't going to lie anymore. You liked all of them at first. You had refused to believe it, but after spending days with them, it was only Ran who could make you feel those butterflies. Yet, whenever one of the boys smiled at you, it felt like dragons were dancing in your stomach. "Hey, Ran, I have a question." Why did you two break up?" You heard him let out another chuckle. "I'm serious." "Me too, YN. So?" "The answer is simple." Your brows furrowed. "Simple? Huh. Because she's not you." You smiled. Ran really knew how to say the right thing. "Bet you say that to other girls." "Believe it or not, I don't. Lately, there's only one girl, and her name is YNLN. You held your stomach, trying to control the butterflies inside, though it was impossible. "Right, then I have another question." "Ask." "You're not annoyed, are you?" "I missed your voice. If possible, you could talk to me 24 hours a day, and I would be glued to my phone because of it," he joked. "Disgusting." "I know you like it." "Stop." Both of you shared a low laugh. "So? Question? Was Lynette a good girlfriend? If you're talking about how she flirted with me using those awful words, then no." "Are you sure you're not just ruining her image so I can forgive you?" "You're smart, but I don't play like that." "But isn't this a way of telling me you were jealous?" "PSSH." Silence fell between you, both of you relaxing as your hearts raced from each other's voices. Ran. He sounded so loving right now. Why do you think the boys like me? That's mean. I mean it. Fine, I don't actually know, honey. Maybe 𝙤𝙩𝙨 was right, maybe Mikey was right, maybe 𝗖𝗨𝗥𝗥𝗘𝗡𝗧𝗟 was right, maybe 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗏 was right. I'm searching for something right now. That's random, but why? I want to search for how to slap you through the internet. Ran laughed while you pouted. But do you know what my answer would be to that question, YN? He hushed, and you stopped searching to focus on his words. What? Because you're you. To be continued. You woke up, and your phone beside your bed immediately vibrated. You smiled, already guessing who it would be. Mitsuya. Good morning, YN. Reminder 155. I love you so much. Yep, Mitsuya had been reminding you every morning. He kept his promise, and it touched you deeply. He said he didn't need replies. He just wanted to remind you that you deserved more than anything. Running downstairs, you saw your parents hugging on the couch while the TV was turned off. Grabbing the sheets, you wrapped them around both of them before kissing their cheeks and heading to the bathroom for a bath. The water was cold, so you decided to sit in the bathtub first while waiting for the temperature to rise. You wrapped yourself in towels again before taking your phone to your room and returning to the bathroom. A few minutes passed, and the water reached a comfortable temperature. You hopped in, sighing in relief at the warmth, especially since the early chill of the season had hit. You opened your phone about to text the boys, when it rang. Your eyes widened to see 𝙤𝙩𝙨 calling. What do you want, chicken? I thought you were still asleep. Why? I wanted to annoy you by spamming you. Are you really my friend? No. Fine, whatever. Anyway, I wanted to ask something. You blinked twice. Huh. Tonight's the festival. Yeah. Are you going to wear a yukata? Yeah, and I'm not telling you how it looks. I knew that. Don't sound so disappointed, chicken. You smirked. Am I that obvious? You blinked again, wondering if 𝙤𝙩𝙨 was still sleepy. Are you sleep-talking on the phone? Beach, I'm wide awake. Can't blame me, it's still early. Which makes me curious why a lazy person like you is awake. I'm not lazy. And I tried to sleep again but failed. Are you having trouble falling asleep when you wake up at a certain hour? Your mouth fell open. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 was right. Yeah. Where are you right now? I'm at home. Bed. No. Wherever you are, don't drink coffee yet and go back to bed. He hung up the phone, leaving you puzzled about what just happened. Despite your doubts, you felt compelled to follow his instructions. 𝙤𝙩𝙨's tone had been so convincing that you figured if he was playing a prank, you would have no qualms about bothering him while he played games, knowing how much he despised it due to the lag it caused. After drying your hair, you slipped into a cozy sweater, wearing only your underwear underneath, and called 𝙤𝙩𝙨. He answered on the first ring. What is it, 𝙤𝙩𝙨? You asked. Close your eyes, he instructed. But now. You complied, closing your eyes as he told you to put in your earphones. Moments later, you heard the soft sound of nails tapping against something, reminiscent of the back of his phone. It was oddly satisfying. What's that sound? You inquired. You said you liked ASMR, right? I found some videos that help with sleep. I'm just tapping my phone right now. How can you hear me? You wondered. I set you on speaker. I'm working on something, so unlike you, I can't focus on my studies with music in my ears. Don't worry, my room is soundproof. No one will hear you except me. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 had made this change because Ran often barged into his room whenever he heard any noise, which made him anxious. The soundproofing was a solution to keep Ran from interrupting him. You hummed in amusement, a smirk forming on your lips. You care that much about me, Rin? How sweet. Shut it and sleep, he replied. Could it be you have a secret crush on me? You teased, chuckling before drifting off to sleep. But just before you fell asleep, he whispered softly into the phone, I do. However, you were already lost in slumber and didn't hear him. The night arrived swiftly, and you donned the red yukata your mother had bought for you, while she styled your hair. She had tried to persuade you to apply at least a swipe of lipstick, but you declined, knowing you planned to indulge in plenty of food that evening. You bid farewell to your parents before stepping out of the house. The streets of Tokyo were enchanting, adorned with lanterns, couples holding hands, and girls in beautiful yukatas. Suddenly, you heard a familiar voice call out to you. You paused and turned to see Lynette, dressed in a white yukata. You couldn't help but wonder why she always chose to wear white. Her smirk was sharp as she commented on your yukata, and you responded with a playful gesture, sticking your tongue out at her. You remarked that you were a mirror, reflecting her attitude. As you turned to walk away, you heard the sound of her wooden slippers approaching, indicating she was following you. You turned back to see her hand raised and instinctively shut your eyes, bracing for impact. But instead of a slap, you heard a sound of skin meeting skin, and when you opened your eyes, you found Ran glaring at Lynette. Ran's lavender eyes were fierce as he held Lynette's wrist firmly. She squirmed, protesting that he was hurting her, but his expression remained unchanged. He expressed his frustration, explaining that Lynette's actions were about to bring harm to you. He released her hand and turned to you, his gaze softening as he cupped your face, asking if she had hurt you. You shook your head, and he smiled in relief, placing a gentle kiss on your forehead. Lynette, furious, pointed at you, demanding to know if you were dating Ran. He clarified that you were not, but he was waiting for you. Lynette's anger intensified as she reminded him that she was his girlfriend. Ran corrected her, stating she was his ex-girlfriend and expressed his confusion over why he had ever dated her. He pointed out her obsession and lack of understanding of love. As Lynette glared at you, she reminded you that you had once been best friends. Ran interjected, asserting that you were no longer friends and that Lynette should leave you both alone. Lynette, frustrated, questioned what Ran saw in you, and before he could think, he reacted by slapping her, a move that shocked everyone around. The insult she hurled at you felt like a stab to his heart, igniting his anger. Lynette was taken aback, holding her cheek in disbelief as she exclaimed that he had slapped her. Ran coldly replied that she had brought it upon herself. As she cursed him, he turned away, struggling to contain the anger that threatened to spill over. He paused, turning back to her with his hands in his pockets, quoting a phrase from you about queens not competing with those who don't understand their worth. Meanwhile, you stood with 𝙤𝙩𝙨, waiting for Ran. He smiled at you, arms crossed, and mentioned Makazuki Rei, Ran's childhood friend. He noted the resemblance between you and Rei, but reassured you that Ran saw you as your own person, focused on the present and future. You smiled at 𝙤𝙩𝙨's words, feeling a connection. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 then showed you a picture of Rei, who shared your hair and eye color but had a distinctive mole by her lips. You acknowledged the resemblance and thanked 𝙤𝙩𝙨 for his support earlier. He brushed it off, patting your head affectionately. He teased you about being nice today, suggesting he was afraid of his brother's reaction if he mocked you. Instead of arguing, 𝙤𝙩𝙨 chuckled and flicked your forehead playfully, calling you dense. He leaned closer and kissed your cheek, confessing his feelings for you. His sincerity caught you off guard, and you struggled to believe him at first. Ran approached, smiling, and you wondered what had caused his good mood. He casually remarked that he had just dealt with some trash, and though 𝙤𝙩𝙨 raised an eyebrow, you understood the implication. You lowered your head, feeling a mix of emotions as you walked toward Ran. Ran suggested it was time to join the others, and you nodded, turning back to 𝙤𝙩𝙨. You promised him to consider his feelings and to wait for your answer. The ride to the festival was a beautiful sight, with lanterns illuminating each house and making your eyes sparkle. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 was preoccupied with his phone, while Ran sat beside you after 𝙤𝙩𝙨 lost a game of rock, paper, scissors. The winner got to sit next to you, and 𝙤𝙩𝙨's sulking was evident. Ran wrapped his arms around you as you admired the view outside the window. He complimented your beauty, but you playfully pushed him away, feeling flustered by the butterflies in your stomach. When the car stopped, the guy's eyes were immediately on you. Mikey hugged you tightly, only for Draken to pull him away. You noticed some familiar faces were missing from the crowd and asked where Hina and Takemaki were. The others snickered, as if they knew something you didn't. Turning around, you spotted Senju in a blue yukata, her hair styled in a small bun with a hairpin. She complimented you, and you smiled in gratitude. Suddenly, you felt a hand on your wrist and looked up to see Izana smiling at you. He greeted you warmly, his gaze lingering on your yukata, which only intensified his feelings for you. Ran suggested walking around while waiting for the fireworks, but you were distracted by the sight of him wearing a fox mask, holding an apple candy in one hand and 2 cotton candies in the other. You playfully accused him of already indulging, and he laughed, offering you one of the cotton candies. As he held your hand, you felt torn when 𝙄𝙩'𝙨 pulled you in the opposite direction. Both boys were smiling with their eyes closed, trying to claim you for themselves. You called out for 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, but he merely smirked and took Emma's hand, leaving you confused by his comment about a thief. After some time spent debating who would be your partner, Mikey regretted his decision as he lost to a certain blonde male. Mikey had suggested playing rock paper scissors again to determine who would accompany you to gather supplies for the picnic later. You found yourself with 𝙤𝙩𝙨, buying chicken noodles for the evening. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 had been unusually quiet, responding to your attempts at conversation with only nods or brief answers. You sensed he was hiding something and it made you curious. You wanted to know more about him, especially since he was Baji's friend and had changed after meeting him. As you approached the chicken noodle stall, you noticed something rustling in the bushes but shrugged it off as a couple sneaking a moment together. When 𝙤𝙩𝙨 asked you to buy the noodles while he attended to something important, you agreed, feeling a mix of curiosity and concern. You navigated through the crowd, which was larger than you expected. The lady at the stall smiled as you ordered 3 large cups, but her expression changed when she looked at you. You wondered if something was wrong with your appearance. She complimented you, asking if you were with a boyfriend. You shook your head, clarifying that you were with friends. The lady called over another woman, and as the line grew longer, you apologized and bowed your head, receiving compliments about your beauty. Once you were away from the line, the older woman held your palm and squinted at you. You felt a strange sense of trust in her sincerity. She remarked that you seemed like someone who didn't easily trust others but was always there for those in need, even if they didn't return the favor. Her words struck a chord within you, making you reflect on your relationships and the nature of trust. She was right. Despite the loneliness that had filled your life, meeting these new people had changed everything. You liked them all, but there was only one boy you truly loved. She had pointed out that while you had stolen the hearts of 19 people around you, 17 boys and 2 girls, your feelings for him were different. As she walked away, you were left speechless, realizing she was absolutely correct. You liked them, but your heart belonged to him. Who were the girls in love with you? No words could explain the feelings that had developed over the past few months with him. True, you acted differently around the other boys, but when you were with him, it felt like you were on a completely different level. Suddenly, 𝙤𝙩𝙨 burst into your thoughts, smiling as he ran toward you. He asked if he had kept you waiting, and you shook your head, assuring him it was fine. You handed him the bag, but he noticed something unusual. You bought 5 cups? He asked, surprised. You blinked, looking into the bag to confirm there were indeed 5 cups. The stall owner gave you a thumbs up, and you turned back to 𝙤𝙩𝙨, curious about what he had bought. As you asked him, you noticed his ears turning pink. He grabbed your wrists and led you to a darker, more private spot, stopping when he found a place he was satisfied with. "What is it, 𝙤𝙩𝙨?" you inquired. His emerald eyes locked onto yours as he pulled something from his pocket. Your eyes widened at the sight of a small bag with red stripes. There was no doubt that this was the red strings of fate. He held your hand and placed the bag in your palm. "YN," he began, his voice earnest. "I'm not good at expressing my feelings, and I hate that about myself. I admire how the boys can just say what they feel. I'm not dominant, but still." He paused, tucking a strand of your hair behind your ear before pulling you into a hug. You inhaled his inviting and comforting scent, allowing yourself to be enveloped by it as he placed a gentle kiss on your forehead. "At the end of the day, I hope you choose me. If you did, I would feel incredibly lucky and happy. I tried my best not to fall for you because my friends liked you too, but every time I see you smile or move, my heart tells me to just ask you out. I realize that if I don't express these feelings, I will regret it." He leaned his forehead against yours, brushing his nose against yours. "I can't explain it, YN. I love you so much that it makes me want to leave this country with you, to be selfish and leave the boys behind. I would do it if it meant being with you." You hesitated. The boys had confessed to you, but 𝙤𝙩𝙨's words resonated differently. His arms around you felt secure against the dangers of the world, and the way your breaths synced made the moment feel beautiful. I don't want you to answer me right now, 𝑌N. I want to wait because you are worth it. I will wait until the end. You're probably confused, so take your time. He pulled back, giving you a reassuring smile. To be continued. You found yourself admiring the boys as they waited for the fireworks. The noodles were supposed to be enjoyed after the show, but Mikey, being Mikey, had already devoured 2 cups, prompting 𝙤𝙩𝙨 to scold him. The fireworks were set to begin in 20 minutes, and the boys were bickering about something nonsensical. If the milk contains 5% milk, what are the other 90%? You didn't bother trying to make sense of it, knowing that finding an answer would be pointless. The boys were already in a playful argument, especially 𝙤𝙨 and Mikey, who were using their special kicks in front of everyone. You stood behind them, silently observing. You still couldn't believe that after years of loneliness, you had managed to make friends, and almost all of them had confessed their feelings for you. It's milk. Of course, it would be 100% milk, you silly monkey. 𝙤𝙨 shouted. But what if it says 5? You dumb iguana. Mikey retorted. You sighed, exasperated with the two of them. The argument continued until boredom set in, prompting you to check your messages. Unexpectedly, you received a text from an unknown number. I'll make you regret being born in this world, you worthless piece of trash. You didn't need to know who it was. One thing was clear: this person hated you. Instead of engaging, you blocked the number and put your phone back in your purse. 𝑌N, why are you so far away? Come here, Mikey called, patting the space beside him, but you shook your head. You blinked, noticing that everyone was present except for 3 people: Qianxzie, 𝙤𝙩𝙨, and Ran. You stood up and approached Mikey. Where are the 3 idiots? You asked. Qianxzie? He'll be back when there are 2 minutes left. He's not far away. As for the 2 brothers, I don't know, he replied with a shrug. You decided to look for Qianxzie. I'm going to find Qianxzie, you said as you walked away. You got it wrong again? You pulled his ear as he winced in response. He slapped your hand away, protesting, that hurts. Oh please, you've been hit by stronger people. How can a mere pinch hurt you? You rolled your eyes at him. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. I can bear it, that's all. 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗙𝗀𝗙𝗙? You smirked, and he nodded in agreement. You wondered if Qianxzie had already bought the fireworks while 𝙤𝙩𝙨 focused on copying the notes you needed him to study. Are you worried about your crush? I swear, 𝑌N. You are. What the heck? You smiled mischievously. Definitely. Stop it. Definitely, definitely, definitely. 𝙤𝙩𝙨. Before you could finish, 𝙤𝙩𝙨 held both of your wrists, positioning himself above you. His legs straddled your abdomen, and he looked into your eyes with his dark, piercing gaze. He leaned in closer, whispering something that made your heart race. How many rounds can you go, LN? I decided to stay, Mom. Your mother looked at you with wide eyes. Hun. I'm really sorry. I would go with you, I really would, but I have my friends here: Qianxzie, Senju, Takeyomi, 𝙤𝙨, all of them are here, and I don't want to leave them. Your mom smiled and nodded. I see. Just call us anytime, dear. She stood up and gave you a gentle peck on your forehead. As you walked away, a bad feeling settled in your stomach, but you tried to ignore it. It felt like something ominous was about to happen. Was it because of the text? No, you were braver than to be scared by a mere message from an unknown person. Still, you couldn't shake off the unease. 15 minutes before the fireworks, and you couldn't find a single clue as to where he might be. You tried calling him, but he didn't pick up, which only heightened your worry. Qianxzie usually replied in an instant. After sending 5 messages with no replies, your anxiety grew. You searched the darkest corners but found nothing. With no other choice, you dialed Rant's number, but he didn't answer either, so you called 𝙤𝙩𝙨. Hello, 𝙤𝙩𝙨? 𝑌N? Your eyes widened, he sounded out of breath. Where are you? The fireworks are in 12 minutes. I'm sorry, love. I'll call you later. He hung up, leaving you blushing at the unexpected term of endearment. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 was serious about changing his attitude, but it still felt strange coming from him. As you stood there, feeling flustered, a droplet of rain fell on your nose. You looked up to see the night sky was murky and somewhat depressing. The atmosphere only intensified the bad feeling in your gut. Before the rain could pour harder, you rushed to the nearest old shrine and stopped when you saw Qianxzie's back. Qianxzie. He turned around, and your heart sank. Qianxzie looked exhausted, dark bags under his eyes, his skin pale in a way that spoke of fatigue. Running toward him, you cupped his cheeks as the rain began to fall heavily, ignoring the noise of the droplets hitting the ground. Your focus was solely on him. What happened? You asked, but he didn't respond. Instead, he pulled you into a deep embrace, inhaling your scent as his hands traveled down to your waist and back. What happened, Qianxzie? "Yn," he murmured, and you noticed he was holding a piece of paper. "What's this?" you asked, and he handed it to you, avoiding your gaze. Your eyes widened as you saw he had failed an important exam, one that was crucial for Shibuya. "Qianxzie. I never wanted to leave you, Yn. I did my best to study, I even neglected my sleep, and yet." His arms tightened around you, and you could hear the soft sniffles escaping him. "I couldn't do it. I heard from Aunt Ellen that you're probably moving to Shibuya. Please don't leave, Yn." You smiled, feeling a mix of happiness and guilt. You were glad Qianxzie cared so much, but you felt guilty for not telling him you had already refused to leave. You sighed, pulling back slightly to remove his mask and kiss his cheek. Qianxzie's eyes widened in surprise, and he froze, though his hands remained on you. "I'm not leaving, Qianxzie. I'm sorry I didn't tell you that." You smiled reassuringly. The next moment, you noticed Qianxzie's eyes welling with tears, which made you panic. "Wait, don't." You tried to wipe away his tears, but he leaned in to kiss your forehead for a long moment before nuzzling his nose against your neck. "Thank God," he whispered, and you rubbed his back to comfort him. "Hey, Yn. Can I kiss you?" To be continued. Ran, panting for air, asked Rindu what Yn had said. Both were at their limits, wiping sweat from their foreheads, and they knew one of them would likely fall ill, especially with the rain starting to pour. The eldest Haitani checked on Rindu, who nodded with a smirk, indicating he was fine. Ran suggested they find a way to change their clothes, not wanting to worry why. Rindu teased him about being a worrywart. Qianxzie took the opportunity to observeYn's reaction when he asked if he could kiss her. To his surprise, she didn't blush as he expected. Instead, she looked at him intently. After a moment, she inhaled and agreed. Without hesitation, Qianxzie pressed his lips against hers, his large hand cradling the back of her head while the other wrapped around her waist. Despite the yukata she wore, he managed to evoke a thrilling sensation throughout her body. As this was her first kiss, Yn felt unsure of what to do, prompting Qianxzie to bite her lip gently. When that didn't elicit a response, he moved his hand lower, causing her to gasp, and took the opportunity to deepen the kiss. He savored the moment, his tongue dancing with hers, expressing all the feelings he had harbored since falling in love with her. He wanted this kiss to last, to wake up and find her close to him every day. Yet, as he continued, Yn began to struggle for breath. She tapped his back to signal him to stop, but he groaned in frustration, wanting to prolong their connection. As they continued, Yn fought back against his tongue, and Qianxzie smirked at her determination. When the moment felt right, he pushed deeper, only to be met with her biting his tongue, causing him to pull back with a playful pout. After a brief exchange, Qianxzie suggested they stay put since it was still raining. Yn hesitated, still feeling the lingering effects of their kiss. She nodded in agreement, hugging herself against the chill. Noticing her shivering, Qianxzie slipped off his tamon jacket and wrapped it around her, leaving him in just a thin white t-shirt that accentuated his toned physique. He teased her about her reaction to his appearance, but the playful banter quickly shifted to a more serious tone. Qianxzie asked if that had been her first kiss. Yn lowered her head, knowing it wasn't. Her first kiss had been with Mikey, though it hadn't been as intense as this one. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the memory. Qianxzie's expression darkened, prompting her to remind him they weren't children. He pressed further, asking if someone had taken her first time, not just a kiss. Yn felt herself blush furiously, clenching her fists and snapping back at him. Qianxzie's serious demeanor returned, and he confessed his desire to be with her, resting his forehead against hers and expressing his love. As he held her close, 𝗠𝗏 remained unaware that he was hiding his own blush from her. Moments before the fireworks, the rain finally stopped, and she quickly dialed Mikey's number. When he answered, she asked where they were. Mikey informed her they were at the Fishnets building, but before she could react, 𝙤𝙨 shouted in the background. Coco then took the phone, teasing her about her apparent infatuation. 𝗠𝗏 demanded to know their location, and Coco revealed he had reserved the entire 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 building for their gathering. Feeling a mix of emotions, 𝗠𝗏 sighed, realizing how extravagant it was. She agreed to head over, but before she could hang up, Coco declared his love for her, leaving her stunned. Turning around, she found Qianxzie crossing his arms, looking at her with a dark expression. He questioned if Coco was her boyfriend, to which she quickly denied, insisting Coco just liked to tease her. Yet, deep down, she knew Coco often expressed his feelings for her, and this time felt different. Qianxzie pressed her about how many boys had confessed their love to her, causing her heart to race. Mikey, 𝙤𝙨, Mitsuya, Shifuyu, Ran, Rindu, Kikucho, Coco, and you were all gathered together. You whispered something before Qianxzie let out a deep sigh. Everything happened so quickly that you didn't even realize Qianxzie had lifted you onto his shoulder. He mentioned that he was neither your first kiss nor your first confession. He paused, turning toward the shrine's door, and made a bold statement about being with you. You were soon inside the building, specifically on the top floor. The boys were busy with champagne in their hands while you admired the Tokyo skyline through the window. 𝗏𝙗 approached you, holding 2 drinks, and offered you one. You thanked him and nodded, taking a sip. You agreed that it was a beautiful view. 𝗏𝙗 remarked on how strange it was to fall in love with someone online. You chuckled, noting that Coco wasn't the only one who was unusual in this regard. You both clinked your glasses together and took a sip of the champagne. 𝗏𝙗 reflected on Coco's past, mentioning that he never thought Coco would love another woman after his sister, 𝗏𝗏. You paused, curious about 𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝙗 explained that she had died in a house fire, and Coco had tried to save her but mistook 𝗏𝙗 for her due to their resemblance. Afterward, Coco had done everything he could to help her, but ultimately he had failed. 𝗏𝙗 thanked you for helping Coco move past that traumatic experience but also expressed that he felt a strong bond with Coco that couldn't be broken. As 𝗏𝙗 walked away to join the others, you realized that even he seemed to have feelings for you, complicating the situation further. You could only choose one person after all. You noticed that the 𝗤𝗏𝗨 brothers were still missing. You asked Mikey about them, and he admitted he didn't know where they were. Worry crept in as you counted down the moments, hoping they would return. Just then, 𝗏𝙗 approached you, his eyes focused on the window, hands in his pockets. You thought about how they hadn't called yet and wondered if they had forgotten about you. As the countdown reached 0, the fireworks exploded in a dazzling display of colors in the sky, and the crowd below erupted in cheers. The boys behind you raised their glasses, but the absence of the 𝗤𝗏𝗨 brothers weighed heavily on your heart. Shinichiro noticed your distress and smiled at you, trying to reassure you. He reminded you that the 𝗤𝗏𝗨 brothers were known for their unpredictability and encouraged you to have faith in them. You then brought up Draken and Emma's relationship, which caught Shinichiro off guard. He indicated that they needed to talk later, and you felt a pang of guilt for Emma. As the fireworks ended, Shinichiro offered you a ride home since Qianxzie had been pulled away by some friends. Mikey and 𝙤𝙨 had gone to their bikes, and Shinichiro asked if you liked any of the boys. You hesitated but admitted that you thought you might. He teased you about it, and a comfortable silence fell between you as you rode together. When you reached your gate, you thanked him and turned to open it, but Shinichiro stepped closer, trapping you gently. He confessed that he was serious about his feelings for you, wrapping his arms around you and kissing your nape. As you felt overwhelmed by the moment, he whispered that he would wait for you before riding off. Just then, your phone vibrated, and you saw Rindu's name. His voice was shaky, and you felt a chill run down your spine. He urgently called out for you, mentioning something was wrong with Ran. Your heart raced as you asked for details, and Rindu revealed that Ran was at the hospital after a serious incident. Realizing the urgency, you quickly grabbed your keys and rushed to your car. You had learned to drive at a young age, and you pressed the gas, focusing on the road while keeping 𝗠𝙩𝙨 on speaker. He explained that 𝙞𝙩𝙨 had attacked Ran, leaving him unconscious. You sped toward the hospital, determined to find out what had happened to him. As you arrived, the door slid open, and you immediately spotted a nurse with papers in her hands. You approached her, asking for 𝗠𝙩'𝙨's room. "Who are you to the patient, ma'am?" a nurse asked. "A friend," you replied, urgency propelling you toward room. As you approached the door, you spotted 𝙞𝙨 outside, tears streaming down her face, her hands clenched tightly. Gritting your teeth, you brushed past 𝗠𝙩𝙨, who you barely noticed. Anger surged within you as you approached 𝙞𝙨, and in a moment of frustration, you struck her jaw, causing her to grunt in surprise. "Yn!" 𝗠𝙩𝙨 exclaimed, rushing to pull you away from 𝙞𝙨 as you struggled against her. He intertwined his arms with yours, trying to restrain you, but your other hand was still gripping 𝙞𝙨's neck, making him hesitate. "Yn, stop," he pleaded. "Why did you do it, 𝙞𝙨? I thought you loved Ran. How could you betray him like this?" you demanded, your voice rising. "Yn, calm down," 𝗠𝙩𝙨 urged. "Calm down? Are you telling me to calm down? 𝗠𝙩𝙨, this is your brother's life we're talking about." "I know, but please. Aniki would never want to see you like this." In that moment, the weight of the situation hit you. Nurses, doctors, and patients were staring at you with fear in their eyes. Your bun was disheveled, strands of hair falling across your face, and your hands trembled with anger. Anyone witnessing this scene would be intimidated. As you began to calm down, 𝗠𝙩𝙨 pulled you into a hug, and you sobbed into his arms. "What did the doctor say?" you managed to ask. "We have to wait," he replied. You nodded, glancing at 𝙞𝙨, who was being supported by other nurses. Blood smeared on her cheeks, she glared at you and shouted, "It's all your fault." An irritable mark appeared on your cheek as you raised your fist, but 𝗠𝙩𝙨 held you back. "You're delusional, 𝙞𝙨. You're the one who betrayed me. You pretended to be someone you're not, but did I ever hurt you? I let everything slide. What makes you think this is my fault? Because of your existence, Ran won't fall for me," she screamed. "Ran can choose whoever he likes," you shot back. "Shut up." Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the whispers of onlookers and 𝙞𝙨's sniffles. You stared at her, realizing this was not the 𝙞𝙨 you once knew. Did you even know 𝙞𝙨 at all? Just as you began to calm down, a woman who resembled Ran stepped out of the room, glaring at both you and 𝙞𝙨. "Which one of you is Cox 𝙞𝙨?" the elderly woman demanded, her arms crossed and her heels clicking on the floor. 𝗠𝙩𝙨 pulled you against him, turning you away from the operating room. The last thing you heard from the woman was, "I need to have a little talk with you, Miss Cox." He guided you toward the rooftop, where he leaned against the railing while you sat on a bench, looking down. "How did Ran end up like this?" You had no idea. He was a 𝗖𝙨. How could he let a mere woman hurt him so easily? He could take down many opponents. "𝗠𝙩𝙨," you began, but he immediately moved to embrace you. Your eyes widened as you felt his body trembling, one hand at the back of your head and the other around your waist. "Why?" he whispered. "Huh," you replied, surprised by his sudden question. "Why did he save me?" he continued, his voice breaking. Your eyes blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" "The bottle was supposed to hit my head, yet he trailed off," soft sobs escaping him as tears welled in your eyes. "Why did 𝙞𝙨 do it?" You recalled a time when you and Aniki were at a festival, holding plushies you had won. You both knew 𝑌𝑁 wasn't into girly things, but you wanted to give her something special. "Do you think she will like purple?" Aniki asked, tilting his head as the bear blocked his view. "I don't think so. Luckily, I won a white one because white is the opposite of black," you replied proudly, hearing him chuckle. "She might throw it away since white gets stained easily." "Come on." Before you knew it, the festival was in full swing. "I'll search for 𝑌𝑁," Aniki said, moving to the side. You nodded and turned around, only to notice some men following him. You rushed after him, concern flooding your mind. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Someone's following us." Aniki's expression shifted to seriousness. He let the bear drop gently onto the ground and pulled out his baton as you scanned your surroundings. "Is this the guy you want us to deal with, Lynette?" he asked, his eyes narrowing. A silhouette emerged from behind the shrine, a large figure approaching. "Yes," Lynette confirmed, stepping out behind the man. Her makeup was smudged, and her hair, once perfectly styled, was now a mess. "The 𝙤𝙨 brothers, huh? I thought you were strong, but it seems you're just a bunch of weaklings," the man taunted. Aniki smiled back at him, twirling his baton confidently. You exchanged glances, both of you ready for whatever was to come. 12 years had passed since that fateful day when Rand's life changed forever. Sitting in a coffee shop in New York, a warm cup in hand, the city felt like a refuge from the chaos of Tokyo. The memories of Rand still lingered, and the boys had been deeply concerned when they heard the news. Despite everything, they continued to pursue you, each one determined to win your heart, even when their rivalry escalated. One particularly rough day, nursing a hangover, the boys stormed into your house, each claiming their right to you. Their antics were overwhelming, and you felt like a small creature caught in a tempest. Naoto, noticing your distress, helped you obtain a passport, ensuring you could escape to New York for some much-needed peace. As you gazed out the window, you recalled a moment with Qianxzie during a festival, admiring the fireworks together. After isolating yourself for months due to the trauma of Rand's accident, your friends could no longer bear to see you in such despair. They even teased you about your love for tuna fish sandwiches, which only added to your frustration. Determined to lift your spirits, Smiley and Angry took you out on a date. Smiley, with his eyes closed, playfully pinched your cheeks, urging you to smile. He reminded you that the outing was meant to cheer you up, not to dwell on sadness. Just then, Qianxzie arrived, tears in his eyes, causing Smiley to shiver in concern. Qianxzie confessed his struggles, prompting Smiley to take your orders while Qianxzie sat across from you. Your thoughts drifted back to Ran, but Qianxie's intense gaze pulled you back to the present. He asked you to forget what he had said during the fireworks, acknowledging his brother's feelings for you. Confused, you raised your hand to stop his rambling, admitting you hadn't fully understood him. Their bickering escalated, but you remained focused on your own feelings. After the date, Smiley rode off on his bike, while Qianxzie opened the gate for you. As you thanked him, he took your hand and confessed his feelings, leaving you in a whirlwind of emotions. Qianxzie began visiting you daily, even without Smiley, but the tension between the boys became unbearable. You realized that their feelings for you were causing rifts among them, leading to confrontations and rivalries that you wanted no part of. Shifuyu and Baji, once friends, now glared at each other. Mikey and Izana were on the brink of conflict, but Wakasa and Shinichiro managed to keep the peace. Before you blocked their numbers, Wakasa had confessed to you, but you felt overwhelmed and chose to distance yourself from the chaos. Kazutora and Hanma couldn't be in the same room without fighting, while Koko and Inui went their separate ways. Sanzu and Mitsuya, deeply in love with you, would likely clash if they ever met. Your mother tried to comfort you, insisting that love often brings pain, but her words offered little solace. One night, after another bout of drinking, you encountered Wakasa at a bar. When a man harassed you, Wakasa stepped in, sending the aggressor away and escorting you home. However, staying with him that night led to choices you later regretted, fueled by a mix of alcohol and emotional exhaustion. As you tried to escape the turmoil, news broke about the Banten organization, formed by Mikey shortly after your departure. You felt a pang of guilt for leaving, but you needed a fresh start. The Banten trio Sanzu, Ran, and Rindu were now infamous, and their actions weighed heavily on your mind. After hearing from the doctor that Ran would remain in a coma for 3 years, you and Rindu shared a moment of relief, but it was short-lived. Ran's mother questioned your relationship with her sons, revealing your family's history in a way that made you feel uneasy. You had no sympathy for what had happened to your parents, believing that the brothers deserved the consequences of their actions. Just then Kisaki appeared, arms crossed and a smirk on his face. He confronted you about your choice to relax while others were struggling. You shot back, reminding him of his own failures and rejections. Kisaki had come to New York seeking redemption after your harsh words, and it seemed he was slowly finding his way. You discovered that Qianxzie wasn't as bad as you thought. He was simply overwhelmed by jealousy, anger, and rage, forgetting that there were people who cared for him. One of those people was Hanma, as a friend. You glanced at the TV again, tuning out Qianxzie's scolding. Mikey's eyes held no trace of childishness. He looked incredibly mature now, dressed in black gloves and a red coat. It was amusing how people from your class years ago failed to recognize the trio, yet you could identify them at a single glance despite all the changes. Qianxzie called out to you, and you blinked in response. He seemed frustrated that you hadn't heard him. He pointed toward the door behind you, and your eyes followed his gesture. When he said someone was outside waiting, your heart raced. You knew exactly who he meant. You jumped up and dashed toward the door, but you didn't see him until you reached a nearby park. There he was, leaning against a tree with a smile that made your heart swell. Tears welled up in your eyes as you approached him. He chuckled softly, closing the distance between you, and you leaped into his arms. He embraced you tightly, pressing his lips to yours. With your hands behind his head, you didn't care about the onlookers. After 12 long years apart, the person you loved most was finally right in front of you. 12 years of longing, of only seeing him on TV, of craving his touch, and now he was here, so close. You pulled back, tears streaming down your face as you confessed your love. You had waited so long to say it, and he smiled as he wiped your tears away. He gently chided you for cursing, and the way he said, "love," made your heart flutter. You stood on your tiptoes and kissed him again, feeling a rush of joy. Before leaving Tokyo, you had confessed your feelings but expressed uncertainty. He promised to wait for you, and now, with him right in front of you, you no longer needed to think. You were together, holding each other close. He pulled back slightly, still holding you, and whispered in your ear about the wedding that awaited you the next day. You couldn't believe it. Your mother had repeated those words countless times, tears streaming down her face as she wiped them away with a napkin. Your father fought back his own tears, seeing you in a wedding gown. Your mother exclaimed in disbelief that her child, who had always been reserved, was getting married. You caught a glimpse of yourself in the mirror just as someone knocked on your door. The girls entered, their eyes glistening with tears. You noticed Emma's belly. She was already 2 months pregnant, yet still looked radiant. As they congratulated you, Senju playfully pulled Emma away before she could hug you, making you chuckle. Hina offered her congratulations, and you nodded in gratitude. When you asked about Sanzu, Senju smirked and replied that he was crying tears of joy. Yuzuha then pulled out her phone for a selfie, teasing you about threesomes. You tried to maintain a serious expression, wanting to show your protective side, but her playful antics made it impossible not to smile. As the moment to walk down the aisle arrived, you linked arms with your father, while your mother stood by, still in tears. The boys who had once confessed to you stood at the back, some with partners, while others remained single because of you. You looked ahead to see him in a tuxedo, tears forming in his eyes as his parents beamed with pride. It was surreal. The app you had used to connect with him had been an absurd way to find love, yet here you were, about to be wed. Your father placed your hand in his, smiling as he said to take care of you. He replied that it was his life's desire, causing your cheeks to flush and butterflies to dance in your stomach. As the ceremony continued, each vow exchanged resonated deeply within you, filling you with happiness. You felt a rush of joy when you tossed the bouquet, and a girl with blue eyes caught it, joking that if she got married next, she would take you with her. Yuzuha teased about how many children you would have, to which your husband replied that he had strong stamina and could handle 20 or more. You playfully protested, insisting you weren't a pig. The wedding was the most wonderful experience of your life. Despite the boys being rejected, they acted as if nothing had happened. Some still harbored feelings for you but stepped back when they realized who you truly cared for. 3 years later, you called out to your husband, asking him to tuck Reiha into bed. He cheerfully responded with a yes. As you both picked out books for your 5-year-old daughter, she signaled for you to stop. "Mom, I want another story," she said, looking up at you with wide eyes. You exchanged glances with your husband before asking, "What is it?" "I'm tired of hearing these books. I want to know your love story." Both of your eyes widened in surprise before you chuckled and held her hands. Your husband began, well, it all started with texting. You added, yes it did. Before you could dive into the story, he leaned closer to whisper in your ear, expressing his deep affection for you. 2 years later, while holding your daughter's hand, your husband held the other. The smile on his face was priceless. Who would have thought someone like him would be the one destined for you? Mommy, I want to buy those pink plushies, your daughter exclaimed, squealing with delight as her father lifted her onto his shoulders. You heard her, Mommy, he said with a smirk. You felt a blush creep onto your cheeks, realizing that the mommy your little one referred to was different from the one he meant. Memories of your time together flashed through your mind. Your husband was a sweet person, but there was something different about him in private moments. You quickly shook off those thoughts. Mommy, are you sick? You're red, your daughter said, concern in her voice. You reassured her, I'm okay, dear. Never mind that. Didn't you say you wanted to buy a plushie? Your husband interjected, gently letting her down. Yeah, but if Mom is sick, then I don't want to. I want to win the plushie with her, she beamed, making both your hearts swell with affection. You smiled and took her hand. Then what are we waiting for? Soon, you bought her the plushie she wanted, and she played with it at the playground. Although she was alone, your husband was protective, not liking it when strangers looked at her because she resembled you so much. Can't you at least let her have one friend? You mumbled, feeling his arms wrap around your hips. Your back pressed against his chest as he buried his chin on your shoulder. No. Oh, come on, you whined. Just as you were about to continue, he chuckled and held your chin, planting a gentle kiss on your lips. You wanted to be annoyed, but the gesture made you pause. I'm getting mad here, you know, you huffed, pouting when he released you. He chuckled softly, placing light kisses on your neck. My baby is sulking. Want me to make it up to you? He teased playfully. No. Bah. I'm trying to be nice here. He slipped his hands inside your shirt, but you stopped him. Stop it, we're in public. So, he replied, a mischievous grin on his face. You gritted your teeth, embarrassed. Let's not do it here. So we can do it at home? He smirked. You sighed, knowing he was teasing. You leaned in to give him a light kiss. Let's go home. Yeah, he agreed, standing up quickly and taking your daughter's hand. When you arrived home, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 placed her plushie on the couch and grabbed her small brushes. Mommy, can you brush him with me? You smiled. Sure, sweetie. Sweetie, Mommy and I have something to do. If you're bored, you can always take my phone from the table, okay? He interrupted, swinging you onto his shoulders like old times. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 cheerfully agreed. He didn't even bother closing the door before he kissed you passionately. You tried to remind him about the door, but your words were lost as his hands found their way to you, and you melted into the kiss. Close the door, you urged. He pulled back, growling in frustration, and slammed the door shut. As you hopped onto the bed, he quickly removed your jacket, and in an instant, your shirt was on the floor. Was he really that eager? He hovered over you, kissing your neck, causing soft gasps to escape your lips. He was playful yet assertive, knowing just how to balance both sides of himself. I love you, he murmured between kisses, leaving you breathless. You wrapped your arms around his neck, leaning in closer to kiss him deeply. I love you too. You said we were a bunch of weaklings? Your punch couldn't even hurt a toddler, 𝙤𝙨 remarked with a smirk, lightly tapping the guy's head again, even though the man was now lying on the floor, unconscious. Despite that, the guy was tough, comparable to 𝙤𝙩'𝙨's strength. Wait, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 was literally a monster. Why was I even comparing this person to him? Suddenly, my phone buzzed in my pocket. As I picked it up, my fatigue slowly faded upon seeing her number. Hello, Rindu? How could such simple words have such an impact on me? Just hearing her voice was enough to make me forget the current situation. YN? She paused before continuing. Where are you? The fireworks start in 12 minutes. As much as I wanted to tell her more, we needed to deal with this big guy. We usually didn't care if the police saw our victim, but we didn't want to cause a scene at the festival. I'm sorry, love. I'll call you later. I hung up, feeling 𝙤𝙨's hand on my shoulder, sensing his dark aura hidden beneath that cheerful smile of his. Love. What? It's normal to call her that, I shrugged, and we continued to bicker while dragging the bear. I crouched down, but then I remembered we had one more opponent. 𝙤𝙩𝙨. I jolted up, raising my head to see Lynette running toward me with a bottle filled with sake. She was too close for me to react quickly. I shut my eyes, bracing for impact, but then the worst happened. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 shielded me with his head, unable to even open his eyes before they closed as his body collapsed against my shoulders. 𝙤𝙩𝙨, I called softly, but he didn't reply. I looked up to see the girl. The bottle in her hand was slowly slipping down as she fell to her knees. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. I didn't mean to do this. She stood up, trying to help him, but I pushed her away forcefully, letting 𝙤𝙨𝙨's unconscious body rest on the ground. While Lynette remained on the floor, murmuring, I didn't hesitate to sit down and punch her face repeatedly. If it were 𝙤𝙨𝙨, I knew he wouldn't do this. So I would. But even with the rage inside me, 𝙤𝙨𝙨's safety was my priority. I called an ambulance to take him to the hospital. A chill ran through my body, especially when I remembered Mom was going to be home today. I bet she would hate me. Mom loved 𝙤𝙨𝙨 so much. But instead of getting mad, she asked who this Lynette girl was. You were angry at Lynette. But after hearing the whole story, you couldn't express the anger you felt, especially knowing she wanted to harm 𝙤𝙩𝙨 to have ran all to herself. The girl was twisted. When you returned to the operation room, you noticed Lynette was no longer around, guessing Mrs. 𝙤𝙨 had taken her for her own reasons, which made you shudder at the thought of what she might have done to her son. After 30 minutes of waiting with 𝙤𝙩𝙨 outside, the doctor finally emerged. Both 𝙤𝙩𝙨 and I immediately asked about his condition. 𝙤𝙨 ran his. Our eyes widened at the news. Tears rolled down my cheeks as my chest tightened. I clutched it with my hands, struggling to control my breathing. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 was in the same state as I knelt on the floor, exhaustion from crying overwhelming my entire body. Then, as soon as Rant's eyes opened, the persistent sound of the hospital's electrocardiogram machine filled the air. His body felt so weak that it seemed like he could sleep for an eternity. Suddenly, memories of the festival flooded back into his mind. He knew 𝙤𝙩𝙨 would be upset or worried. He understood how much 𝙤𝙩𝙨 disliked it when Ran tried to protect him at the cost of his own safety. But as an older brother, Ran held 𝙤𝙩𝙨 dear, and any brother would do the same. If given the chance, he would protect him again without hesitation. He sighed just as the door opened, revealing their mother. She rushed in, her voice filled with emotion as she called out to him. Ran held back a wince when she threw her arms around him, but he found himself craving her embrace. Perhaps it was because he felt so weak at that moment. He needed to know that someone was still waiting for him while he had been unconscious. Before their mother could finish her words, 𝙤𝙩𝙨 burst into the room, his lavender eyes filled with worry. His panicked expression softened as he rushed to Rant's side, taking his hand in his own. Despite his trembling voice, 𝙤𝙩𝙨 tried to maintain a strong facade. Ran felt a pang of guilt. He never wanted to see his brother like this. He longed for 𝙤𝙩𝙨 to be the same brash guy who annoyed YN, the one who disliked noisy girls, and the one who always wore an irritated expression but smirked when it came to fighting. 𝙤𝙩𝙨's voice broke through his thoughts as he questioned Rant's actions. Instead of answering, Ran smiled and gently tapped 𝙤𝙩𝙨's head twice, reassuring him. He simply stated that he was his brother. After several years, Ran finally left the hospital. He learned from their mother that she hadn't treated Lynette kindly, and he felt she deserved it. It was his mistake to have tried to be with her in the first place. Now, wearing his long black coat, he found himself in New York, following Mikey's lead to track down a certain hacker who had infiltrated their system. Qianxzie and 𝙤𝙩𝙨 accompanied him on this mission. As they walked through the streets, Ran felt a craving for warm coffee. He turned on his heel and headed to the nearest cafe. Upon entering, he pulled his scarf up to shield his mouth from the winter chill. It was freezing in New York, and he cursed himself for forgetting his gloves. The barista greeted him, and he scanned the menu before ordering a cappuccino. Just then, he heard a familiar voice beside him. He turned to see a girl with doe-like eyes, now more mature and confident. Her hair had grown longer, and she looked different from the last time he had seen her. Their eyes met, and both were taken aback. She prepared their drinks, and Rand's heart raced as he recognized her. He spoke her name, and she flinched. He knew she had come to New York for a fresh start, yet here he was, the storm that had hurt her and shattered her trust. He sighed and held his drink, smiling at her, but the silence between them was heavy. The absence of even a simple greeting confirmed that she still couldn't forgive him. It hurt to see 𝗠 in front of him, looking scared. He had loved her deeply. The warmth of the hot cup in his hands provided some comfort against the cold. Suddenly he heard Rindu call his name, but before he could turn around he felt 𝗠's warm body press against him. He missed that warmth more than he realized. When he saw tears in her eyes, panic surged through him, causing him to nearly drop his cup. 𝗠 was crying. She cupped his cheek with her cold hands, expressing her relief that he was okay. As she nuzzled her head against his chest, he instinctively returned her embrace, surprised by her concern. She missed him, and her words brought tears to his own eyes. He looked down to see her smiling, and despite the changes in her appearance, that smile was still familiar. He would remember it even during the years he had been in a coma. She wiped her tears and pulled back, and he flinched, missing her touch. The impact she had on him was undeniable. Did he love her that much? She was busy speaking with that charming smile of hers, her adorable way of expressing herself while trying to contain her emotions. Unable to hold back any longer, he gently cupped her cheeks, leaned down, and pressed his lips against hers, silencing her in an instant. He smiled against the kiss, feeling her flinch in surprise at his sudden action. To his delight, she kissed him back, mustering the courage to wrap her arms around his waist. He tilted his head to the side, creating better access to deepen the kiss. When he heard her squeak in surprise, he pulled back with a smile to give her a moment to breathe. He called her name softly, but he didn't let her speak first. He had promised to make her love him again, and he was determined to do everything to win 𝗠's heart, vowing not to mess up this time. He leaned his forehead against hers, feeling her breath brush against his lips, teasing him. He held her hands before giving her lips a quick peck. He asked her to be his, kissing her once more and watching as her eyes widened before softening. She closed her eyes and pulled his head closer with her hand at the back of his neck, declaring that she was his. He often wondered how his father, a notorious gang leader, could be such a good person with his mother, how he found her despite his reputation. He recalled asking his mother as a child what love was, and her answer had irritated him at the time. She had told him he would know when he found the one. Now he understood what she meant. Love was when someone's mere presence encouraged him to become a better person, pushing him to be the best version of himself. It was the willingness to be good for that person, no matter the past. Later, a playful exchange filled the room as he tossed a pillow at Rindu, who was about to put on his shirt. Rindu smirked and threw the pillow back, but she blocked it. He ordered her to get up, but she stubbornly turned away, covering herself with the sheets. Rindu groaned in annoyance and tried to pull the blankets away, but she held on tightly. He insisted they needed to go somewhere, but she refused. Frustrated, he hovered above her, urging her to get up. She remained defiant, and he sighed deeply, whining about his hunger. With a sudden burst of determination, he lifted her up, the sheets still covering her. He carried her downstairs and placed her on the kitchen counter, telling her to stay while he cooked. He donned an apron, looking charming as he prepared the ingredients. Despite her irritation, she couldn't help but find him attractive in that moment. The previous night had taken an unexpected turn after their movie date. The romance film they watched had included scenes that left Rindu unable to resist his feelings for her. Instead of a quiet night, they had spent hours together, and she was left sore the next morning. Yet she couldn't bring herself to be angry with him. Throughout the night, he had showered her with affection and words of love. He asked if she was still mad about last night, and she playfully threw a banana at him, earning a grunt in response. He cornered her, apologizing softly and hugging her. She remained unyielding, insisting she wouldn't forgive him. He playfully asked how he could make it up to her, leaning in closer. He promised not to push her, knowing she was sore, and instead focused on making her favorite steak. As he lifted her, wrapping her legs around his hips, she smiled at the sight of the steak. He asked if she was forgiving him, but she playfully replied no. He blinked in surprise, and she teased him with an idea, reminding him of a way he could win her over. He asked her why she was his wife, and she took a picture of him wearing maid clothes and cat ears, both of them laughing. Amid their playful bickering, she remembered the sweet words he had whispered the night before, thinking she was asleep. He had expressed his regrets for going too far, kissing her gently on her shoulders and forehead, calling her the most annoying woman he knew while also admitting that she was perfect in his eyes. As he reflected on his feelings, he realized that even when he discovered her imperfections, he had fallen deeper in love with her. You stretched your arms, dressed in your sports bra and leggings. Lying on your yoga mat, you focused on your stretching until you heard a knock at the door. A smile crossed your face as you recognized who it was. The door opened, and 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 entered. Paused, taking in the sight of you glistening with a light sheen of sweat. Setting a glass of orange juice on your desk, she grabbed a towel and helped you wipe your forehead, to which you expressed your gratitude. Curious, you asked what was on her mind. With a warm smile, she leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on your forehead. You felt a rush of embarrassment, knowing you were still sweaty, but 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 had always insisted that you were perfect just the way you were. I was thinking about going on a date, she said, tilting her head slightly. You agreed, intrigued by her sudden invitation. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 stood up and wrapped her arms around you, her expression softening. I've been busy with Brahman lately, and I want to spend time with my 𝙤𝙩'𝗨, she said, her smile brightening. As she began to plant playful kisses along your neck, you couldn't help but feel a ticklish sensation. You playfully protested, but her fingers found their way to your hips, making you laugh even more. After a moment, she paused, kissing your forehead once again. So, do you want to go? You nodded, making your way toward the shower. I'll wait, she said, moving toward the door, but you called her back. Join me, you suggested with a smile. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 smirked and nodded. We're only going to shower, okay? She said, taking your hand. You nodded in agreement, though you had a feeling that keeping it just to that would be a challenge. The assistant hesitated, asking if they should spare the man before them. The cold glare from the leader made the assistant shiver, but it didn't matter. The thought of sparing that individual was unfathomable. The leader couldn't see that man as human. His sins were beyond atonement, and even if he were to take his own life right there, it would only evoke disgust. There was no pity to be felt. The man deserved his fate. The leader approached the assistant, hands shoved deep in his pockets. He declared that he would spare the man, but only in exchange for the assistant's life. Turning away, he heard the sharp sound of a gunshot behind him, sending a chill down his spine not from fear, but from the longing for someone he missed dearly. A lump formed in his throat as he yearned for the warmth of a comforting embrace. As he drove home, his mind was a whirlwind. His heart raced, pounding against his chest as if trying to escape. His eyes were fixed on the road, yet they searched for something more. His hands grew clammy, and with a frustrated click of his tongue, he pressed harder on the gas. He needed to see her, to see them, and he needed it now. After 2 long days of work, he hadn't been able to reach out, too consumed with tracking down the man who had wronged him. How dare he lay a hand on someone so precious? The thought of 2 days without seeing, touching, or hearing from them filled him with frustration. As he approached the mansion, his anger began to dissipate, replaced by a growing sense of urgency. He parked outside, letting the guards handle the vehicle, and rushed inside, panic rising within him. He opened the door, tears welling in his eyes, ready to shout out their names. Suddenly, 2 small figures tackled him, their soft bodies bringing an instant wave of relief. The kindness they inherited from their mother filled him with gratitude. He had always feared that his darker impulses might affect them, but here they were, pure and innocent. His thoughts turned dark as he recalled the man's actions, especially the attempt to breach their security. The memory of that man's gaze on his daughter sent a surge of protectiveness through him. He hugged his children tightly, their laughter echoing in the air, a sound he cherished. Then he noticed her, wearing an apron, and he couldn't help but wonder what she was doing. He set the children down and rushed to her, removing his gloves. Before she could ask, he pulled her close and kissed her, needing her presence more than ever. She had a way of calming his turbulent emotions without even trying. Their moment was interrupted by their daughter's innocent exclamation about nasty stuff, causing him to chuckle. He glanced at his wife, who was blushing and glaring at him. He teased her, suggesting it was better than explaining the truth to their children. She protested, covering her face in embarrassment, but he knew deep down she loved him. He reassured her with a gentle kiss on the forehead, reminding her that he was just joking and wouldn't taint their children's innocence. As the kids ran toward the kitchen, he remembered her apron and asked what she was making. She smiled, revealing she was preparing dorayaki. With a grin, he lifted her effortlessly, placing one hand behind her knees and the other on her shoulder. She questioned where he was taking her, and he replied with a playful tone, leading her toward the kitchen. Your existence is enough to calm me down, even in the most serious situations. Mitsuya Takashi's POV. Mitsuya glanced at the time before standing up from his chair. He cracked his knuckles, took a deep breath and leaned back, letting his eyes wander around his office. After pouring himself a glass of water from the kitchen, he realized how thirsty he had become after working for 5 hours. Suddenly, he heard footsteps from the living room, accompanied by the sound of a doorknob turning. It couldn't be his mother. If it were her, she would have greeted him immediately. The footsteps were different from hers. He placed his glass down and moved cautiously toward the living room. His heart raced as the footsteps grew more aggressive and hurried. Gritting his teeth, he opened the kitchen door, only to find his 2 little sisters. "Brother!" Mana exclaimed, rushing to hug him. They had grown up so fast. He turned to Luna, who stood with her arms crossed, a smile on her face as she watched them. "What are you two doing here?" he asked, noticing their expressions change, their skin prickling at his question. "And nothing. Is it wrong to spend time with our best bro?" Luna chuckled, scratching her nape, her demeanor suspicious. "That's right, brother," Mana said, finally releasing him. He caught her mumbling something under her breath, raising an eyebrow at her suspicious behavior. "Anyway," Luna clapped her hands. "Big brother, what do you want to do today?" "Nothing in particular," he replied. Yet, he longed to spend time with someone who was no longer around. He had heard she returned from New York, but he didn't know her address anymore. Her parents had moved back, and he hadn't found the right moment to ask them, given how busy he was as a designer. His thoughts were interrupted when his sisters suddenly held his hands, both wearing closed-eye smiles. "We have a great idea," they exclaimed. They presented him with a treasure map, though he hesitated to call it that, as the drawing was less than impressive. He sighed, attempting to read the map, but struggled to understand it. Turning the paper over, he sighed again. It seemed he didn't need the map since the clues were written in letters. Clue number 1. A guy who has the most beautiful hair in the world. Clue made by Mana. This reminded him of YN, causing him to sweat drop. He shoved the paper into his pocket and hopped on his bike. The ride to Baji's apartment wasn't long. After YN left for New York, they had experienced some conflicts, but upon learning the reason for her departure, they had stopped. He felt guilty for pushing her away, for pressuring her when all she needed was support. "Baji, did my little sisters give you something?" he asked, noticing Baji's eyes widen slightly. "I guess this," Baji said, retrieving a blue paper from his pocket. Mitsuya blinked in surprise. "Thanks," he replied, turning to leave when Baji asked, "Do you miss her?" Mitsuya paused, feeling a tightness in his chest at the question. "A lot," he admitted. After closing Baji's gate, he opened the blue paper. Clue number 2. Inserts Money, song by Blackpink Lisa, clue by Luna. Of course, he knew that song, so he headed to Coco's mansion. "Of course, your sisters gave something to me. It's kind of annoying," Coco shrugged, handing him a yellow paper. Clue number 3. I love trucks, clue by Mana. How did she get close to Kisaki? Mitsuya thought, feeling a bit frustrated. He approached Kisaki, who slapped a purple paper into his hand. Mitsuya chose not to respond, knowing talking to him was a waste of time. Clue number 4. Banana bihana, clue by Luna. He couldn't help but feel sorry for Kazutora. His hair looked good now, unlike before. "Yep, they gave me this," Kazutora said, handing him a black card. Mitsuya read the white letters, his eyes widening at the clue. No way. Before Kazutora could finish his sentence, Mitsuya hopped on his bike and sped off, ignoring the complaints of other drivers. Could it be? By the time he arrived at the location, it was already night. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, and the cold December breeze sent shivers down his spine. He waited, and waited, and waited, until it was 9:26 p.m. But the person he hoped to see did not show up. What was he hoping for? Why are you wearing something like that in this cold weather? His eyes widened as he turned to see a silhouette emerging from the trees, hands behind her back, a warm smile on her face, dressed in a red scarf and brown coat. He could hardly believe his eyes. She looked so different now. YN. Her smile widened as she stepped forward, taking his hands in hers. Only then did he realize how cold his hands were compared to her warmth. Exactly at 9:28 at this very place, a guy confessed to me, promising to always remind me how much he loves me, how special I am, how worthy I am. She paused, looking up into his eyes, her shimmering eyes meeting his lilac ones. And I want to finally say, Takashi Mitsuya, among all the people who pursued me, you were the one who didn't give up. You showed me who I am. Therefore. She hugged him, and he flinched slightly at the warmth radiating from her, a wave of nostalgia washing over him, reminding him just how much he missed her. You are the guy I choose among those people. Can you be my boyfriend, Takashi? When those words left her lips, he felt his stomach flip. A smirk curled on his lips, and he let out a low chuckle before gently lifting her into his arms, wrapping them around her waist. Her surprised expression only made him fall for her even more. Takashi! Her voice sounded so sweet, and he couldn't help but feel a rush of happiness. She pulled him closer, the familiar rosy hue creeping to her cheeks as their lips hovered near each other. He smirked, teasing her with the promise of a playful punishment. She tilted her head slightly, confusion evident in her expression. He felt excitement coursing through him as he closed the distance between them, catching her off guard with a sudden kiss. His lips brushed against hers as he declared, "Your punishment is..." He pulled back momentarily, savoring the moment before leaning in again to finally say the words he had longed to express since she had left. "To marry me already." Resting her chin on her palm, she scrolled through her phone, searching for something interesting to do since waking up. After what felt like an eternity, she finally found the book she had been looking for in the library. Stepping outside, she noticed a cotton candy shop nearby and decided to treat herself. She ordered 2 cotton candies, rummaging through her purse for coins. A familiar voice echoed nearby, but she didn't bother looking up. After receiving her sweets, she walked away, memories flooding back as she recalled her time in Tokyo with the boys and him. Sitting on a park bench, she enjoyed her cotton candy while reading her book. "I knew it," she heard the same voice say. Blinking, she looked up to see the man in a dark blue mask, smiling at her with his eyes closed as he waved. Raising an eyebrow, she closed her book. "Sir?" she asked, curious. He blinked before removing his mask, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Even now, you're still a bookworm, huh, YN?" Shinichiro chuckled, making her heart skip a beat. "Yeah," she mumbled, averting her gaze. "Is something wrong? The boys never mentioned anything about your return." "I didn't tell anyone." "Why not?" She remained silent, and he sighed, sitting next to her while eating his cotton candy. "Are you scared?" She hummed in response. Yes, she was scared, especially after hearing the recent news about Kazutora, Baji, and Shinichiro. The boys had been so protective of her that they nearly harmed Shinichiro. She had learned this from Charlotte, who had become her best friend. Charlotte had been a wonderful friend, but she knew Lynette was pressuring her into things she didn't want to do. After Rant's accident, Charlotte had contacted her, saying she was done with the 𝙤𝙤'𝙨 family. Since YN left, Charlotte had stayed in Tokyo, keeping her updated about the boys. "Love is dangerous and scary, isn't it, YN?" Shinichiro spoke, drawing her attention. "Love can change the kindest angels into scheming devils. They'll do anything to get the person they want." she replied, wiping away tears that threatened to fall. Don't cry. I just saw you again today, and you're already like this, he murmured, pulling her into a gentle hug. Burying her head against his chest, she felt his warmth as he rubbed her back soothingly. "Yn," he said softly, noticing she was still crying. The guilt of knowing someone as kind as Shinichiro had been hurt because of her weighed heavily on her. "Shoo," he smiled, kissing her forehead. "Stop crying. Why, seeing you like this hurts me even more. I want you to smile." He squeezed her hands, helping her regain her composure. "Shin, I have a favor to ask." It's an honor. I saw you first when you arrived from New York. What can I do?" "I want to see Kazutora." Shinichiro's hands stilled, his body tensing at her request. "Shin." "Okay," he mumbled, letting her go and walking ahead, leaving her to follow as an awkward silence enveloped them. After visiting Kazutora, they had a conversation without Shinichiro present. She had made him wait outside, and now he seemed distant. "Shin." His tone was unenthusiastic, unlike usual. "Are you mad?" "I'll walk you home," he replied, striding ahead. Rolling over in bed that night, she struggled to sleep, thoughts of Shinichiro occupying her mind. She groaned, finally getting up and dressing in dark jeans and an oversized black t-shirt. "Are you going out, hun?" her mom asked, and she replied affirmatively. "Where to?" "You just arrived yesterday," her dad said, concern evident in his voice, knowing about the boy's obsession. "I'm going to visit Shin," she said before shutting the door and running to their usual hangout spot. Panting for breath, memories of Shinichiro confessing his feelings flooded her mind. The reason for her restlessness last night became clear. She knew exactly how she felt. "Wait for me, Shin." She halted when she finally spotted the cafe and dashed inside. "Yn," she heard Charlotte call. "Charlotte," she exclaimed, and they embraced. 3 years, huh?" Charlotte smiled and Yn nodded. "By the way, is Shinichiro here?" "He is at table Y?" A smile spread across her face. "I'm going to—" "Wait," Charlotte interrupted, her expression shifting as she looked behind Yn. "What is it?" Yn asked, turning around, but Charlotte grabbed her hand, urging her to run outside. "Charlotte." "What?" she hissed, and Charlotte pointed at the window.Yn's heart sank as she saw Shinichiro smiling warmly at a woman. She was dressed elegantly, exuding confidence in a short royal blue skirt and a white blouse, adorned with a magenta choker and red heels. Yn felt a tightness in her chest, realizing she couldn't bear to watch any longer. Turning away, she left the cafe, her heart heavy. Your hand clenched tightly while your heart raced in your chest. What was I hoping for? 3 days in Tokyo had passed, and you had been replying to Shinichiro's texts, but not with much substance. Whenever he reached out, your responses were brief. Okay, I see. Wow." Your mother entered your room, stopping abruptly at the sight of you in disarray on your bed. Your hair hadn't been brushed for days, your sheets were crumpled from tossing and turning, and clothes were scattered on the floor. She approached you and wrapped her arms around you. After days of comfort that made you feel guilty, you had decided to move on. But every time your gaze met Shinichiro's, you found yourself drawn back to him. He was sitting under a tree, hands tucked into his pockets. You ignored him as you walked past, but he pulled you back by your arm. "You've been ignoring me." "What's wrong?" he asked. "Nothing," you replied tersely. "You're lying. You've been giving me the cold shoulder." "Let go." "No. I swear, Shin, I'm this close to punching you." "Then do it. Punch me, kick me, bite me, but please tell me what I did wrong." You clicked your tongue and slapped him, the sting of your hand a reminder of the force you used. "Forget you," you shouted, turning away, but he held you again, wrapping his arms around you and trapping you. You struggled to break free. "Shin, I'm not letting you go until you tell me what's wrong," he said softly. You hated yourself for always falling for his charms. "Shin, if you don't let me go, I'm going to kick you next." He paled at your words but brushed them off. "If you do that, I'll kiss you until you stop talking." You clicked your tongue in frustration. He was being insufferable. Just last week, he had been spending time with another girl, and now he was here trying to show his feelings again. You punched his gut, and he sat down on the ground while you knelt in front of him, gripping his shirt. I hate you, Sano Shinichiro. I really thought you were serious with me. But you were with another girl. If you didn't want me, just say it. Don't give me false hope. Are you a coward? The raw emotions inside you were overwhelming. You felt humiliated when Shinichiro chuckled, prompting you to look up at him. What's so funny? You demanded. Are you perhaps jealous, my YN? Get lost. You pushed him away and lowered your head to hide the blush creeping onto your cheeks. Nope. He trapped you again. So my YN was jealous. Doesn't that mean you have feelings for me? Who would have feelings for a JRK like you? Are you upset because I went out with another girl? I'm not. You just admitted it. Admitted what? Before you could finish, Shinichiro kissed you, sending your stomach into a whirl. As much as you wanted to melt into his soft lips, you resisted not only because he had a girlfriend but also out of sympathy for her. Let go. Seriously, Shinichiro. You already have a girlfriend. Stop this. Instead of responding, he chuckled again. So I can do this kind of stuff if I don't have a girlfriend? What are you talking about? He pointed toward a large bush where the same girl, along with Charlotte, was walking toward you both. What could it be? You got pranked. Charlotte exclaimed, waving her hands in the air while the other girl giggled. Wait, then who are you? You asked, pointing at the girl. She smiled and walked toward you, kissing your hand. Don't worry, miss. As if I'd ever be in love with a man. Your face turned pale. You're? Yep, I'm interested in girls. After these two begged me to prank you, Mr. Sano here wanted to see how you really felt about him. Last week, they wanted to prank you by making you think we were dating. You couldn't believe it. The two girls finally left, leaving you alone with Shinichiro under the tree. So, he smiled, wrapping his arms around your waist. Does this mean you're my girlfriend now? You clicked your tongue in annoyance. I hate you, but yes. Shinichiro beamed, lifting you up as you playfully scolded him for stealing yet another unexpected kiss. They say the strongest people often have the saddest pasts. When she first saw him, the first word that came to her mind was irritating. He was always demanding, claiming to be the king of everything while the others, including her, were just a bunch of slaves who should respect him. But she didn't. In her eyes, he was just a normal, arrogant kid, a spoiled one. YN was busy pouring another glass of water into the pot when he tilted his head to the side, his silver locks swaying as he asked if she even knew what she was doing. She replied for him to be quiet and not disturb her. He pointed at the dish she had made, questioning if it was even edible, which made her feel a surge of irritation. In response, she playfully slammed the spatula on his head, reminding him that he always complained but was also the one who ate most of her cooking. Mikey, standing in the background, held back a chuckle as he watched his two childhood friends bicker. Despite his efforts to remain serious, YN noticed him suppressing laughter. She turned to him with a smile and asked if he didn't want to taste her cooking. Mikey immediately paled at the question, looking away while trying to mask his disgust with a smile. He declined, saying his mother was cooking his favorite food later and he wanted to keep his stomach free. He added that Izana really loved her cooking. Mikey was surprised that someone a year younger than him could cook, but the reason he didn't want to try her special soup filled with green vegetables was that he disliked them. He preferred meat. Izana glared at Mikey before turning his attention back to YN, pouting and resting his palms behind his head. He complained that she treated Mikey like a kitten while being an angry tiger with him. YN teased him, saying she only acted according to how people treated her. When he asked if that meant she thought he was mean, she bluntly confirmed it along with Mikey, which made Izana sulk. He then tackled Mikey, pretending to bite his head. YN let go of the spatula and closed the pot, walking toward the boys to try to pull Izana away. However, he continued to call himself the king, leaving her feeling powerless. She threatened to call her mother if he didn't stop, which instantly made Izana freeze, his expression turning pale. Mrs. YN's beloved mother was the kindest woman, but when she was angry, everyone remembered the time she flicked YN's father on the forehead, causing him to sleep for 2 days. 𝙤𝙨 complained about 𝙤𝗫 being mean, and she shared a laugh with Mikey while he continued to throw words at her. 𝙤𝗫 bowed apologetically to Mrs. 𝙤, who smiled and crouched down to kiss her forehead, though 𝙤𝗫 could see the pain in her eyes. Losing her only son had broken her heart, as he was the last hope for the couple after Mrs. 𝙤 could no longer bear children. Meanwhile, 𝙤𝙨 held 𝙤𝗫's hands, both of them looking down at their best friend's face, which was covered with a clean white sheet. Sitting on a swing while waiting for his arrival, 𝙤𝗫 looked up at the sky, recalling a certain memory. During their childhood, 𝙤𝙨 had seemed so tough, but little did she know that even the strongest person had weaknesses. After he left, he promised to come back, and she felt a strange certainty that he was important to her, yet she couldn't remember why. Was it the passage of time? How could she still recall her mistakes even after growing up? She stood up from the swing and went to grab some bagels, sitting on a bench while waiting for him. 𝙤𝙨 was indeed a strange yet entertaining man. As children, his eyes would shine, but when she first met him at school, they were dim. However, the next day, whenever he saw her, they would light up. Kikucho, another childhood friend, once told her that even he couldn't see 𝙤𝙨's eyes shine like they did when he looked at her. 𝙤𝗫 felt warmth at that thought. 𝙤𝙨 had been like a brother to her, but imagining him with another girl after years apart caused her pain. At first, she thought she was overreacting, but soon it became clear to her that she truly loved him. When he finally arrived, he wore a red scarf, the same one she had worn. It wasn't just any scarf, it was the one Mikey had made, and both of them treasured it. 𝙤𝗫 stood up and walked closer to him, taking in his chocolate brown coat, the red scarf wrapped around his neck, combat boots, black pants, and a white t-shirt. He looked perfect. He apologized for making her wait and asked if she wanted to grab something to eat. 𝙤𝗫 teased him, suggesting she could cook for him instead. He scoffed, claiming he didn't like greens, imitating her. She playfully pinched his cheeks, and he winced in mock pain. Holding her wrist, 𝙤𝙨 gently pressed his lips against her hands. He suggested they go, and she followed closely behind him. As they approached their destination, he suddenly halted, prompting her to look at him. He noticed her bare hands, which were already red from the cold, and pointed it out. She explained that she had hurried to meet him. With a sigh, he took her hand and tucked it into his pockets, smiling as he ruffled her hair. The small gestures from 𝙤𝙨 filled her with excitement. She was completely enamored with him. While he focused ahead, she kept her gaze on him, and he appreciated the attention from his adorable girlfriend. Upon reaching their destination, 𝙤𝙨 settled down at a nearby shrine while she sat in front of him, his arms wrapping around her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder. Curious about the time, she asked how much was left. He replied with a smile, placing his phone on her lap, counting down. As the countdown progressed, he playfully nuzzled his nose against her neck, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. He mused about how their friend Mikey would have reacted if he were still alive and knew they were dating. She joked that Mikey would be protective of her, and 𝙤𝙨 agreed, adding that they had always looked out for him too. As the countdown continued, she reflected on her life in New York, which was warm and peaceful, but being with 𝙤𝙨 felt even more comforting. They shared memories of Mikey, recalling how he had been teased for looking like a girl. 𝙤𝙨 teased her about how he would have dated Mikey if he were a girl, which made her frown in irritation. Just as she was about to retort, a pebble struck 𝙤𝙨's head, causing him to complain while she chuckled. Looking up at the sky, her eyes widened as tears began to form. She tugged at his jacket, pointing out a memory of them playing in the snow with Mikey. He had been throwing snowballs while they shared a moment alone. Mikey had asked if she wanted to date someone, and she had responded that she was too young but hoped to fall in love when the time was right. He promised to support her in finding that love, no matter what. As they shared a quiet moment, they exchanged smiles, celebrating Mikey's birthday and their own anniversary. Later, she found herself in her living room, overwhelmed by the toys scattered everywhere, a reminder of her chaotic morning. She sighed, preparing to tidy up, but the maid stopped her, not wanting to face the wrath of their boss. In the kitchen, she noticed a bowl of cereal left unfinished on the table and felt a wave of frustration. Suddenly, an explosion outside caught her attention, prompting her to rush outside. In the backyard, she found her husband and another man arguing over their child's preferences. They froze upon sensing her presence, and she smiled sweetly at her child, who was dirty from playing. She instructed her to wash up while promising to make fried chicken later. Her child beamed at the mention of food and hurried off to prepare for her bath. Turning her attention to her husband's, she crossed her arms, her expression shifting to one of annoyance. She questioned them about the mess in the living room and the cereal left on the table. Before one could explain, the other quickly blamed him, leading to a playful argument between them. She stepped closer, twisting their ears gently as they complained in mock pain. Just then her butler approached, informing her of a client waiting for her. She nodded, acknowledging the interruption but still maintaining a gentle demeanor. As she prepared to leave, her husband leaned in to kiss her cheeks, making her blush. She headed back inside, leaving them to ponder how their morning had turned into such chaos. One husband remarked on her kindness, expressing respect for whoever she chose in the end. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 nodded with a smile, urging the two to hurry. Waking up, feeling strong arms wrapped around her waist, she shifted in her sleep and felt a pair of soft lips on her exposed back. He greeted her in his sleepy voice, offering a warm comfort after a busy week of work. She returned the greeting, hearing him chuckle as his arms remained firmly around her. He flipped her over so she was now lying on top of him, her hands wrapped around his neck as he leaned in, planting gentle kisses on her skin. They both knew they needed to get up, but he playfully insisted otherwise. She sighed mentally, realizing it was pointless to resist, especially since she was beginning to enjoy the affection he was giving her after their hectic schedules. He asked if she was sore and she smiled, assuring him it was just a little but not to worry. His warm smile and sigh of relief reflected how many days he had dreamed of moments like this, and now it had come true. She reminded him that Shin would be upset if he was late. He scoffed playfully, stealing a quick kiss from her lips. She pinched his cheeks, teasing him about being cheesy. He challenged her to admit she liked it, and she hummed, gazing deeply into his eyes. He pulled her closer, holding the back of her head as he kissed her deeply, his fingers exploring her gently. Flipping her again, he caged her in his arms, keeping his lips on hers. Pulling back, he smiled and nuzzled her nose affectionately. Suddenly, a loud shout from Shinichiro broke the moment, demanding Wakasa wake up because they were late. Wakasa's eyebrow twitched at the interruption, knowing his friend was doing it on purpose, aware of his feelings for her. She chuckled as Shin continued to shout for Wakasa to hurry, pulling him closer for a quick kiss before encouraging him to go and enjoy his day off. She noticed his lips curve into a smirk as he got out of bed, clearly unbothered by his attire. He picked up his phone and pretended to clear his throat before dialing a number. He faked a hoarse voice, telling Shin that he was sick and suggesting he take Benkei instead. After hanging up, he turned to her with a mischievous look. He declared that since it was his day off, he would have fun with her instead. "It bit you," Baji remarked, observing the small mark on your finger. "It's just a cat," you replied, trying to downplay the situation. "It still bit you." "It doesn't hurt," you reassured him. Baji sighed as he examined your finger, relieved to see it wouldn't get infected. He stood up, hugged you gently and kissed your forehead. "You can't hate cats forever, Keisuke," you said with a slight smile. Baji nodded and settled behind you, wrapping his arms around your waist. You swayed side to side while a cat in your arms groomed itself. "How long has it been since that day?" Baji asked, a warm smile spreading across your face as you looked into his chocolate brown eyes. 12 years, you replied. "It feels like it happened yesterday," he commented, and you both shared a short, loving laugh. Baji buried his head into your back as you continued to play with the cat. Humming a soft tune, Baji glanced at the clock and stood up to grab his keys. "Are you leaving already?" you asked. He turned to you, smiling and nodding. Leaning down, he cupped your cheeks and pressed his lips against yours. You kissed him back before he leaned away. Following him to the door, you watched as he hopped into the car. "Do you want anything?" he asked. 3 boxes of chicken nuggets, please," you replied. He smiled and started the engine, driving off as you waved goodbye. Returning to the house, you closed the door behind you, a warm smile still on your face. You entered the bedroom, leaning against the door with your hands behind you. Sitting on the bed, you bounced slightly before looking up at the ceiling. Your gaze drifted to the table beside the bed, where a familiar sight stirred emotions within you. There lay your wedding rings and a picture of you and 𝙤𝙩𝙨 on your wedding day, both of you smiling brightly. You lay back on the bed, unaware of how sleepy you were, and soon drifted off into a nap. Later, you playfully teased 𝙤𝙩𝙨 about his shampoo, watching him groan in response as he pinched your cheeks. "I said soap, didn't I?" He insisted. "Don't lie," you challenged. "I'm not." "What the heck?" he replied, annoyance creeping into his voice, which made you chuckle. Suddenly, you heard running footsteps outside your door, and before you knew it, Reki burst in, jumping onto you. "Mommy," he cheered, while 𝙤𝙩𝙨 looked at you with an apologetic smile. "Reki, didn't I tell you not to disturb your mom while she's asleep?" 𝙤𝙩𝙨 scolded gently, and Reki pouted. "It's unfair, Daddy. You and Mommy are always together," he exclaimed, his expression mirroring 𝙤𝙩𝙨's canine features. You chuckled, brushing Reki's black hair, which resembled his father's. He truly looked like 𝙤𝙩𝙨, with the exception of your eyes. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 smiled smugly and leaned closer to you, planting a kiss on your cheek. "Don't touch Mommy, Dad. She's mine," Reki declared. 𝙤𝙩𝙨's expression shifted to annoyance, a tick mark appearing on his forehead. The two bumped heads playfully, a spark of energy igniting between them. "You think you own her?" 𝙤𝙩𝙨 asked. "Mommy is mine," Reki insisted. And just like that, the usual playful bickering of the 𝙤𝙩𝙨 family continued. You looked at both 𝙤𝙩𝙨 and Reki and whispered to yourself, "I love you both." Qianxzie stood up, addressing Matsuno-san with urgency. They had a small issue at the shop. He had accidentally dropped a single drop of hot water onto a cat's paw. He approached the situation, sighing internally. "Why am I not surprised?" he thought, noticing Kazutora, his partner, was once again in trouble. Some girls had asked for his contact information, and he had yelled at them to go away, often getting into confrontations with men who questioned why their girlfriends were interested in him. Qianxzie sighed and moved closer to Kazutora, apologizing to the customer, even though it annoyed him too. After the incident, Kazutora and Qianxzie were the only ones left in the shop. Qianxzie arrived with 2 cups of coffee in hand. Kazutora handed one to Qianxzie, and silence enveloped them until Kazutora let out a deep sigh, piquing Qianxzie's curiosity. "Are you that tired?" Qianxzie asked. "Yeah, but not at work," Kazutora replied, taking a sip while Qianxzie eyed him, confused. "Then what is it?" Qianxzie pressed. Kazutora sighed again, setting his cup down and crossing his arms. He looked at Qianxzie with a serious expression. "How long are you going to keep it in?" he asked, prompting Qianxzie to raise an eyebrow in confusion. "Huh?" Qianxzie replied, not understanding where Kazutora was going with this. "Don't, me, you really think I don't notice you spacing out during work?" Kazutora said, removing his apron and hanging it on the door. "What do you mean?" "I'm not spacing out," Qianxzie replied, a bit offended, as he prided himself on his dedication to work. "Don't give me that tone, shorty. You might not notice it, but I do. Just like this morning, you were supposed to give 2 fur stick toys to a customer, but you gave 5. Qianxzie gulped, feeling guilty. He knew Kazutora was right but couldn't admit it. "Just like earlier too, you accidentally dropped a single droplet on the cat, though I doubt he felt it considering how thick his fur is," Kazutora continued. Qianxzie sighed, knowing Kazutora was correct but struggling to confront his feelings. 12 years had passed, and while some of his friends had found girlfriends and even gotten married, he still couldn't move on from the girl he had chatted with years ago. He doubted she even remembered him. Kazutora noticed the expression on Qianxzie's face and sighed. "Qianxzie, if you're not going to chase her, someone would take her. He wouldn't regret not doing anything then." And just like that, the bell on the door chimed, signaling that Kazutora was out. Qianxzie ran his fingers through his hair and sighed. He wondered how he was supposed to confess his feelings when she was so far away. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes widened as he recalled something he had said in the past. The next day, 𝙤𝙩𝗫 signed his resignation paper, and his friends were thrilled. Finally, the soft boy of the group had made a move. Even Mikey was tempted to kick his head, but luckily, 𝙤𝙩𝗫 was there to intervene. Arriving in New York, 𝙤𝙩𝗫 went to a hotel first before searching for the woman he loved. He wasn't going to lie, he was nervous to the core, but he was determined to do it before it was too late. After checking in and changing into comfortable clothes, a pair of black skinny jeans and a blue varsity jacket, he locked his door and made a run for it, only to bump into someone's back. Looking up, he noticed a familiar figure with black hair. The man he bumped into turned around and smiled. He pointed at 𝙤𝙩𝗫, who nodded in recognition. He introduced himself as Matsuno 𝙤𝙩𝗫, a friend of Takemaki. The man, Naoto, smiled back, intrigued. Actually, I know you for another reason, Naoto said, stepping aside to reveal someone with beautiful eyes. 𝙤𝙩𝗫's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized you. It had been 12 years since you last saw each other. YN, he exclaimed, and you smiled back at him. Long time no see, 𝙤𝙩𝗫. The two of you exchanged glances before Naoto checked his phone. Nei-san is calling. I'll give you some space, he said, stepping away. Your face flushed with embarrassment as you realized you were now alone with 𝙤𝙩𝗫. You sighed and turned to him, but before you could speak, he hugged you tightly, burying his forehead against your shoulder. 𝙤𝙩𝗫, you murmured, but he didn't reply. He couldn't believe it. After 12 years, you were finally in front of him. Your hair had grown longer, and you radiated a mature vibe, but your big doe-like eyes still sparkled with purity and kindness, the eyes he had always loved. 𝙤𝙩𝗫 pulled back, a warm smile creeping onto his face. You chuckled at his reaction, standing on your tiptoes and pressing your palms against his toned chest. You surprised him by placing your lips against his cheek. It's been a long time, you said. 12 years, he replied, smiling as he wrapped his arms around your waist. YN, do you remember what I told you at the festival 12 years ago? Your eyes widened. Of course, you remembered. Those words had given you hope that he would still love you. 𝙤𝙩𝗫 smiled at the tears forming in your eyes before kissing your forehead. I can't explain it, YN. I love you so much that it makes me want to leave this country with you. I would be selfish and leave the boys if it meant being with you. You nodded, tears streaming down your cheeks as 𝙤𝙩𝗫 leaned down to give you a gentle kiss, causing you to chuckle at his shyness. You wrapped your arms around his neck and pulled him into a longer embrace, feeling his arms tighten around you. Letting go, he looked deep into your eyes, resting his forehead against yours. I finally made those words true, YN. Did I make you wait? You chuckled, stifling a laugh at the same time. 12 years waiting for you? You are never late, 𝙤𝙩𝗫. As the chapter came to a close, the scene shifted to Mikey, who was feeling bored out of his mind. He had been rolling around on his bed, pouting because his crush from the internet was busy with school. Despite his boredom, he thought about the chaotic ideas Baji had suggested, but nothing seemed appealing. I'm bored, Mikey whined, while 𝙤𝙩𝗫 pretended not to hear him, sipping the coffee Emma had made for both of them. Think of something we can do, Kenshin. I'm bored. 𝙤𝙩𝗫 simply replied, no. Why? Mikey sat up, looking at his best friend, who was more like a babysitter. Because I don't want to. And why? Just don't want to. Why? 𝙤𝙩𝗫 tightened his grip on the mug, not wanting to waste Emma's effort since the coffee was surprisingly good. Mikey, what did you notice the moment YN joined our group chat? He asked, putting the mug down. Mikey tilted his head, thinking for a moment before answering, fun. 𝙤𝙤𝗫 clicked his tongue. No, it's not. Chaos and fun are two different things. And YN is both. That's it, I'm out. 𝙤𝙤𝗫 sighed. There was no way to change Mikey's behavior. This was the first time he had seen Mikey so smitten, aside from his love for food, especially dorayaki. Mikey might be the president of Tomon, but ever since YN entered the group chat, he decided to prioritize himself physically, emotionally, and mentally. The conclusion was simple: the girl was too much. He had Baji and Mikey, but he snapped in just a day of talking with YN. In the group chat, YN had asked, how many fingers does 𝙤𝙤𝗫 have though? 𝙤𝙤𝗫 replied, Don't involve me in your whatever conversation. 𝚤𝗫 teased back, oh he's a thumb. 𝗙𝗎𝗪 laughed, and Smiley commented that he was shitting bricks, while 𝗎𝗩 agreed. 𝚤𝗫 sent a rainbow emoji, prompting Smiley and 𝗎𝗩 to react with a middle finger emoji directed at her. 𝗠𝗏𝗏, exasperated, said, can you please erase yourself, 𝚤𝗫? I'm losing brain cells just from you breathing. 𝚤𝗫 responded, 𝗬𝗏, who hurt you? Kisaki chimed in, suggesting they should have kicked her out earlier, to which 𝗤𝗏𝗫 defended her, stating that no one cared about Kisaki's opinions. 𝚤𝗫 playfully asked, before you die, Michi, mind telling me the secret of what got your booty so thick? 𝚤𝗫 expressed a bold attitude, claiming they would confront anyone if they met. Hina called out to 𝚤𝗫, who quickly apologized, explaining that it was just a cat. 𝗤𝗏𝗫 interjected, warning 𝚤𝗫 to stop flirting with his girlfriend. 𝚤𝗫 confidently remarked that it was unusual for them to be the one hitting on others, as they were typically the target of attention, both romantically and physically. 𝗎𝗩 looked on in surprise, while 𝗠𝗏𝗏 requested 𝚤𝗫 to communicate without causing chaos in an instant. 𝚤𝗫 dismissed the request, prompting 𝗠𝗏𝗏 to threaten to find 𝚤𝗫's location and break their phone. 𝚤𝗫 firmly refused, but eventually conceded, wishing everyone a good night before going offline. 𝗙𝗎𝗪 was left confused by the abrupt end of the conversation. Closing the book he had been reading, 𝗠𝗏𝗏 stood up and approached the door. As he opened it, he was met with Emma's golden eyes. She appeared a bit frightened initially, but then smiled, reassured that 𝗠𝗏𝗏 would never harm her. She pointed out that she was bored and wanted to join him and Mikey, but it seemed he was about to leave. 𝗠𝗏𝗏 questioned her assumption, and Emma, tilting her head, suggested they could play games since she had tickets for the new arcade nearby. Mikey suddenly interrupted, rushing to embrace his little sister, thrilled that she had the tickets. Emma felt joy at making her brother happy and hoped 𝗠𝗏𝗏 would enjoy himself too. She proposed they go, but then lamented that 𝚤𝗨 was not present, busy with school. Emma sighed, glancing at the 6 tickets she held for free entry, expressing that 𝚤𝗨 deserved a break. It was then that both 𝗠𝗏𝗏 and Emma realized something important. They wondered if 𝚤𝗨 knew that he and 𝚤𝗫 attended the same school. 𝚎𝗩 left the group, and 𝚤𝗫 added him back in. 𝚎𝗩 left the group again, and 𝚤𝗫 added him once more. 𝚎𝗩 expressed his frustration, urging everyone to stop. 𝚤𝗫 wondered why he was leaving, but 𝚎𝗩 insisted it had nothing to do with them. Mikey and 𝗙𝗎𝗪 exchanged glances, while 𝗠𝗏𝗏 voiced his unease about the situation. Ran made a teasing comment, suggesting someone was having a rough day, but 𝚤𝗫 quickly clarified that it wasn't them. Ran then joked that he wasn't referring to 𝚤𝗫 but rather to his girlfriend, which prompted 𝚤𝗫 to retort that they didn't need to know about that. Rindu chimed in, asking them not to add to his mother's stress after a difficult morning with his brother. Mitsuya, trying to understand the situation, asked what had happened, and 𝚤𝗫 humorously noted that it was unusual for Mitsuya to say something foolish. Once again, 𝚎𝗩 left the group, and 𝚤𝗫 expressed their frustration at him. Mitsuya remarked on how rare it was for 𝚎𝗩 to deny 𝚤𝗫, while Ran inquired about the nature of their relationship. 𝚤𝗫 admitted they were unsure, and 𝗙𝗎𝗪 echoed that sentiment. Rindu sarcastically commented on the lack of leadership now that 𝚎𝗩 was gone, and 𝗙𝗎𝗪 challenged him, leading to a playful exchange. After some time, 𝚤𝗫 reached out to 𝗠𝗏𝗏, asking if he had any idea why 𝚎𝗩 was acting cranky. Rindu made a light-hearted jab at 𝚤𝗫, but 𝗠𝗏𝗏 confirmed that he and his brother had noticed 𝚎𝗩's unusual behavior since the last meeting. Mikey agreed, and the rest of the Toman members voiced their observations as well. Mitsuya was perplexed as to why he hadn't noticed it himself, prompting 𝗙𝗎𝗪 to remind him of his role as the sane one in the group. As the banter continued, 𝚤𝗫 joked about Sanzu and Rindu, who both took the teasing in stride. 𝚤𝗫 then expressed disbelief at Sanzu's survival after a close call, while Sanzu pointed out that 𝗠𝗏𝗏 and 𝚎𝗩 seemed unfazed as well. Tensions lightened as the group continued to joke and tease each other. An hour later, Mitsuya called everyone's attention, questioning who had taken a particular photo during the assembly. 𝚤𝗫 realized that the picture might be the source of the tension between them and 𝚎𝗩. When 𝚎𝗩 rejoined the group, he immediately reacted to the photo, confirming that it was indeed a point of contention. Ran suggested that 𝙤𝗫𝗫 and 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 should talk privately, and 𝗠𝙩'𝙨 agreed. In their private chat, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 was dismissive, but 𝙤𝗫𝗫 pressed him to explain his feelings about the photo. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 accused 𝙤𝗫𝗫 of blushing while looking at it, which led to a discussion about jealousy. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 tried to reassure him, explaining that they were simply gathering information for his upcoming birthday. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨's guilt surfaced as he realized his reaction was unwarranted, and he embraced 𝙤𝗫𝗫, expressing his affection. As they shared a moment, 𝙤𝗫𝗫 playfully reminded 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 to manage his jealousy, teasing him with a nickname. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, still feeling protective, insisted that it was hard not to be jealous when his girlfriend was so beautiful. The question. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 was a girl who had captured the hearts of her friends through an online group chat. What started as an accidental addition turned into a significant twist in their lives, all from a single click of a button. The streets of Tokyo were alive with music and bustling with people shopping for gifts. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 wore a cozy brown coat, her hands tucked into the pockets, and a scarf made by the man she cherished wrapped gently around her neck. Holding a warm cup of coffee, she smiled at the joy surrounding her. As she heard a notification from her phone, she read the messages and decided to stop by a nearby store to buy treats for the evening's festivities. While shopping, she reached for some items on a high shelf, stretching on her toes and hopping slightly, but still couldn't grasp them. Frustrated, she thought to herself about her predicament. Just then, a hand reached up and retrieved the item she wanted. Turning around, she was greeted by Mitsuya, who wore a cheeky grin as he handed her the bag. He offered to help, playfully patting her head and noting how many shelves were out of her reach. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 smiled and nodded, appreciating not just his assistance but also his company. After finishing their shopping, the two exited the store, both feeling the weight of the bags. Mitsuya realized it was a good decision to help her, as the items were heavier than they appeared. Suddenly they heard a voice. Shifuyu approached with a smile, offering to help carry the bags. Just then, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 joined them, curious about their outing. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 asked if they were together, to which 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 explained they were on their way to buy fireworks and yakisoba. As they walked toward 𝙤𝗫𝗫's home, the streets buzzed with excitement. A car honked nearby, and 𝙤𝗫𝗫 turned to see a familiar black vehicle. The door opened and she smiled at Ran, who returned her smile. Ran suggested they could use a ride, and 𝙤𝗫𝗫 inquired how many were in the car. He replied it was just the usual trio from Ben 10. 𝙤𝙩'𝗨 protested, worried about being seen with them, but Mitsuya was already climbing into the car. 𝙤𝙩'𝗨 was taken aback, but Mitsuya reminded him that 𝙤𝗫𝗫 needed help, especially since she was planning to shop and cook alone for the group that night. No further arguments ensued, as Mitsuya's logic prevailed. Curious, 𝙤𝗫𝗫 asked why the Ben 10 members were out instead of celebrating. 𝗠𝙩'𝙨 wrapped an arm around her shoulder, explaining that they wouldn't miss her cooking for anything. Sanzu chimed in, revealing they were indeed out for drinks before heading to her place. Ran clarified that they still needed to pick up Hanma, an important figure in Tokyo's gang scene. 𝙤𝗫𝗫's friends were puzzled about the whereabouts of Coco and Kakucho, to which Ran explained they were busy buying gifts. 𝙤𝗫𝗫 thought about how much food she had prepared, realizing it would be quite a gathering at her home. She had recently graduated from college and was determined to succeed, with her friends eager to support her in her endeavors. 𝙤𝗫𝗫, determined as ever, aimed to achieve her dreams and success on her own. She managed to buy a grand mansion, fulfilling her second dream after successfully purchasing a home for her parents. Ran noticed someone and opened a pack of mints, offering some to the group but giving 𝙤𝗫𝗫 an entire pack, which sparked another round of playful bickering. Hanma greeted everyone cheerfully as he hopped into the car with Kisaki. When asked about Kisaki's absence, it was revealed that he couldn't join because he wanted to spend New Year's Eve with his girlfriend. The size of Ran's car might surprise some. While it was spacious, it wasn't a limousine. With Hanma as the last to enter, the car was finally full with 8 people. Upon arriving at 𝙤𝗫𝗫's mansion, her friends were already waiting for them. Izana, Kakucho, Inupi, Coco, Mikey, Draken, Kazutora, and the Kawada twins rushed to help 𝙤𝗫𝗫's group with their bags until she was free of any. Chaos ensued in the kitchen as Mitsuya observed the scene. Mikey and Draken were playfully competing over food, while the Kawada twins, Shinichiro, and Baji were slumped over the table, having challenged Ran and Rindu in a drinking game. The girls enjoyed sweets peacefully on the side, with Hina introducing her little brother, Naoto, to her friends. Hakai was busy capturing moments on video with Takemiki and Shifuyu. Sanzu, predictably intoxicated, was causing a stir by getting too close to 𝙀𝙀, which annoyed the boys. Meanwhile, Kazutora was engaged in a spirited exchange with Hanma, filled with friendly banter. Mitsuya caught 𝙀𝙀's eye, and she smiled at him, struggling to rise from her seat as she freed herself from Sanzu's hold. She offered Mitsuya a spoonful of fruit salad, wishing him to enjoy himself despite his busy schedule as a renowned designer. Mitsuya acknowledged her support, noting her own responsibilities managing 3 companies. 𝙀𝙀 playfully reminded him to have fun, and Mitsuya teased her about choosing a favorite among them. She laughed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and affection for her unconventional relationships with all the guys, except for Michi and Draken. Mitsuya persisted in his questioning, but 𝙀𝙀 assured him of her love for all of them. They shared a light-hearted moment, and as she raised her glass, everyone turned to her, joining in a collective cheer for the new year. With excitement in the air, they all celebrated together, welcoming the new year with joy and camaraderie. I don't accept slanders against characters like Haitani, Sanzu, Senju, Mikey, Koko, Taiju, and Takemichi. These characters are often the target of negative comments, and it's exhausting to see remarks like, "Didn't he?" or "I hate them because..." It doesn't matter if you belong to another fandom like JJBK, TBH, JJK, KNY, Naruto, Boruto, Dragon Ball, or One Piece. I just wish the slandering would stop. If you dislike me for this, I can only respond with what you haters say. It's just my opinion. Let me share something important. In life, there is a line that should not be crossed. Slandering characters to the extent that you make assumptions about their fans is unnecessary. Statements like, "Simping for them makes you a red flag," "Simping for them shows you lack parental guidance," "Simping for them doesn't make sense," or "Simping for them indicates a troubled childhood," are unfounded. How do you even make those connections? That's all I wanted to express. After reading the slanders directed at my beloved characters, I felt a dip in my motivation to write for a while. Nonetheless, I appreciate the support for my first book. For those who continue to slander my favorites, I kindly ask you to block me. Tick, tuck, tick, tuck, tick, tuck, tick, tuck. A pair of glass slippers, a poisonous apple, a rose inside a glass dome. Once upon a time, there was a lone wanderer who wished only to hold his beloved one last time. He wished and wished until his final breath. His last words were filled with love for her, the one who captured his heart. Even in his final moments, all he desired was her presence. He expressed that his last breath and moments of life were solely for her, as everything he had belonged to her: his heart, mind, soul, and final hours. All he asked for was to hold her and see her smile before him. In the deepest part of Rodelian's forest, within her kingdom, a princess lay sleeping. She wore a magnificent golden gown, surrounded by animals that nestled in her long golden hair. Her pale skin and red lips symbolized a beauty that captivated even the most unkind souls. Her kindness radiated, inspiring the world to protect her. Unfortunately, the princess had lost her memories. Thus began her journey to rediscover herself, while her beloved's soul yearned and searched for her as well.